welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another month edition of the StarCraft Evolution League SEL number 8. Your monthly dose of StarCraft Evolution StarCraft content. Here we go. I'm of course your side VIP with you. I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all. If you are interested, exclamation mark be in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourself. The bracket is massive, the bracket is stacked. The bracket honestly was daunting. It was a daunting bracket. There are so many big names, players playing StarCraft Evolution for the first time as well. Some big Korean names, might I add. But we are jumping into our first series of the night. We are jumping into our PvZ and spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines. We have the SC2 Zerg player. It is GG Machine. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Brood War Protoss, the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat as you can get your Gamba going. Coming into this, of course, if you are unfamiliar with StarCraft Evolution, if you haven't seen this before, Packy, where have you been? I recommend the VODs on YouTube. We have plenty of StarCraft Evolution content on our YouTube channel, as this is a mod that brings together StarCraft 2 and Brood War. Brood War has been ported over, has been changed and balanced and adapted, as well as the maps as well, and now we have 6 races. We have 3 SC2 races and 3 Brood War races. The way this works is that we do force Brood War versus SC2. The game is not balanced for Brood War versus Brood War. It is solely balanced for StarCraft 2 versus StarCraft 2 instead. Sorry, for StarCraft 2 versus Brood War instead. And as a result, that is what we force here and now. So we have SKillous opening up with this 2-gate opener, 2-gate Zealot opener here by SKillous. Likewise, GG Machine back at home, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of our Zerg player. Here we go. And I'll be honest, it's been too long. We've been hosting some show matches here and there, and StarCraft Evolution used to be a bi-weekly, but nowadays is a monthly tournament instead, so we don't get as much SEL as we used to, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Do appreciate it, as here we go, the initial Zealots are moving out. Something else to appreciate, of course, is that the models are unique. We have our unique Zealot models here, just power walking across the map. Let's go! From Brood War side of things, same with unique assimilators. We have, of course, the Brood War Nexus, the workers, all things Brood War. And the mineral patches are brighter as well. And if you notice, but they're not as dark blue. They're a bit of a lighter tone of blue as opposed to what you're used to. More of a pastel blue, if you will. As usual, Zealots have arrived. Zealots they pick in, they get 1 drone kill so far good damage. They get a drone, they get a Ling, they dive on the Queen. Ooh, and GG Machine is in a bit of trouble here. The first 2 Zealots are getting a lot of damage done, bearing in mind we're rallying out a 3rd Zealot across the map. Yeah, sorry, 4th Zealot as well. And with the early Zealot rush, we are in a bit of trouble here, but the 2nd Queen has arrived. So far so good, only losing 1 drone so far. Minimal losses, minimal damage, and GG Machine, he's holding. He is holding on. Is going to surround the first Zealot. First Zealot goes down, there's 3 Zealots left. And with Soul Kiting with control, GG Machine, he survives, he holds. He does defend. Now, this did force out a lot of Lings. A lot of Lings were forced out. A drone was killed. Outside of that, GG Machine does deflect, and SKillous is working on that next step. What are we going for? We're going for, oh my god, a double Stargate. Now, I should emphasize, before I get ahead of myself, a big shout out to Holy Lime 23 in the chat. Gab, I've been gone for over 2 years. Over 2 years of support, 25 months with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much for the support in the chat. As SKillous, he's massing up more and more Zealots, and there is a bonus here in this month's tournament. It's similar to the SE2 Monday Night Weekly, wherein in Monday Night Weeklies, there is a bonus for Zerg players and how well they perform. Here in this month's tournament, there's a bonus for players that use Scouts. Scouts are very underutilized in this matchup. They have recently been buffed, and the the creators of the mod, they want to see what the new Scout looks like. It has been buffed, it has been improved, and they want to see how it compares, but players aren't using it, players aren't making it, but now they're incentivized to make them. Oh my god. As Zealots get a surround, they collapse on top of these Zealots. 1, 2, 3, 4, all the Zealots going to be going down. The 3rd base is safe, but now we're going into mass scout. Let's go. And GG Machine does scout. He does confirm what's going on. He scouts the scouts. Let's go. Lings, they gain map control. They're moving out. We have +1 attack on the way, but last SKillous, he is trapped here. And without Dragoons, these gateways, they're exposed. Ooh, going straight Zealot into Scouts. I'm not so sure we can get away with this. Scout does have anti-ground. It's not as powerful. No, this is the wall's open. The wall is wide open. Lings, they flood in. And before the Scouts can get underway, the mineral line is under fire. Mineral line is exposed. As Lings, they do rush in. Huh. They rush into the bases. Going for the pylon. Looking to be depowered the Stargates. Uh-oh. Yeah, they're going to be depowered. The pylon is under fire. Pylon is going to fall. Depowers everything in the main. The Artosis pylon. No. Now, thankfully, SKillous, he will survive this. And again, he is still making those scouts. He wants that bonus back. He does want that bonus. Now, scouts, how do they work here for Brood War Protoss? Now, they don't have the best anti-air. That's where the Corsair comes in. Like, Corsair have like better singular anti-air damage. They also have their own spells with Disruption Web. Here, we can see those scouts. They can fare. They can fare quite well here when it comes to their own anti-air. We're hunting down some overlords. Likewise, the anti-ground attack has been improved. It was very. It wasn't really too much of a factor previously, where it would just tickle units like a sentry almost. But nowadays, it does do more anti-ground damage, and as a result, is more effective to harass. And there it is. Ooh. As we are able to two-shot workers, alas, the first worker does survive. I say two shots, I guess in a way three shots. Corsair does back off, gets another overlord. Second overlord does go down. More sorry, I think I said Corsair. More scouts on the way. Corsair slash, yeah, that's it. In my mind, it was the other way around, but yes. Scouts are single target damage. Corsair's AoE. Meanwhile, Lings, they do try to nibble away at that third base. Likewise, fourth being taken. Can we force a cancel? We're getting there. The base is taking some damage. Queens are forced to respond. And with help of the transfuse, with help of these queens, I believe G Machine should be able to hold on. It should hold, should defend. Behind the skills, transitioning into Charge of Archon. Double Archives on the way. Charge alongside it. As Lings, they just keep poking in. As the shield battery does fall. Taking the pylon, striking the probe. G Machine poking in. Likewise, behind this, going into Ling Hydra. Oof. Once again, that was a kill as well. Ay. Yeah, brutal damage. Lings, they flood forward, past the cannon, into the mineral line. We do see once again a full scout. We at least confirm no more splash damage. Sorry, no more anti-air, right? There's no more anti-air required, as there's no more scouts production. More Lings flooding forward, getting us around. The Storm is on the way, as we did mention. Into Archons, into Storm. And SKillous, he's holding his own. Does hold, does defend. Scouts, oh, they can maybe get a queen? Maybe. They at least get overlords. Oh, as they are gonna nibble away at the mineral line, there we go, 3 workers going down. SKillous getting some value here. Meanwhile, I was about to say that now that we've recognized that it is going to be Charge of Archon and Storm, ideally Banelings would be required. Baneliness is on the way, so we have GG Machine embracing Ling Bane Hydra. And a lot of this will come down to the engagements. The positioning of the Storms, the setups of the surrounds, the arcs as well. As Scouts, they get 3 more workers. Oh, getting a 4th. Now, what I will say, thankfully, the scouts themselves are quite tanky. They're quite tanky, so they take a lot of damage, take a lot of hits. They poke in, they get a couple of workers here and there. Nothing major. There's no major burst damage and no major, like, 8, 9, 10 worker kills. But over time, they're gaining value. Over time, they're doing well for themselves. Playing Hydra moving forward. As SKillous trying to transition into Dragoons here at the same time. Oh my god! Yeah, German taxi coming in. 1 queen does fall. GG Machine, he's committed. He's not droning. He's not droning his 4th base. He's going for a 3-base all-in. 64 workers, that's all he has. His supply block leads massing up Ling Bane Hydra Queen. He's going for the kill. Now, thankfully, Storm is done. Storm is done, but High Templar, they need more time. Remember, there is no NG overcharge. But there is 1 Storm. Currently, 1 Storm, about to be 2. There's the first Storm. Nice splits here from GG Machine. Collapses on High Templar. 2nd Storm. Banelings are waddling in. Ooh, that Storm was brutal. A lot of Banelings do go down prematurely. Archon shots going off on those Banelings. SKillous trying to fight as best he can, but the last of 3rd base is still being broken. Yeah, the High Templar go down, the Archons as well. And GG Machine, he is overwhelming. Dragoons aren't quite ready for this. Again, still no Dragoon range. More High Templar coming in. The Queens are getting caught out, no transfuse. And SKillous holds. SKillous is holding on with these reinforcements. Yo, with the scouts. Does hold on, does survive, and maintains his 4th base. So even though he did lose his main army, and that was an expensive trade. Remember, particularly checking the unit source tab, it's 2 High Templar and 3 Archons. These are expensive losses here. Of course, SKillous did lose workers as well, but saves the expansion. Saves the 3rd base, saves the 4th base, can still make 4 probes at a time. SKillous is resaturating, redroning, and now suddenly GG Machine is in a worse position. Suddenly, we're not taking into Lurkers, we're not taking into Hive, we're staying on Lair Tech, Lingbane Hydra. And the economy is lackluster as well. So SKillous is very much so in this game. And GG Machine is still not droning. It looks like he's getting ready for a 2nd all-in. This time with Mainling Speed. And let's have a look at our storms here. They're just barely ready. Looks like we're about to have 4. Soon to be 5. That's a lot of storm. I'll be honest, I don't think GG Machine can break this. Not anymore. It's taking too long. And now he's droning. And these drones are late. These workers are late. Infestation bit very late as well. Looks like he's recognized that he has to start taking up. But this is so heavily delayed. And as time goes on, SKillous looking stronger and stronger. Throwing down cannons, more shield batteries. Setting up here at the center expansion. Scouts, they're still popping off. Not bad. In total, they've gotten 12 drone kills. That's something. I like where SKillous splitting up his High Templar, getting ready for those storms. We'll see how quickly he can react. Uh-oh. Jesus. As Lingbane does dive in, and we do connect. Oh my god, the High Templar go down! Storms are good, but not in time. Yeah, the main army does fall. They're now going to be zoning away. SKillous is down to 2 High Templar. That's all he has left. 2 High Templar. 1 storm remaining. You know, High Templar earlier were just so exposed towards the top side. He's not wrong by catching reinforcements. Hydra's moving in, but there's still 1 storm. Yeah, there's still 1 storm left. Speaking of, oh, he gets it. Oh my god. Mate, the burst damage of the storm is so brutal. Like, we saw it earlier on the Banelings. Here on the Hydras as well. It's insane. Like, the Hydras, they just got tased to death. It was crazy. Scout's finally going to be going down. Skills moving in. And gaining map control. Does gain map control. Oh. Drop into the main base. Remember, it's a shuttle, not a war prism, so no more reinforcements. Just these initial zealots. There's 3 shield batteries of Brood War and SC2. You have no manual target for the Brood War battery. I don't know if that's the case in this mod. I don't know if you can't manually target. But regardless, GG gets called as GG Machine. He was all in. He was not set up for a longer game. And SKillous will take game number 1. Whew, GG. SKillous does take a lead in the series. Again, GG Machine, he was going for all in after all in after all in. He was not set up for a longer game state. He did not drone. That first slow bane push needs to do more damage. But if you remember, that is when the storms popped off. I want to say half, if not 3/4 of the banelings did go down before any of them did detonate due to those storms. And with that, that first push, that first timing was stifled, was shut down, and SKillous held. SKillous, he held, he snowballed out of control. From there, GG well played. SKillous takes the lead. Now we are jumping into game number 2. Let's go. We're jumping into game 2 here. Get a very intense game, and for a lot of these PvZs we expect more Stargate based play, Stargate openers, and more scouts. Just to reiterate, there is currently a bonus similar to the bonus that there is for Zerg players in SC2 Monday Night Weeklies. Here there is a bonus for players that do incorporate scouts. The reasoning for this is because scouts are very underutilized and underrepresented, despite the fact that the creators of the mod have been actively buffing it. They've been actively buffing the scout and recognizing its flaws, recognizing its weaknesses, trying to improve it, and they want to see what its kind of game state looks like. There's not enough players using them, so they don't know if it's in a good place, if it needs to be buffed, if it needs to be nerfed, if it needs to be tweaked in some way, shape, or form. So for testing purposes, they want players to use the Scout a little bit more to get a better idea on where it's at. As we saw, the Scout can do quite well harassing. As we saw, I believe it takes 3 Scout shots to kill a drone, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was 3 shots. They do tickle the queens, and the queens are looking quite robust against them, but there is definitely potential to scout at least to get some economic damage to zone away overlords. I do see a place for scout-based openers, but we'll see, as that was only the first game. We're getting into game number 2. Here we go. We don't see shield battery anywhere near as much in Brood War. We do see it relatively often in these Brood War games. The reasoning why you do see them more often, cannons and shield batteries I'm referring to, is because in Brood War you do lack mobility. You have no recall, you have no blink, you have no warp prism, you have no warp in mechanic. So stack defense does play a big role in StarCraft Evolution or in Brood War because of that fact, because you do have to rely on side defense a little bit more at times to give you time to respond, to react. But here we go. We're getting into our next game and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold. We have, I mean, like we saw shield batteries in the last game. Here, bottom right-hand corner, Whispers of Gold, we have the blue Protoss player. We have representing Team Liquid, once again, the Brood War Protoss. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg himself. The SC2 Zerg, it is GG Machine. There is the recall in Brood War with the Arbiter. Yes, I did misspeak, but yes, we have seen that many times. But that is when it comes to like quote-unquote hive tech, or in a later game, that is when recalls become available. But referring to the early and mid game, it is not available. That is where map vision, positioning, and positional play does mean, or it is that much more important, I should say, in Brood War Protoss. So yes, so we are going to be settling in so far to Gate Opener into Zealot. Needs to watch more Atosa stream. We need to watch more StarCraft Evolution, Sounder. You're never there. Aye. Never there. So now we are going to be moving out. We have our results moving out. But yes, Arbiter tech isn't as, unfortunately, it's not as prevalent currently in StarCraft Evolution matches, at least not from what we've seen, whether it's in the SEL Championship or in our regular monthlies. I'll be honest, games are usually over before that. They're usually ending a little bit faster, but that's why I'm excited to dive into some of these other Terrans in the bracket. We'll get to the bracket after this match, don't you worry, we'll get there, and we'll go over some potential matchups. There's a lot coming. Oh, nice round! Oh, the Lings, they do get that surround on the first Zealot. First Zealot does fall. And with this, the initial Zealot aggression from SKillous is going to be less effective. The first Zealot does fall. If you recall, last game, we were able to get 1 drone kill, trade well against the Lings, but that is not the case this time. SKillous, he is stifled early on, has to back off. And we do see GG Machine. Oh my god, he's going for the all-in. He's going for the Bane Bust. Bane Nest has been thrown down, barely any saturation here for the Zerg player, and he's going to be flooding across the map. Does get another surround, trying to catch out some more of these Zealots. And alas, SKillous, he's denied the scout. He doesn't see the lack of saturation, lack of drones. He should recognize the abundance of Lings. But I am concerned here for SKillous. For now, still making more Zealots. Behind this, going for a rover base opener, not a Stargate, not this time. And GG Machine, he does keep moving out. That's a lot of Zealots. There are 5 Zealots here for SKillous. GG Machine, he just commits. Nice positioning once again. It does keep those Zealots safe. What about back at home though? What about back across the map? Banelings are morphing in. Wall is looking solid. So far, so good. SKillous is racing back, and he will come across those Banelings. Uh-oh. GG Machine. Up. Are they going to go up? They are. Oh my god, massive connection. Zealots go down, but the wall stands, and it's worth it. The wall is still standing strong. Shield batteries are on the way. And again, they should keep this wall solid, as they barely do keep the Zealot alive. Whew. does well off in time, does have those shield batteries, and with that SKillous, he's holding on for the time being. The Banelings can make short work of that first Zealot, but we have a secondary wall behind this. And we have that secondary wall. The Cyber Core is getting low. Oh, Banelings crash in, they take down the Cyber Core, but Zealot production continues. Oh, we get us around. Oh, the wall's not a wall. Lings, they flood in. Last of shield batteries do make sure the Zealots do not die. GG Machine being a little bit cheeky here, but bearing in mind GG Machine is behind in the economy. He's all in. He needs more damage. Trying to break through. Banelings are spotted. At least the first two are. Banelings are spotted. So are the other two as well. So far, Skill's responding well. He defends. He holds. And one Baneling rolls in, but one Baneling is not going to be enough. Yeah, not good enough here. Oh! Oof. As it requires 2 to kill a worker. And with that, SKillous holds. SKillous does hold on. What's up with the shield batteries? This is Brood War Protoss, so a lot of these buildings have unique skins. They don't use... if they wanted to, they could use the same assets as the SC2 shield battery, but they go the extra mile to make their own custom assets, to make their own shield batteries, their own assimilators, their own buildings, to make it look different, as Brood War Protoss is not the same as SC2 Protoss. So just to make it more individualistic, if you will. And I appreciate the aesthetic. Do appreciate it. As back at home, GG Machine trying to transition out of this is going to be droning. Lair is on the way. Meanwhile, SKillous following this up with Reaver drops. Oof. Yeah, the Reavers have arrived. Massive shots going off. So far, so good. For those that are curious how the shuttle works, the shuttle cannot warp in, like a warp prism, I should say, but the shuttle has been buffed in this version of the game, and the shuttle does have, I believe, 1 pickup range as opposed to 0. Typically in Brood War, you would have to be over the unit like a medevac to pick units up, but here I believe there is 1 extra range to allow you to have a little bit more leeway, a little bit more macroability, a little bit more maneuverability. So I'll say do get across the map. Likewise, shots going up. Oof. Yeah, Lings, they can't really hold their own. But the Prism, the shuttle doesn't take too many hits. Yeah, shuttle's zone away. Reaver goes down, and GG Machine, he holds. Whew. He does hold on. Does survive. Behind this, SKillous, I will say, still maintains a greater economy, and is now taking a third. I'll say the SKillous is still in a better position, but GG Machine, from one tech to the other, rushing into mutas. Okay, you have my attention. I mean, what I love about a muta response right now compared to what SKillous has to work with, where is the anti-air? We did not open Dragoon. We opened Zealots, so no Dragoons, no range. Likewise, Reavers don't shoot up. Zealots, they don't slice up either. There are going to be potentially Storms, don't get me wrong, as there are High Templar morphing in. There are going to be Archons, certainly, but not the most mobile of armies. Oof. As so far, SKillous has not scouted. He has not scouted, he does not know. Mutas are on the way. Mutas are morphing in. We're going to have defensive Archons somewhat. But again, that's all SKillous has to work with. No Stargate, no Scouts this time. Brutal units is usually stronger and harder to build up. Yes, as is being stated, brutal units, because there are less of them, are typically greater than their other counterparts. Is the case. Oh, ooh, as the Prism does go down. Sorry, I should say shuttle. Shuttle does fall, mutate the mineral line. Archon's trying to keep up, but again, there's nothing in position. And remember, there's no recall. There's no, I should say, base recall here available. Likewise, no warping mechanic. Probes are going down. We have 1 Archon here at the natural. Archon will zone away, and SKillous, he just rallies everything across the map. Does rally across. So I'll say shut down the Lings. A couple of Banelings do morph in. And with reinforcements, can we hold on? Even the Archon rallies across. Oh no, no, we come back too soon. No, we come back too soon. Probes are falling left and right. Archon moving in. Got 1 Archon holding its own, catching out those mutas. Dragoons are amassing. SKillous trying to switch into those Dragoons. That's already 14 probes going down. Oh, we're going for the Reaver. He gets it. Reaver falls. Meanwhile, that one Archon's still popping off, by the way. Oh my god. The boys are being pulled. Boys are pulled. More drones are falling. That's going to be 6 drone kills, and he's still popping off. More boys being pulled. Finally, the Archon's going to go down. Eventually, getting 9 drones. And with that, in a way, SKillous is holding on thanks to that counter damage. Likewise, GG Machine doesn't have the best economy either. Corsair has arrived. Shield batteries coming into play. Nothing dies. Oh my god. Getting good use of the shield batteries. Does hold on to the natural. The third base is exposed though. No shield batteries. Uh-oh. One Dragoon goes down. Gets one. Oh my god, the Archon volleys are brutal though. Yeah, the Archon volleys are insane. That's a lot of mutas falling. The Archons are going uncontested. With that, SKillous does punish GG Machine. And again, GG Machine, he still hasn't been droning. He has 4 bases, but the saturation here is not really, it's lackluster. It's barely there. Mutas into the natural. Corsair's keeping up. Nice mutas, they try to collapse on top of that Corsair. Once again, bringing it down. Not bad. Corsair does fall. More workers going to be getting picked up. And SKillous, he just commits. I mean, we saw how much damage a handful of Zealots and 1 Archon did previously. Now what about 3 Archons? Like, there's not much at home to defend. There's going to be a couple of Aliens, but Aliens, they tickle Archons. And Aliens are not the answer here. They're going to be rolling in. Do we split? They do much up. Balings, they kill 1 Dragoon, and they get an Archon. Let's go. 1 Archon does fall. As Control pulls back the weakened Archon, they're getting low. They're getting low, but they stand strong, and with that SKillous, he breaks through. He overwhelms. 3 Archons, a couple of Zealots, 2 Stalkers is enough to break through. Back at home, we have a base trade. 28 probe kills. The economy is non-existent here for SKillous. Likewise, GG Machine under fire as well. Gee, these mutas, they've achieved so much, but finally they're going down. And mutas are cleaned up. Now it's just this army. And can GG Machine clean this up? He gets an Archon. He gets 1. Can he get the other? He wants it. Oh, he will get it. He will barely get the Archon. Whew. And with that, SKillous, he's running out of steam. He's running out of units. Running out of army. So we've got more Zealots rallying across the map. No, we got a scout. We got a Corsair. We got to make them scouts. We got to get that bonus. True. Make the scouts. Oh, no. We'll get into the bonus after this as well, because I believe depending on how many games you play scouts, you get more and more money. So it does accumulate over time. It might also depend on how many scouts you make as well. I'll have to double check. Mate, SKillous printing money right now. Make them scouts. He's like, yes, keep making mutas. Keep giving me a reason to make scouts back. True, true. Let's go. GG Machine helping SKillous out. Let's rotate. Cannon in position. And SKillous once again does go for a Zealot counterattack. We'd add another 13 probes. It's one of those things where SKillous has been losing a little workers, so his economy has been stifled. Likewise, GG Machine hasn't been making workers, so likewise doesn't have the best economy either, but he's now gotten into his Hydra transition. We have Hydra upgrades on the way, Hydra range, +2 range as well. It's getting there. Yes, for those that are curious, scouts do attack ground. They don't really have the best anti-ground attack, but it is available, unlike a Corsair. Scouts, they do zone. Likewise, more Overlords getting caught out. Supply blocking GG Machine. Uh-oh. Zerg player supply blocks. Zelsay busts into the mineral line. A couple of workers. Nice hold position micro. Getting another 4 drone kills. And what have we been missing this entire time, especially with the Ling Hydra-based composition? Storm. Storm is on the way. Storm is almost done here for SKillous. Needs a little bit more time. It's like a tickle cannon, kind of. Again, just to reiterate, the Scout was recently buffed, has been improved in StarCraft Evolution to help with that. And we saw in the last game that at least harassment-wise against workers, they do a decent amount of damage. As mutas are being shut down. Likewise, this time GG Machine, he's taking up. We got the Hive on the way. We got the Lurker down on the way as well. He's taking. This does push. Here we go. SKillous moving in. How many High Templar does he have? 4. 4 High Templar, at least 4 Storms. There's plenty of energy. Moving in. Lurkers are on the way, but they're not ready. Yeah, they're barely not ready in time. Can he strike before the Lurkers? First Storm pops up. Oh yes, Storms, they deny the Lurkers. Lurkers, they will not finish Scouts. They come in to reinforce. Massive Storms on the Hydras. And with that, GG Machine, his army melts. His army just melts here. Almost every Hydra going down. Every Hydra falls. GG gets called. And SKillous, he will overwhelm. He will take the series 2-0. Whew. GG. GG, well played. SKillous, he will snowball out of control. Again, hyper aggression out of GG Machine, going for the initial Bane bust, but thankfully SKillous, he did react in time, threw down a wall of shield batteries. He was able to defend, able to fortify himself. He came out ahead after the failed Bane bust. And then there was potential with the mutas. The mutas did make things awkward, that is true, but at the same time, GG Machine wasn't droning. He wasn't really droning much alongside it, so even though he was killing workers, he wasn't making many himself. The economies were still very low. Tried to transition out into Hydra, into Lurker, but we saw he barely wasn't ready. Imagine if GG Machine had another 20 seconds, had like some extra seconds here to finish up that line of Lurkers. Then he probably holds. He probably holds on, and then we get a longer game. But alas, not meant to be. Alas, not meant to be. With that, GG, SKillous does claim it. And let's take a look at the bracket and figure out where we are and where we are headed. Oh boy. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Whew, the bracket is stacked, and I'm excited to see some returning players. Dark, for those who do not know, Dark, he is the StarCraft Evolution full champion. We did have a massive league back in December. Dark, he was the champion, and I would say that Dark, he is the best Zerg player in StarCraft Evolution. So he has made his return, facing off against herO in the round of 32. Likewise, we have Tiger. Tiger takes down Death Mars 2-0. Waiting for the winner of Dark and herO. Likewise, scrolling down, we have Milky Cow. Milky Cow takes down DeWalt. Prome takes out herO. That's a big win for Prome. Oh my god, that's crazy. Oh, he was playing Protoss. Ah, I see. I understand. But yes, herO was playing Protoss. I imagine part of that is because of the current bonus for making scouts, so it does make sense that Prome would bring him down, so congratulations to Prome. Scrolling down, we have a herO versus Scott. Scott, it's been a year? It's been a couple of years since I've casted Scott. He's a player from Hong Kong, and he used to play in he used to play in the Grand Platypus Open. Back in the day in the Grand Platypus Open, so it's been a while since I've casted Scott. Great to see him here and now. Did take down his previous opponent in the initial round up against herO. Winner goes up against SKillous. SKillous is in the next round, waiting for the winner of herO and Guts, so that is our next series. Jumping into Cot versus herO is up next here, another PVZ. Now, if I'm not mistaken, herO, he didn't play in StarCraft Evolution Championship. I believe herO did play, I mean, most of the Koreans did play in the, there was an invitational, there was like a Super Freaka TV like invitational a couple of months ago, like halfway through last year, and I believe players like Dark, herO, alongside many others, ByuN as well, everyone played in that. I didn't see those matches myself, but I think that's the only StarCraft Evolution that herO has played. So I'm excited to see him here and now. I don't think he's very experienced. Because of that, I do favor some of these other experienced players in this game mode. You know, relying on your pure SC2 skill cannot carry you in this mode. You do have to rely on your Brood War skill as well. But that is going to be a next series. I do need a moment to set that up. Un momento. Oh! So my apologies. So I had assumed that herO, he had played in that big Super Invitational. That's not true. That is not true. herO did not play in it. I did see most of the SC2 Koreans did, but herO did not. And I just asked him, I was like, have you played before? And he was like, nope. He's like, first time. I was like, oh, okay. So can confirm this is herO's first time playing this game mode. Best of luck. That's all I have to say. Best of luck to herO here. We'll see if he can brute force the win, if he can try to kind of play off the cuff, play off the fly, and how he can compare to some of these more experienced players. Okay. I should actually hold on. Just preloading the map just in case, as it does take a while to download. Scrolling down though, we have some other matches. Oh. Speedos are underway. We have SKillous, of course, waiting for the winner of herO and CUT. We have ByuN. ByuN, you know what? This time, instead of making the assumption that, oh yeah, he probably played in the Invitational, let's actually look it up. Let's see. Let's look it up. Alright, not Soup. Chijik Murloc King. was that what I was thinking of? So not Soup, but the other one, the Chijik event? Maybe. Yeah, July. Yeah, this is what I was thinking of. Did ByuN play in this? And he did. So ByuN, he beat Rumieth, he lost to Gumiho. But this was back in July. This is a long time ago. So ByuN, he has some experience with StarCraft Evolution. He was a victim of drone rush by Prome. Okay, fair enough. Check mic. Oh. What do you mean? Alright, but here we go. Looks like we have our lobby. We are jumping in. Here we go. Which just saw more brutal champions. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like they have much incentive to compete and to play. But here we go. We're loading into our next series in our fresh best of 3 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold. We have the pink Zerg player, the Brood War Zerg, representing Team Hyper 1 from land of Hong Kong. It is CUT. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Green Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless. It is herO. Here we go. We'll have a, I guess, as we are going up with the 12 pull, let's go. We have a 12 pull opener here out of CUT. Much more aggressive start out of our Brutal Zerg player. Now, when it comes to CUT, as I mentioned before, I haven't casted him in years. It's been years since I've featured CUT as a player, so I'm curious to see how he compares. Likewise, I've never casted him in StarCraft Evolution, so we'll see if he's able to have a warm welcome here to herO. We'll see if we can welcome him in, and we'll see if we can knock him down. Here we go. There we go, Lings are amassing. Probe Scout does confirm, does get eyes on the lack of expansion, the early pull that's already done, and the Lings that are on the way. So here he's aware of the aggressive start. Back at home, he should be delaying his expansion and walling up, walling off, chronoing out the first Zealots, and getting ready for the Ling Flood. So here he is preparing. Cybercore's on the way. The boys are being pulled. Ooh, and the probe, I believe, barely up. He wants to see. Oh, he gets denied. He barely gets denied. Zealot's on the way. Does try to re-roll it. He scouts. He confirms. There we go. He does see the boys. The boys are spotted. He has to fully wall off. He needs more time. As he throws down the Forge, he can get cannons. Forge on the way. There we go. Does fully wall. He's got the gateway. Got the Forge. Cannons soon thereafter. First Zealot soon to arrive. And the Lings are here. Now, this gateway is a little bit later, so it has less HP. Despite that, the drones are trying to drone drill. Getting some extra shots off. Gateway taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. First Zealot has arrived. Adept's on the way. I believe that is not going to finish. It's not going to finish in time. The gateway is going to fall. Massive pickup. Cannons are on the way, though. Here needs more time. He pulls the boys. The boys are being pulled. Zealot almost gets surrounded. Takes a lot of hits, but the Zealot does live. Okay, good movement here by herO. Saves the Zealots. But so many probes are going down, though. Oh my god, the drone drilling is crazy. 15 probe kills. That's insane. Oh my god. And with that, everything's going to go down. Welcome to SC Evolution here as herO is down to 1 probe. GG gets called. And Guts, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. As we do take the initial, as Kot takes a lead. Does take a lead. And again, that drone drilling was insane. Just how much damage Kot was dealing, how well, just how quickly he had just eviscerated that mineral line. It was crazy. And with that, can Kot eliminate herO from the tournament? Can he do it? Can he pull it off? But after this series, I will go on a short break. Apparently there's something wrong with the mic, so we'll be trying to fix that after said series. Now getting ready for the next game. Actually, hold on. Hold on. Okay. Okay, we'll see if that fixed it. Oh. Beautiful. As game 2 is going to be on ley lines. Mic sounds fine to me. Well, hopefully if there was an issue, hopefully it's fixed. So jumping into game 2. Hope herO doesn't get eliminated once he is Brood War. I mean, again, I don't know how much we expect herO to perform too well here, but likewise I want to see more herO. I want to see more herO as well. Give us some more herO. We'll see if he can make it. We'll see if he can make it past Kot. Once again, we do have Kot playing Brood War, and we have herO playing StarCraft 2. Let's go. herO lost the drone rush again. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have our pink Zerg player, our Brood War Zerg once again, representing Team Hyper 1 from the land of Hong Kong. It is Gut. Leading the series 1-0 and spawning in the top right-hand corner. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss. It is herO. Once again, rocking SC2. Yeah, I hear the difference now, yeah. Basically, before my voice was a little bit more flat. Here, I think there's a little bit more bass to it. But, there we go. Jumping in. One of these days, I'll get a new chord. One of these days. As we're once again going for the 12 pull. This might just be the same build, by the way. It might just be the same build as we go for the 12 pull into Lings, and we might just pull the boys for a second time. And I mean, if herO If he's not able to react in time, if he's a little bit delayed in his response... Oh, are we expanding? God. Are we taking the expansion? He's making his lings. That's early cannon. Let's go. The forge response is much crisper, much faster here for herO. Much stronger response from our Protoss. Throws down the forge. We'll start off the earlier cannons. Yeah, not this time. The boys are being pulled. But herO, he's ready. herO, he is ready for this. As things are flooding across the map. I love the look of the Zerglings as well. Look at him. Oh my god. They just want hugs. They're coming at you. Jesus. It is a unique model as well. It is not the SE2 Zergling model. But here we go. Lings are flooding across. The boys as well. Cannons are already on the way. Likewise, already a full wall. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Never fool herO again. Here we go. As he's going to try to focus down that initial Cyber Core. Cyber Core will fall, but this time the cannons will be done in time. And we have a secondary wall as well. Oof. Cyber Core goes down. Drones are going to surround. Jesus. Again, that initial burst damage is insane. The workers are falling. Cannon putting a lot of work. Second cannon has arrived, and the boys are also likewise pulled. Oh, they get on top of the Lings. Yeah, Lings are going down, and this time herO, much better response. He will clean this up. He will completely shut this down. Likewise, counter probe drilling as well. GG gets called. herO shuts down the 12 pool, shuts down the drone pool, and herO ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. Now, the question becomes, can COD do anything other than 12 pool drone pool? that is the question. Does he have another build up his sleeve? Because if not, I'm getting a little bit concerned for our boy, man. No. As again, this time here he did respond, or he did react very strongly here to the initial scout. There was no doubt in his mind that there was going to be a 12 pool drone pool. This time he was ready for it. And here we go. No shot. You're like, mate, no shot. COD macro? I mean, COD, he was a macro player when he played SE2. Like, we've casted him in macro before. 100%. Ooh, and I wonder. I don't think herO has played on this map. Don't think he has. He played in the Chijik event previously, that is true, but that was an older map pool. What are we loading into? One of my favorite maps in the StarCraft Evolution map pool. Monty Hall. Let's go. If you know, you know. What is Monty Hall? Monty Hall is going to be a pseudo island map. Pseudo island map. Let's jump in. Let us jump in. Does herO know what he's stepping into? As spawning in the top left hand corner. Oh, we're switching it up. Spawning in the top left hand corner of Monty Hall, we have our pink SC2 Zerg. SC2 Zerg player representing Team Hyper 1 from land of Hong Kong. It is Cut. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Brood War Protoss player for the first time tonight from land of South Korea. It is herO. Will you cast some Spirit games? We probably will. I rate Spirit very highly in StarCraft Evolution. I would say Spirit is the best Terran player in the brackets. So we probably will later on down the line. I'm expecting Spirit to make it far, so we might be able to catch him like in the quarterfinals or in the semifinals. Like later on. Until then, though, we do open things up. And welcome one and all to Monty Hall. If you're curious, when I say pseudo island, you're walled in. You're walled into your main base with all these mineral walls. We have mineral wall here on the right. herO doesn't know. He doesn't know. Okay, so the gold mineral patch is a singular mineral. So you can mine through that gold mineral patch immediately and then scatter across the map, which is what's happening here. So you can see Kot, he mines through the gold mineral, and then he gains access to the central location, and Kot expands as a result. herO, it looks like he's now realized that there's a gold patch. And again, you're fully walled in. All three lanes are walled in. And you have to pick a lane to mine through to expand to. herO, he's going for that northern base, and there we go. He now notices the mineral. He now does notice. He can now set up for the expansion, moving out with his own scouts. Now, here, he's making a bit of a misstep. He's going for a probe scout, but because this probe already has a mineral within its jaws, or within its, possession, it means that he cannot get through this wall. He can at least scout and confirm there is no expansion here. but he can't mine through and scat into the main. So hero's in the dark. Meanwhile, we're roach rushing. Okay. Whew. We are going for a roach rush. Kot is building up. It's going to be a delayed scout out of hero. We can see Kot, he already mines through the center wall. And hero, he's unaware. Does open up 2-gate. Jesus. 2-gate opener here. Zealot. And yeah, hero, he's going through the right-hand side. Oh, he's setting up the proxy. Okay. So this is something that we've seen in SE2. We saw this on Golden Wall, but you can throw down the gas geyser and you can mine. Basically, you can mine gas, which destroys and deletes the minerals in your hand. Then you can mine minerals, which destroys the gas, and then back and forth. So you can go back and forth, back and forth. You can eventually mine through this wall. Little does hero, though, what Kot is doing. He doesn't know that Kot is already going for an all-in, that Kot is going for a roach rush. So in a head-on fight, I do favor the roaches of Kot, but we might end up in a weird base trade, depending on how long it takes to mine through these minerals. Again, it's 5 minerals at a time. You can see here. Here he's destroying those minerals. Slowly breaking in. Kot moves out, going for his own drone pool. Oh, we're getting it. The clown fiesta has arrived. As here he's busting in, and so is Kot. Kot also trying to bust in, but the roaches take a long time to get across the map. Ravagers are morphing in, and here we go. The army's revealed. The army's revealed. Kot now realizes he does race back home. The army turns back around. So far he's kiting decently. Again, these are slow lots, but Dragoons, they come in to reinforce. And Dragoons have arrived. Wiles don't quite connect. Kot trying to kite back. We'll take down the Zealots at least, but can he get on top of the Dragoons? As one rush goes down, Lings are flooding in. And with these Ling reinforcements, Kot, he can hold. He can, he will. But he's holding on. Behind this Kot, he's on somewhat of an economy. Hero behind this, taking up into Reavers. Shuttle is already out, so we have our shuttle. Now, what's concerning me is that Hero, he has not researched shuttle speed. There we go. Don't think that's it, by the way. But he has not researched shuttle speed, so that won't be a factor coming into this. If I'm not mistaken, that's the Reaver upgrade, or the Scarab upgrade, if I'm not mistaken. Kot is going for his own aggression. Takes down the gas geyser. Moves in. He wants to push in. He wants to send it. He wants to commit. Does want to commit here. He's trying to break into that main. Still needs more drones, though. Doesn't want to waste any. There we go. One more. Up, Urabas. He breaks in. He mines. He does break in. Reaver shot. Oh my god. Massive connection on the Ravagers. Connection goes off. And here, those Ravagers so low. One more volley, they will go down. Last Lings to get on top of the Dragoons. There we go. Ravagers are falling one after the other. Here he holds. Yeah, here he's holding. He shuts down the army. Reaver just in time. And now Kot is in trouble. Kot, he hasn't been droning. Like, he has no economy here. He's not ready. He is not ready. As Hero does commit. He's moving out. Does move out. Getting more Scarabs ready. And I don't see Kot holding against this. There's just too much firepower here. With 2 Reavers, mate. There's no defending this. Yeah, shots they pop up. They shut down the main army. Lings, they crumble. Roaches as well. GG gets called. Well played. And Hero, he will take down Kot 2-1, advancing on to the next round. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Hero, he will claim the series, will advance on. Shout out to Kot though. Kot, he did make a series out of it. He almost brought Hero down, did force him to the ace match. Unfortunately, Hero, he had his own aggressive plans in this game. And Kot, it took him a little bit too long to notice, to recognize, did slow him down, of course. And in the end, by the time his all-in got across the map, it was too late. Too little too late. The Reavers were out. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we have a next series. We saw him earlier today here. SKillous. Nikita has been patiently waiting for the winner of this series, so it's going to be SKillous versus Hero coming up next. And I'll be honest, I do favor SKillous in that matchup. Like obviously herO, he's an amazing player. He's the best player, the best Protoss in SE2, at least offline, is the best Protoss, and I would favor him in an SE2 matchup, but in StarCraft Evolution, that's why I do favor experience a little bit more, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm more than happy to eat my words. I'm more than happy to see herO bring it to SKillous. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, we have some other updates, so let's switch our scenes over and catch up on the brackets. Let's go. Let us catch up. From the top here, we have Dark versus Tiger, currently ongoing in a Zerg versus Protoss matchup. Scrolling down, we have a Milky Cow up against Perm. I do rate Milky Cow very highly. If you were here last month for the previous StarCraft Evolution, you'll know that Milky Cow, he did very, very well for himself in the previous tournament. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing a potentially Dark versus Milky Cow matchup. We'll see. We'll see if they can be stopped. Likewise, you can see here our matchup, herO versus SKillous. About to begin. Vetoes are underway. They are underway. So now a little bit further here, we have ByuN. ByuN is up against Marcelo. Oh, player I'm not familiar with, but best of luck to Marcelo as he faces off against ByuN. Winner goes up against Percival in the next round. Scrolling down, we have Classic. Classic, I would say that Classic is the best Protoss player in StarCraft Evolution. Like, when I think of the best players to look at here, I think of Classic as best Protoss, I think of Spirit as best Terran, and Dark as best Zerg. Like, those are the top three that we expect to see. Fun fact, last month, it was Classic versus Spirit in the finals. And they even had a rematch as well. They played very, very often. Spirit did win it in the end, but Classic did put up a fight. So we expect them both to go far. Or three of them, I should say. Scrolling down a little bit further. Who's seeded this bracket, by the way? For Spirit and Classic to be on the same half of the bracket feels a little bit weird to me. I understand Dark being the #1 seed, but yeah, that's crazy. To see Spirit and Classic in the same portion, that I'm less certain of. But that does lead us into our next matches. We have Classic versus Ateshi in a PvP. Rebellion waiting for the winner of Quanta and Kurai Humor. Likewise, Spirit versus Wayne, and 3-Point versus Bratok. Let's go. And hopefully we can jump in. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. Looks like the videos are done and we are jumping into our next series. But Spirit versus Wayne is going to be a lot of fun. Same with 3-Point versus Bratok. I know that a lot of these CIS players have been investing quite a lot of time into StarCraft Evolution, so they've all been improving, all been getting better. Classic just played in the Pixie Festival. Nice, nice. We're on that grind. How many games are played today? The entire tournament. The entire tournament is in one day. Bearing in mind that we do have a lower bracket as well, so it's going to be a bit of a longer broadcast. But here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the SE2 Protoss. It is herO. Again, making his debut in StarCraft Evolution and spawning, or in the StarCraft Evolution League, I should say, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Brood War Protoss player, the Blue Protoss for Team Liquid. It is SKillous. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. I'll be honest, coming into this, I do favor SKillous. I do favor SKillous coming into our StarCraft Evolution match, but I'm also excited to see how herO will approach this. Again, herO, he did self-admit that he is playing this for fun. He did say that he said himself that he's never played StarCraft Evolution before. That is not true. He played it back in July, but he probably forgot. I mean, I'll be honest, he probably just forgot. I'll be like, didn't you play like that Murloc Cup? He's like, oh yeah, I guess I did. But not a strong memory in hero's mind. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how he compares. I'm ready. I'm excited. As hero's gonna pull away. Likewise, 2 gate opener out of hero, standard opener that we would expect in PvP. SKillous going for a proxy. Interesting. Okay. So 2 gate opener into a proxy. SKillous, what do you have for us? I imagine just proxy gateway. I don't know how viable proxy Robo and Bay is here in this matchup off of 1 base, as Reavers take a really long time to actually come online. So I would imagine just extra gateways here from the side of SKillous, or maybe even Stargate play? No shot. I know you get a bonus for the scout, but okay, there it is, Robo. Okay. Proxy Robo out of SKillous. With this, he can proxy a shuttle across the map, true. Can proxy shuttle. We'll see if he does go for the Bay. Outside of that, hero just forcing some inefficient mining. Dragoon production has begun. So double Dragoon here from SKillous. Likewise, hero opening up safe, going for the Stalker Sentry. So safe opener at a hero. Basically, Stalker Sentry allows you to scout across the map early on with hallucination to get a read on what's going on. Are we throwing down the Bay? No shot. Let's go, Proxy Reaver. So I wasn't too certain if this is viable. Like, it just takes a little bit longer to really get going because you have to make the shuttle and then the Reaver and then maybe shuttle speed. Like, it takes a long time for all this to come together. But SKillous is going for it. Is going for it. Are there immortals? No. You have Reavers. You have Reavers, and you have more Reavers. Basically, the Reaver is like a cross between the Immortal and the Disruptor. It has aspects to both. I mean, it needs to if that's what you can make. But no, Immortals do not exist. So initially going for the shuttle drop into the main. Hero has a shield battery set up. Dragoons, they will distract. They head into the mineral line. So do get a couple of probe kills. Oh my god. As against skills, he will pull away, will back up. Reaver production has begun. Shuttle doesn't take any hull damage, thankfully. Doesn't take any hull damage, but the longer this goes on, the better it is for Hero. Remember, Hero, he's expanded, he's taking more probes, or making more workers. His own robo's on the way for his own immortal production. Like, SKillous is on a timer. He's on a timer here. See if he can break that defensive line. What does he target? Oh! Force Fields a buy time. Reaver shot going up. Ooh. Takes down one of the Stalkers. One Stalker goes down. Takes down the Sentry as well. Not bad. And the Immortal's halfway done. Before that does occur, though, the shield battery is going to be falling. We don't want to waste any Scarab shots, though. There's one Scarab left. Oh, takes down the Sentry. Does one-shot the Sentry. Two-shot Stalkers. And we can also target buildings, bear that in mind. Can target... Oh my god, no! Gets depowered for the second pylon. Second pylon. Whew, second pylon will keep everything powered. The Immortal has arrived. And with that, we can target down those Dragoons. Elastic gets targeted down, and SKillous is breaking through. He's barely breaking through. Nice control so far. Does juggle. Does preserve those Dragoons. I say that's still rallying in. And again, that Robo's exposed. Robo on the low ground, not the call to make. At the same time, looks like Adepts, so they were wreaking havoc. My apologies. 15 workers going down. SKillous, I mean, he was already all in, but he lost everything back at home. Oof. Jesus. Shots are still popping up. Again, I'm not sure we want to waste the shots here on the buildings. Up. Oh my god, they take down 2 Stalkers. The splash damage. Let's go. Takes down 2 more. Robo goes down. GG gets called. Just far too much damage. SKillous, he overwhelms despite not having the economy, and SKillous takes game number 1. Whew, GG. SKillous takes the first game. And again, I do favor, there's a reason why I said that I favor SKillous coming into this hero. He is very unfamiliar with how the Brutal Protoss race does work, and is getting blindsided a little bit here. Is getting blindsided by the initial proxy. But we'll see how things will differ here, because we might see herO playing Brood War this time. I'm ready for it. Let's go. Let us go. As we are loading into game number 2, going to be loading into Sylphid. Sylphid is going to be a 3-player map. Oh. We might have made the wrong map though. Hold on. Never mind. Does he know about Sylphid if that's the map of choice? Is he aware? Okay, good. So we are loading in. We go. Yes, this is a 3-player spawn map. So with this, there are 3 possible spawn locations. Proxying on this map can be a little bit more risky, as you do have to confirm where your opponent is and where they are. Ooh, and we have confirmation. herO, he is gonna play Brood War Protoss. He's not happy about it. He's no. So they're talking a little bit. SKillous is saying SE2 is strong, and herO's like, really? SKillous like, yes. herO's like, oh, I don't know. Your go's super. SKillous 2 goes. Here we go. Game 2. I see Dash in the chat. Dash, have you been playing SC Evo? Have you been playing? Why don't I see Dash in the bracket? Este Dash. Ay, ay, ay. And here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of I should say the top center of Sylphid. We have our South Korean Protoss player. Our South Korean Protoss down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back as he is rocking that Brood War Protoss. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is SKillous. We go. And hopefully herO recognizes that this is a 3-player spawn map. You can see here he's going to be scouting bottom left. So he's checking bottom left first. Oh, actually, never mind. He may have rerouted his worker. Yeah, checking bottom right. Okay, we'll check bottom right. We'll confirm. SKillous likewise moving in with his own probe scouts. They will pass by each other unnoticed, unseen. But they will scout correctly nonetheless. Ooh, as SKillous opening up economically here. Gate expand. Bit of a greedy build. Here he notices, behind this opening up 2 gates. 2-gate opener out of herO. And here he's going to attempt to pylon block and delay for as long as he can. Meanwhile, SKillous does take note of the 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener to Cybercore, Zelt's on the way. SKillous does notice. Has scouted, has confirmed. And right now the role for herO is to delay for as long as possible. Forces out the first Zealot. Not bad. So he's forcing inefficiencies out of SKillous. And the probe does pull away. As here comes our first Zealot. Let's go. Yo, we're going to see some Zealot on Zealot action. We shouldn't have skills. Yeah, he cancels. He does cancel the Zealots. Again, he doesn't need it. If there was a pylon block, he would. Without that pylon, he does expand. Meanwhile, here he's going for the 1 base all in. Let's go. All in is on the way. Is going to set up the proxy. Does he go for the same build? Does he go proxy robo? Nah, gateway. Okay. Going proxy gates. And here comes that first Zealot. Power walking in. Let's go. Walking with purpose. Going for the mineral line. Rushes past the pylon. We'll see what he can get done. Likewise, rallying out Dragoons. So far, SKillous, he's unaware. He has not scouted. Sentry does come in. Does tickle. Does tickle the Zealots. More Dragoons amassing. SKillous, I mean, again, he's only got the one gateway. Only one gate for SKillous. He was a little bit too greedy here. Robo's on the way. Pylon under fire. And SKillous, I mean, he might just lose everything here. Yeah, the Atrocious Pylon's going to go down. The Pylon, no! It is going to fall. And SKillous, the greed was too much. The greed was too much. Sure, he's got a fast Nexus, but what's the Nexus doing here? What is it really doing for SKillous? He's dying back. Azal does want that Sentry. Oh no! He wants it. Doesn't get it. Sentry does survive. Shield battery goes down. Now the Robo is going to finish. True. Immortal's on the way. Takes a long time for these reinforcements, but there is going to be 5 Dragoons. They are waddling in. Pylon goes down. Denies Warp Gate. Warp Gate is denied. We try to force field the ramp. We'll try to force field the area. And 1 Dragoon may fall. But there's just so many. There's so many behind this. Yeah, depowers the Robo once again. No Immortal. And without the Immortal, there's no holding this. There's no holding this. He's trying to, once again, takes down another Dragoon. Another Dragoon goes down. SKillous trying to hold on. Warp Gate's almost done. Needs a little bit more time. Not like this, though. Not like this. He just wants to make the Immortal. Just wants the Immortal. After the Immortal, it's not going to happen. It's not going to work out. Oh, God. Gets repowered. Gets repowered. Even if the Immortal does pop, there's still just so many Dragoons. It may not matter. Dragoon has... Sorry, the Immortal has arrived. He gets 1. Not enough. Not enough. GG gets called. And with that, herO ties us up 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. We are going to the ace match. Again, for those that are curious, SKillous, he went for a gateway into Cybercore, into expansion before tech. So very greedy build out of SKillous. Even MaxPax doesn't do that. Typically, you would go for a tech before Nexus. Here, SKillous, he cut corners. He was greedy. He was punished for that greed. GG. GG well played. Again, that's why the Robo was delayed. That's why there was no other gateway either. There was only one gateway to work with. Just a little bit too greedy there by SKillous. He gets punished. And with that, we have a back and forth. And the question becomes, who plays what? Who plays what here? So far, Brood War Protoss has 100% win rates. You know, SKillous, he won with Brood War Protoss. herO, he won with Brood War Protoss as well. But we'll see who wins coming into the ace match. Let's go. I feel like I say that, but I'm just saying that to have fun. Our players, oh, let's go! Okay, we're good. I was gonna say, our players, they haven't really been able to get into even a 2-base economy. It just hasn't happened in this series. We've had some very fast games. But, we're about to get into the ace match here. And are they teasing me? Are we loading into Neo Isles of Siren? Mate. Give us the island map. Is that where we are? You know what? I have not seen a PvP on Neo Isles of Siren. I haven't seen it. I've seen like Terran versus Protoss, Terran versus Zerg. I've seen a lot of the other matchups, but I have not seen this one. Not PvP. Yo, where are we dropping? Oh God. What's the map gonna be? Where are we dropping? Oh God. Oh. Okay, never mind. Okay. So we have our map. It is not going to be Neo Isles of Siren. For those who haven't seen that map before, that is an island map, like a true island map. Oh. But it looks like we are going to be loading into a different map instead. We're loading into the SEL, the StarCraft Evolution version of Purity Industry. Purity and Industry. It has been a long time. It's been a long time since we featured this map. This was in the SC2, the Legacy of the Void Ladder map pool, not too long ago. I want to say Purity and Industry was that 2020 or like 2021? Like around that, like early COVID era of StarCraft, I want to say. Let's see. Purity and Industry. Wikipedia. I'm gonna look in end of 2020 into 2021. That's what I'm looking in. All right, let's find out. I was a couple months off. I was assuming end of 2020. It was beginning of 2020. So March of 2020 into June. It only lasted 3 months. Mate, imagine a map pool that you rotate after 3 months. That's crazy. Okay. But yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. Been a couple of years. So it's great to be back. For those that remember, Purity and Industry was one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool, was very often vetoed, had a very short rush distance by air and short rush distance by ground. It was a rush map, which is why it was often vetoed and gotten rid of. We didn't really cast many games on it as a result because it was vetoed so often, but now we're jumping in here and now after 5 years. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Purity and Industry, we have the Brood War Protoss player, the Red Protoss. Oh, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. It is herO. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Blue Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. Representing Team Liquid being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is SKillous. Is this 2020 map? Yes, as I was mentioning, as I was bringing up, this was back in March of 2020. So it's been a long time since we've seen this map in the map pool. We have a plethora of slow zones in between the bases, and we do have an island. There is an island here in the top right. I don't think I have seen this base taken. I have seen this base taken before. I have seen it at least. We have cast that in the past. Again, rush distance by ground is very short. We have the Zone Naga in the center, of course, and we can just go from one base to the other real fast and real quick. We have these southern, I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever seen this southern goal base taken before. I don't think we've ever seen these southern bases being taken. Like, often we would see all-ins and rushes on Purity and Industry. I think I've seen, like, fights occurring here at least. I think I have. Yeah. But it's been a long time. Has been a long time. Meanwhile, we do have our 2-gate opener out of herO. Likewise, gate expand. Oh, out of SKillous. Very greedy. Gateway into Nexus, into Cybercore. Very greedy build here by SKillous. After being all in time and time again, this is a bold move from our Blue Protoss, and herO is setting up for another proxy. Oh, it's gonna be a short one. And it's not going to be an easy hold here for SKillous. Are we being too greedy, Pappy? I mean, with the Probe Scout, he does confirm, he does see both pylons, but the third pylon has been placed. Dragoons are amassing. And we are getting ready for a Citadel. Huh. Okay. Okay. Are we going Citadel into Templar Archives into DTs? Is that what this is? Like, are we going proxy DT? Like, when we're making Dragoons, we're not going to be rushing into charge. That'd be crazy. It's got to be Dark Templar, right? We'll see. We'll keep an eye here. Oh. On herO. Or is he actually going to charge? No shot. Citadel is done. Shows the building. Shows Templar Archives. Get back at home. SKillous building up. Getting to his own robo, so gateway into robo. Dragoons have arrived, shield battery's almost done. And there it is, yeah, DTs, yeah. So there's gonna be Citadel into Temple Archives into Dark Templar. For those that are curious, the reason why I assumed this was DTs, the Citadel is a prerequisite for a Temple Archives, and a Dark Shrine doesn't exist. There is no Dark Shrine in Brood War Protoss. So you just go for the Temple Archives instead. Wait, no, he is investing into charge though. Wait, what? No, never mind. He's doing it all. So he's going one base, proxy DT, but with charge as well. Stalkers, sorry, Dragoons, they reveal themselves. They push in. Shield battery putting in a lot of work. And it looks like, yeah, with the help of this force field, the Dragoons are being locked down. He gets two for one. Better trade here for SKillous. The Immortal has arrived. And here come the Dark Templar. Now, what's concerning to me, as we are initially rushing DTs, and we can always morph in the DTs into Archons, is because of the Robo follow-up here, SKillous has access to detection. Does have access. Oh, as he will barely catch out the Dragoon. Nice pickup. Dragoons are falling. Prism is out. No detection yet. DTs, they're waddling in. They're about to morph in. So we're going Mass Zealot DT. Now, seeing all these Zealots should be a tell. This should be a sign of things to come. He's like, hold on, why are you not making any Dragoons? Where is your gas being spent right now? Like, there's something wrong. But SKillous, he hasn't put 2 and 2 together. Dark Templar waddles into the main. DT at home to defend as well. And now he knows. Now he knows. He's in the main base. Observers on the way. Probes are falling. We have 3 DTs. Sorry, we have 2 DTs. 1 in the main and 1 across the map. There's the recall. Does recall back home. And he has to save that Robo. Oof. As that's going to be what? 8 probe kills. 8 workers going down. But only 8. And this might not be enough. That is good damage, don't get me wrong, but here he's still behind. He's still down in workers. Shield batteries are exposed. Gets 1, not bad. Gets 1 shield battery. The Observer still with the main army. Again, thankfully, SKillous did open Robo, so he has detection. And we can always morph those Archons, sorry, those DTs into Archons. True. I mean, my apologies. But in my mind, I was thinking of SC2, where like, oh yeah, you can just morph them into... They morph into Dark Archons. My apologies. I wonder if herO notices that. Does he know? Yeah, GG gets called. GG gets called. As SKillous, he will shut down the proxy, shut down the all-in, and SKillous will claim the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. I do apologize, in my mind, and potentially in herO's mind as well, may have just made the assumption that you can morph in Archons. DTs don't morph into Archons in StarCraft Evolution, they morph into Dark Archons instead. They don't really have that tech path available to them. Regardless, GG, well played with that. SKillous will claim the series, will advance on into next round, and herO is out of the tournament. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations with that. So let's catch up on the rest of the bracket and let's figure out where we are and what other matches are upon us. Oh, we might have one. We might have one here as we do switch our scenes over. And SKillous, he is waiting. He's waiting for the winner of ByuN versus Percival. Okay, here we go. ByuN versus Percival. It's about to begin. They are currently in. They're currently conducting their vetoes. Vetoes are underway. Scrolling up, here we go. You can see before you here we have Dark. Dark takes down Tiger 2-0. Milky Cow takes down Prome 2-0. And we have Dark versus Milky Cow. Again, we expected that series to occur. And best of luck. Best of luck to Dark and Milky Cow as they face off as they are mid-series. SKillous waiting for either one of these 2 Terrans, ByuN or Percival. And we are here to feature them. As ByuN versus Percival game 1 is about to begin. Scoring down, Classic takes down Ateshi 2-0. Quanta up against Rebellion. That's going to be a clutch one. Quanta, I rate him quite highly. So best of luck to Rebellion. I do favor Quanta. Scoring down, Wayne. Oh my god, Wayne takes down Spirit. Yo, a crazy upset. That should not have happened. Spirit, he is the reigning SEL and the SEL championship champion. He's the reigning champion. But alas, he is shut down here and now early on. Wayne popping up. Very impressive. Very impressive there by Wayne. Again, I do rate Spirit very highly. He won the championship. Sorry, I'd say championship. My apologies. He was the runner-up of the championship. I got ahead of myself. He was the runner-up of the championship, and he also was last month's champion of the SEL Monthly. So for him to go down early on is surprising. Surprising. Any other updates? Sorry, I'm just setting up the players. And likewise, you have Bratok. Bratok takes on 3.2 to 0. I don't know how to rate Bratok because I do rate 3 point very highly in StarCraft Evolution, but at the same time, I do know that Bratok has been putting in a lot of work. He's been practicing a lot, he's been playing a lot, he has been enamored with StarCraft Evolution, and I haven't cast him yet, so I don't really know where to place him, but that's a big win for Bratok to take down 3 point. Very impressive, very well done. GG, well played. As we are getting into our top 8. Actually, I can just set this up. Beautiful. There we go. That's a little bit cleaner. As the round of 16 is wrapping up and we're getting into our top 8, we are getting there. As we are going to be conducting our final round of 16 match. Again, ByuN versus Percival. Winner goes up against SKillous. So we're focusing on the upper portion of the bracket. We are almost at that top 8. Almost. Go. Is SEL French? What? It's StarCraft Evolution League. StarCraft Evolution League. Here we go. Looks like the Vitas are done, which I mean to game 1. We're going to be featuring one of our maps for the first time tonight, so we're going to be loading into Citadel. Citadel. Let's go. This is a 4-player spawn map. Do you love to see it? As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Citadel, we have the red Terran player from South Korea, representing Team Shopify. The SE2 Terran, it is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the typically Terran, but he's the Brood War Protoss player from South Korea. It is Percival. Now, for those that are curious, Percival, he has announced that he is going to be playing SE2 Terran, but when he has to play Brood War, he's going to be playing Brood War Protoss instead. So, Brood War Protoss and SE2 Terran. And with that, we're loading into Citadel. And for those that are curious, 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom right, top left, and bottom left as well. A very large map. A lot of expansions, of course, a lot of possibilities with how and where to scout. And we'll see how our players do open up so far. Percival does wall up here, does wall up at the natural, being safe and secure. Likewise, we have ByuN opening up economically, is going for a Rax expand. It does make sense on a 4-player spawn map to just open up greedily here. There is a chance you can get proxied, but again, the chance is quite low. So it is going for a more economic start. Also, before I forget, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Will it go the way of Percival? Will it go the way of ByuN? Up to you to decide. Best of luck. Now, coming into this, ByuN does not have a lot of experience. He does not have a lot of experience with this game mode. He had an okay performance back in July, but it was a long time ago. Over 6 months ago is when he played in StarCraft Evolution. Percival, I think, has a little bit more experience. So I might be favoring... I mean, it's a hard one to call. I think it's 50-50. Like, if this was SE2, then I favor ByuN 100%. But this is not regular StarCraft 2. There is that X factor. The Brood War factor, if you will. Now, ByuN does go for that faster command center, getting into his own factory. Marine moves out to take over the, to at least scout, get to read what's going on. Now, another factor that hasn't really come into play yet is in StarCraft Evolution, there is a mischance. Depending on where you are, if you're on the low ground, if you're on the high ground, if you're trying to attack up a ramp or into some shrouded area like tall grass, then there is a % chance to miss. I think it's 53. What I'm saying, I think it's like 53% chance to miss. So that is something that they have recently added to the game. So you have an even greater defender's advantage, or I should say these high ground locations are even that much more important and that much more impactful. So does give these high ground locations more importance. Likewise, it is going to be a Dragoon opener into Reaver drop. Again, this is the go-to. Typically, when it comes to Brutal Protoss in this matchup, we have seen some Charge or Archon-based play, but for the most part, Dragoon into Reaver. Meanwhile, Dragoon gets cornered. Oh my god! Dragoon is cornered. The Dragoon going to be shut down. Nice pick off here by ByuN. And behind this, the Bay has completed. Show us that Reaver, as Reaver production has begun. Now, I will say that this build is a little bit inefficient. Typically, while the Bay is in construction, that's when you make the shuttle. So you make the shuttle first, and then you get into the Reaver thereafter. This is going to be a little bit more delayed as we have to wait for the shuttle. SCV goes down. Sorry, Hellion goes down. What am I meant to say? Hellion does fall. First of all, he defends. From here, we can get into shuttle speed. Build up into our Reavers. Widowmine is going to be targeted down. Drop comes into the main. Reaver is not ready. Has her Scarab. The Scarab has to build. Oh no. Oh no, no, the Reaver. Reaver's going to go down. Massive pickup. And with that, this drop may just end the game. The Dragoons are trying to come in. But workers are falling. So far, the Dragoons, they should be able to hold their own. Yeah, they kite back well. They do kite well. Shaving off those Marines. At the same time, Dragoons are across the map. They deny the SCV. Sorry, they deny SCVs at the natural. They force a lift off. Oh, that's going to be 6 probe kills. And 6 workers do fall alongside that Reaver. Once again, we are just going to be building up. First of all, getting caught out. Losing another Dragoon. As we go here by ByuN. Shuttle has arrived. Backup Reavers on the way. First of all, already moving out. As he moves out, Raven Harass continues. ByuN is all over this. There we go. Now we have shuttle speed. Shuttle speed is in production. Percival's going to try to commit, but he's pushing into 2 tanks. Yes, no pushing into this. The tank line is brutal. Ooh, Dragoon goes down. Likewise, that double marine drop comes back in, buying more mining time, more probes are falling. And Percival, he's being pulled apart. Dropping into the main, but 2 Dragoons, what are we really going to accomplish here? Not much, not at all. As workers are falling left and right, Percival just getting pulled apart. It's going to be 12 worker kills. And this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand, getting out of control. Percival, sure, he has a Reaver, but he hasn't made use of it yet. Despite the build, despite rushing to Reavers early on, hasn't achieved much. I'm building up those Scarabs. There's always going to be potential, of course. From here we have our Citadel. Citadel can lead into Charge, can lead into Templars and Storm. We do see Percival trying to recover. Taking a 3rd base. Trying to salvage the situation. But the reality is that right now there's a lot of pressure on the Protoss to get some kind of counter damage. And here we go. It all comes down to this. All comes down to the Reaver drop. Making the way into the mineral line. Turrets in position. Despite that, shuttle does commit. Reaver just go up. Oh my god. And the first Reaver does survive. Takes down the tank. Tank goes down. Ooh, SCVs are falling. Getting 10 SCVs so far. And the shuttle will escape. Whew. Was a little bit messy, but the Reavers, they survive. They get a tank. They get 11 SCVs. So far, so good. So far, so good. Building up their Scarabs. Likewise, Raven is going to be zoned away. Raven is zoned. A Viking goes down. But ByuN, he's still going for his own drop play. And again, one of the reasons why drops do so well here is that, at least without Arbiters, there is no base recall available. There's no warping mechanic either for Protoss. So vision, scouting pylons, observers, units are that much more important here in this matchup to see things coming ahead of time. I bring this up because this double drop is not spotted.
Research complete.
Drops on. Oh my god. The drop is not scouted. The scarab shots are brutal. But the drop does come in. And going straight for the mineral line. Lord Pro is going to be going down. Reaver's not quite ready. Shot available. Nice red. Nice split there by ByuN. No! Reaver goes down. He's going for the shuttle as well. A couple more Reavers coming in, but they're not ready. Oh my god, they're not ready at all. 20 probe kills, and this may just be too much. 21 workers going down. Everything races back home for Percival. Does turn back around. And ByuN breaks out. He breaks out. There's only one Reaver left. Out of 3. And he commits. We're going for a pseudo base trade. We have Dragoons across the map. ByuN, he commits. Distracting Percival. And we'll see if he can break the expansion. As he's going for the third. He's going for the third base. And again, the cannons are not going to be ready for this. Cannons are falling. GG gets called as Percival. He's out of position. He's being torn apart. And ByuN will take game number 1. Whew, GG. ByuN flexing his multitasking, flexing his SC2 skill here. Does overwhelm, does overpower Percival. But the question becomes, can ByuN do the same with his Brood War Terran? Brood War Terran is less mobile than SC2. And I would imagine that Percival is looking to mix it up and rock that SC2 Terran instead. We'll see. We shall see. As ByuN does take a lead. Meanwhile, the rest of the bracket is still progressing. We're getting there. Still is progressing. And game 2 is going to be on ley lines. And we have confirmation ByuN will play Brood War. Okay, so ByuN is playing Brood War Terran and Percival's playing SC2 Terran. And we'll see. This time it's Percival's turn to flex his micro, to flex his multitasking. I'm ready. I'm ready for some Percival action. Yep. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have our South Korean Terran player, the now Brood War Terran, leading the series 1-0. Can he close it out? Can he flex his Brood War Terran skills? For Shopify, it is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the SC2 Terran. It is Percival. We're going for the all-in. This makes sense. I don't think ByuN is too confident in his skill in a longer game. As I guess it's not the SEL version of the map. I don't know how many differences it has, but that is a bit of a mistake. As we do enforce SEL maps whenever we can, as there are some differences and some changes. But here we go, we have our racks, we're proxying everything. Okay, so we have the initial 2 racks proxy out of ByuN, another SCV being sent out for a proxy 3rd racks. At the same time, Percival faking a proxy. Does go for a fake proxy racks himself. And I think I favor ByuN here, as it's going to be a little bit more awkward for Percival to defend, and ByuN is that much more committed aggressively. So I'm concerned. I'm concerned for our blue Terran here. ByuN is building up. Again, no gases, just Mass Marine. So it's just going to be Mass Marine here out of ByuN. Likewise, Percival going for a Reaper base opener, just now going for an SCV scout. He does not know that something is going on. Doesn't know that something is a myth. It is a miss. He's about to. He's about to go in. He's about to confirm. Marines are building up. He sees no racks, and more importantly, no gases. Now he knows. Now he is aware. Turns back around. He races on over. He has yet to confirm the build exactly. He does wall off. Bunkers on the way. Bunkers in production. The factory is not ready. A bunker gets denied. And now we have the bunkers for ByuN. Bunker gets thrown down. SCV is going to be targeted. The first SCV is going to fall. Oh, repair's not in time. We do have a second SCV working on that bunker. Marines, they kite back well. They don't get surrounded. And SCVs are falling one after the other. ByuN, he's breaking through. The bunker is almost complete. He's almost there. Needs a little bit more time. And he's done it. He has done it. The bunker will finish. Once he dives in, how does he deal with this? He doesn't. GG! GG gets called, and ByuN, he will take the series 2-0. The bunker finishes, and that's game. Bunker does finish. That is game then and there. ByuN will advance on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. ByuN, he does advance on to the next round, and he has his next opponent waiting for him. As a reminder, who's next? SKillous. Nikita, papi Nikita. This is going to be ByuN versus SKillous in the next round. They're about to face off. Here we go. As we only have one series left in the round 16, that is Quanta versus Rebellion. Again, I do rate them both quite highly, so it's a banger of a PvT. I hope someone is casting that. It is worthy to be casted. Quanta and Rebellion. Otherwise, the round of 8 is commencing. Round of 8 does commence. And as a reminder, the round of 8 does, or once we get into the round of 8, that is where the lower bracket does come into play. Here we go. As there is going to be that lower bracket. Which means these players, they have a second life. They have a second life. We are getting ready. Dark is still mid-series against Milky Cow. Classic still waiting for his opponent. Wayne up against Brathok. And of course, SKillous versus ByuN. We are going to go on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here. We have some time to ourselves. So when we come back, we will have our PvT between SKillous and ByuN. The quarterfinals have begun. See you then. See you then. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our first quarterfinals match. Welcome back to the quarterfinals of StarCraft Evolution League number 8, your monthly dose of StarCraft Evolution content. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Brood War Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat as predictions are underway. Again, ByuN is rocking his SE2 Terran, and SKillous rocking his Brood War Protoss. Here we go. Again, we've had some fast games here and there, that is true, but I'm looking forward to sink our teeth into a back and forth mid-game between both SKillous and ByuN. I'm here for it. Let's go. As we have SKillous going for a standard opener, going for a gate into expansion. Likewise, ByuN opening up single gas, going for a ranks expand as well. So economic opener out of ByuN, or I should say standard opener out of ByuN, likewise standard opener out of SKillous. Nothing crazy, nothing out of the norm. We can settle in. As I mentioned before, when it comes to this matchup, when it comes to TVP in StarCraft Evolution, we often do see Dragoon-based openers and Dragoon-based play, Dragoon into Reaver. We'll see if SKillous does deviate, and if he does try to play out charge into Archon or charge into Storm. Likewise, remember, another factor coming into this is that there is a bonus to Stargate play. I should say there is a bonus monetary incentive to open up and play Stargate into Scout. That is, I would say, more viable against Zerg. I feel like it's quite risky and probably not worth it to open up Stargate against Terran here, as there is far less value to gain with Scouts. But it's also a factor that might be applicable. But now there's standard opener going into Dragoon range, into Dragoon production. So far, so good. Zealot does get sent across the map. The goal here is to delay, is to disrupt, and to potentially get one SCV kill. And to force more off the mineral line. CC is on the way, and SKillous, he will arrive just in time to disrupt and to delay. Gets a couple of shots off. 2 swipes going up. Marine does pop out. And there's that second SCV. SKillous still rallying across. Does get a second gateway. He's making 2 Dragoons at a time, and he's just rallying across the map. He wants to try to disrupt the mining, the SCVs. Ooh. Mine shot goes up. Doesn't quite shut down the Dragoon. ByuN is going to be forced back. Oh! But so far, ByuN is holding. He's holding on. Dragoon is very low. Nice kiting. SKillous does kite back. Second Dragoon does arrive. Going for the Widow Mine. Gets a Marine. Oh my god. And SKillous, he can opt to tank the shots. It is risky though. Very risky, considering now there's 2 Widow Mines. Yeah, 2 Widow Mines now. Which means ByuN holds. ByuN, he holds. Bunkers on the way. Oh. SKillous, he's tempted. Ah, this is so risky. Baits out 1. Oh no! Oh no! He will lose the Dragoon. Dragoon goes down. We'll claim 1 Widow Mine. With the other will scuttle away. As SKillous, he tries to break through. Getting on top of the bunker. More Dragoons on the way. Boys are being pulled. I mean, SKillous, he is doing economic damage. As he tries to break down that bunker, ByuN goes for the drop. Goes for a Widow Mine drop across the map. Bunker taking a lot of hits. Tank has arrived. And with the help of this tank, ByuN should hold. As he's still out of range. Yeah, has to reposition the tank. Bit of a miscalculation there by ByuN. Likewise, back at home, we have a couple of Dragoons ready back at home. Likewise, it is going to be Robo Opener into Reaver, into that bay. As to be expected, again, Dragoon into Reaver is the go-to build. Oh no! Mine shot going up. Not quite. He's baited out. Gets 1 probe. That's 3 in total. 1 probe to the mine, the rest of the Marines. ByuN does pull away. And SKillous holds. SKillous, he does hold on. Can he reach that medevac? Not quite. It doesn't quite reach it. Tries to pull away. First Reavers in production. Rallied across the map, which I don't think is intentional. Has to be careful. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Rally to the shuttle. Liberator has coming in. Gets a probe. Ducklings have to respond. So far, ByuN doing well for himself, keeping SKillous busy. No major damage yet. Behind this building up, getting to his 3-1-1 setup. This is a standard 3-1-1 here that you'd expect to see in SC2 TVP. ByuN into tank. Everything looking as it should from the side of ByuN. Likewise, SKillous taking up in towards additional Reavers. I believe the Citadel... Oh, yeah. I believe the Citadel might be done. Yeah, Citadel here in the main. In towards High Templar. Storm, potentially. Reaver comes in. No major shots go off there. Tank is looking solid. And ByuN doesn't lose any SCVs. ByuN, he is holding on. He's going to be holding. Charge on the way to reinforce. Oh, as the medevac does fall. Nice pickup. Medevac goes down. Liberator still does pose a threat, but for the most part, SKillous he has defended. Does pull the hell out of there. Is racing back home. And we're getting in towards the mid-game. SKillous soon to be taking a 4th base. Likewise, ByuN soon to be throwing down his own 3rd CC. He's moving out with more drops. There's that Templar Archives for SKillous to get into those High Templar, Storm, Archons, all eventually on the way. ByuN does move out. Does push to the center. Catching out a Zealot. Main army gets spotted. And as SKillous gets distracted, here comes that drop. Drop into the main. SKillous, he does notice. He peels away. Peels away a couple of units. Drop comes in. Shield batteries in position. And SKillous, he does arrive. Does arrive in time. Tanks are sieged. Oh! SKillous, he has to pull away. Does pull back. Drop is deflected. Barely not getting the tank. The Reaver shot. Ooh, massive connection. Yeah, very nice connections here from SKillous. Does punish the ByuN. ByuN army's being punished. Storm has not been researched. High Templar are morphing in. Liberator back into the natural. SKillous is keeping up. So far as keeping up with everything here from ByuN. The drop play, Liberators, all the harass. ByuN pulls away, not enough reinforcements. And where is that 3rd CC? There it is, now being landed on location. Is now landed. Tanks getting caught out. Cells they commit. They bring down the tanks. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 tanks going to be falling. Here come the Reavers. Nothing for them to do. Oh, but they do come in. Yeah, SKillous he overwhelms ByuN, shuts down the tanks, catches him unsieged, and ByuN is in trouble. ByuN is in a lot of trouble here. Still going for his drop. Here comes SKillous. Nothing at home to defend. There's one bunker. There's a couple of Marines, a couple of Marauders. Tank on the high ground. But that's what the Reavers are for. At least that should be. Back at home, the boys are being pulled. Oh, one Reaver goes down. Oh, both Reavers even. Oh my god. Miscontrol there from SKillous. Reavers, they get shut down. ByuN, is he going to be able to hold on? Brutal friendly fire though. SCVs are falling left and right. And ByuN does hold. But at the cost of 26 SCVs. SKillous not quite done. SKillous still just rallying across the map. Looking to overwhelm. The Reavers, they only got 1 shot off each, but despite that, it was the Gateway army that really broke through. Not too many Zealots though. SKillous overextending. But Zalse busts into the main. Still getting damage done. ByuN, he defends his third base, but SCVs are falling in the main. 9 more SCV kills. SKillous falls back. Storm is ready, but SKillous, he needs a little bit more time. Oh, lands one Storm. Oh my god! The Storms, they shut down the Marauders. You don't see that too often. Marauders go down, tanks as well. I'm used to seeing just Marauders just stand in the Storms and just take it. Nah. Not against Brood War Storms. Marauders getting forced back. SKillous, he maintains map control, and ByuN is down to 44 SCVs to barely an economy. SKillous, he commits, takes down the tank. At Templar, they survive. They get one of the Storms off. There's one more Storm left. Sorry, there's 2 Storms. There's a second. Here comes the 3rd Storm. Ooh, takes down the Medivacs. Medivac gets sniped. Reavers, they come in. And last ByuN, he cannot hold on. He cannot hold. Not anymore. GG gets called as ByuN is overrun, and SKillous takes game number 1. Whew, GG. SKillous, he does take a lead in the series, and SKillous, he's 1 game away from taking ByuN out. Does need one more. Again, ByuN, it was impressive that he was going for all this multi-pronged aggression, liberate, harass, drop play as well, but what's important here is that SKillous, he was keeping up. He was keeping up with most, if not all, the drop play. The initial Marine drop into the main to get 3 probe kills, that's true, to kill 3 workers, but outside of that, no major economic damage. SKillous, he was just all over that defense, and with that, he was able to get away with his Reavers into eventual Storm play as well. I will say, though, the Reavers were a little bit lackluster. They didn't really do much harassment across the map. There were some big volleys on the main Bio army, that is true. Did see some big volleys on the Bio, but only initially. I don't know if you noticed, but something that it looks like SKillous has to get used to is that when you drop a Reaver from the shuttle, there's actually a cooldown for when the shot can go off, so there's a bit of a delay. There's a bit of delay before the shot goes off, and I should say, ByuN abusing that delay quite heavily when it came to the first push across the map. That's when the Reavers got focused down before we ever really saw any kind of Scarab shots connect. SKillous is saying me Gosu. ByuN's like, I agree. Oh no. And it's ByuN's choice. It is going to be ByuN's choice here. Does he play SC2 or does he play Brood War? For those that are curious, it's loser's pick. So loser does get to pick. And ByuN, he is sticking with SE2. He's so sad. He's like, okay. Loser picks SE2. He's like, no. Okay. So once again, ByuN, he's committing to the SE2 Terran race. Here we go. We're loading in. And we'll see if ByuN can recover. And we'll see if he can force the ace match, or if SKillous will win it all here and now. We will see as we spawn into Citadel. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our Brood War Protoss player representing Team Liquid, the red Protoss. It is SKillous. Leading the series 1-0, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the teal Terran player, the SE2 Terran. It is ByuN. Here we go, and welcome. Well, we're cheesing, we're proxying. Welcome and all to a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in top right, bottom left, and top left as well. And SKillous, he's going to risk it all with a proxy. Now, this is typically how you proxy on this kind of map. You proxy dead set in the center, and then you pray that you can scout in time, and you can scout where to direct your proxy. Gateway's place, going to be a 2-gate setup. And we can see SKillous, he does scout diagonally. Goes for the diagonal scout spawn initially. So he's moving out bottom right. And then the question becomes, does he go top right or bottom left from there? Where does he scout? So he does try to confirms that ByuN is nowhere to be found. SKillous starts to turn around. He's checking top right. Okay. He's going to check top right. He will find ByuN. And with that, he can begin his own Zealot production into Dragoons. Gas is being taken. This is for Cybercore. There we go. Cybercore's on the way. Zealots first, then Dragoons after. And for the time being, ByuN, he's going for an economic opener. Again, it's a 4-player spawn map, so it makes sense. He goes for a racked expand. That means ByuN has less to work with. The factory is delayed. Factory is going to be later here. Marine does zone the probe away. ByuN still has no idea what's going on. Marine into reactor. Zealot waddles in. I'm loving the... Still love the Zealot model. It's so good. Boys are being pulled. Again, Zealot is spotted. We have more Zealots on the way. Now he sees two. Now he knows. He should recognize 2 Zealots does mean a proxy. Stalker's now on the way to reinforce. We have the initial tech lab here for the for the tank. But until then, Zealots are knocking down that front door. Going for the deberth. Thankfully, there is a full wall. There is a wall initially. Cancel on the CC. ByuN trying to hold on. A 4th Zealot has arrived, and here come those Dragoons. They're waddling in. Now waddling forward. So far, repairs are good enough. ByuN is holding on. But what's important is the high ground. The high ground vision here is going to be brutal. As remember, these Marines, they have a chance to miss. Actually, they can't even see. they can't even see up the ramp. Yeah, they cannot see. Marines are being targeted. He gets 1. He gets 2. There's 1 Marine left. Tank is almost out. SCVs are being targeted. Tank has arrived with the help of the tank. ByuN should hold. Oof. Tank boy's going off. You see SKillous pulling away. Breaks through the front door, though. Yeah, he breaks in. He busts on through. Boys are being pulled. The tank does kite back. Does focus on some of these Zealots. Wasted DPS. Dragoons are coming in. And GG. The TT is real now. As ByuN is broken. And SKillous will claim the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. SKillous, he does claim the series, does advance on, and ByuN, he's knocked down to the lower bracket. GG, well played. ByuN, he is going to be knocked down to the lower bracket, where he faces off against his next opponent. Oh my god, we have our next series already. Oh my god. I mean, well, congratulations to SKillous. Again, when it comes to that map, there's a ramp in between the bases, which is brutal. I don't say ramp. There's high ground in between the bases, which you can take advantage of, as you saw with that proxy. The Dragoons could not be targeted because of that high ground. Tank did pop, but we saw that SKillous, he did kite very well away from it, was able to break through the front door anyway, and once the wall was broken, that was game. That was game then and there. SKillous, he snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we have our next series. Let's go. We have our next series, we have our next matchup. Up next is going to be SKillous versus Dark. Let's go. I should also update the challenge link. Bearing in mind that once we get into the round of 8, there is a double elimination format. So ByuN is still in the tournament. He's still in the tournament. Bam, as you can see here. You can see ByuN is up against Milky Cow in the lower portion of the brackets. Meanwhile, we have SKillous versus Dark, and we also have Wayne waiting for the winner of Classic and Quanta and Rebellion. Oh boy. Is this a Hopper map? Hopper makes good maps. No, this is SC Ether. It seems like older units. This is StarCraft Evolution. StarCraft Evolution, for those who are unfamiliar, these are not unique custom skins. Brood War or StarCraft Evo introduces entirely new races. So that was Brood War Protoss against SC2 Terran. That's why there were different units. That's why they look different. That's why they hit different. That's why they interact differently. Just different races overall. Different races. And yes, there is a link in the chat to the StarCraft Evolution Wikipedia page, so you can check it out. But for now, we are getting ready here for Dark versus SKillous. I'm honestly really excited. So Dark, I would say that he is the best Zerg player in StarCraft Evolution. He is the reigning SCL full champion. So, I mean, Dark, he's got a lot of accolades under his name in SC Evo. He's been looking very impressive in StarCraft Evolution. And because of that, I favor him. I favor him to win the entire event. SKillous, he is no slouch though. Like, he himself has been playing, or he's obviously a little bit more experienced in this mode, more so than ByuN. SKillous, I want to believe he can take it to Dark. I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a back and forth. But the pressure is on. Pressure is going to be on SKillous. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a short break. Here, waiting for the videos to conclude, and then we'll be jumping into Dark and SKillous. Meanwhile, we're most likely going to be going into the lower matches afterwards. Classic is waiting for a long time. Quanta vs Rebellion is taking forever. Jesus, is anyone casting that? Hold on. Bomioja's yeah, Bomioja, there we go. He is casting Quanta vs Rebellion. They're in the ace match. Jeez, they're still in game 3. That's crazy. They're in the ace match. Oh my god. So they're taking their time. Two Zergs in the quarterfinals. Weird. Oh, it's because this is not SC2. This is different. This is if this was StarCraft 2, there'd only be maybe one. But in StarCraft Evolution, the balance is different. We're balanced. I say we're balanced. Spirit didn't make it as far as we would have hoped. But we have ByuN, we have ByuN, we have Milky Cow. There's some nice diversity. But here we go. You can hear the beeps. We have our vetoes done, and we are loading into game 1. It's going to be on Sylphid. Let's go. Ukika versus ByuN, so exciting. True. Wishing the best. I imagine, I'll be honest, I think that's going to be a short series. I imagine a lot of aggression, a lot of cheese between Milky Cow and ByuN. But we have our series. We have our series, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sylphid, we have our SC2 Zerg player, the red Zerg. It is Dark. And spawning in the top center of Sylphid, we have our Brood War Protoss player, our blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Up until this point, I've been favoring SKillous against every one of his opponents, but against Dark, this is where I have to lean towards the Zerg. This is where I have to lean towards Dark here, just because of his accolades in StarCraft Evolution, just because of his historic results and his performances. He is coming in as the number one seed of the tournament. We'll see if SKillous can bring him down, as this is his biggest challenge yet. For now, SKillous is scouting, so is Dark. As a reminder, welcome to Sylphid. Sylphid is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom right, bottom left, or top center of the map. So SKillous he scouts, and he confirms that Dark is nowhere to be found. But unlike a 4-player spawn map, upon seeing the lack of base, the lack of person or lack of player here, now he can deduce, okay, Dark is bottom left. Now he knows. Now he does know. Likewise, Dark with the Overlord Scout would also confirm that there is no nexus, there is no setup here for a natural base, which screams that SKillous is not there. As SKillous did go for a gate expand. Oh, sorry, 2-gate opener. My apologies. 2-gate opener out of SKillous, 2-gate opener into a delayed nexus. But regardless, still a wall off here at the natural. Dark confirms, SKillous nowhere to be found. Now he knows. Now Dark is aware. Anyways, Dark opening up Hatch Gas Pool. Opening up with his queens. Settling in. SKillous. We saw this earlier today between SKillous and... what's his previous opponent? We did see this earlier today. As SKillous, he did open up Mass Zealot. Moving on across the map. Alright, SKillous versus GG Machine. Where he does open up Zealot, it does move out to try to harass the mineral lines and to deny mining. Zealots have arrived. Zealots have arrived. Second Queen does pop out. Will zone the Zealot away. Likewise, Ducklings, they attempt to slip in, but last SKillous is in position. Somewhat at least. Gonna be forced back. Zealots, they still deny mining, and Dark is going for a Roach Rush. Oh, he's going for the all-in. And SKillous, he should notice no drones. He should be noticing here there are no drones. There is no economy here at the natural. Intentionally so. Dark is sending workers at 22. It's going for that one base all-in. Lings are amassing, Ling speed is on the way, Roaches are building up as well, and SKillous, he never scouted the main. So he has incomplete information. Going for a robo follow-up. But it's going to take a while here for these Reavers to come online. And without Reavers, it's going to be a tough hold. It's going to be a very tough hold here for SKillous. As Dark is rallying across the map, SKillous is in trouble. The Dragoon production has begun. But is this too late? So far, it does surround the Zealots. Zealots, they get caught out. Ravagers are morphing in. It's going to be a Ling Ravager all in here from Dark. SKillous going for the Bay. Again, he needs more time for the Reavers. Needs a little bit more time. Likewise, no shield batteries. Uh-oh. No shield batteries to defend. Forge on the way. Dark, now his build is revealed. Oof. Wow, it does connect. And now we have the shield battery, but again, it's a delayed shield battery. And so much later here. Lings are flooding in. He wants those buildings. Piles here. And on those would be shield batteries. Lings, they bust into the mineral line. Probes are going down. Probes are falling. Zealot gets picked up. And alas, the natural has been compromised. The wall is not a wall. Shield batteries, they are helping. They keep those Zealots alive a little bit longer. But alas, the economic damage is brutal. And vials, they pop off. The shield batteries are right next to each other. They do sustain shared damage. Oof. And both of them do go down. With that, GG gets called. The natural is broken. And Dark, he will take game number 1. GG. Dark does take the first game. Again, unfortunately, SKillous, he didn't realize he was being all-in until it was too late. That's why he didn't throw down his shield battery until he had seen the Roach Ravager knocking down that front door. They did finish towards the end, but by then it was too little too late. He had already been broken. Unfortunately, SKillous, even though he saw no drones at the natural, that wasn't enough of a tell. That wasn't confirmation. He never got into the main. He never saw the Roach Warren. Never did see the Roach Warren. GG. With that, Dark takes the lead, and Dark is 1 game away from claiming the series and making it to the next round. 1 more game is all he needs. Meanwhile, we have confirmation. Quanta, he just took down Rebellion at 2-1. We do have that update. That series has finally concluded, and Quanta is now up against Classic in the round of 8. Honestly, that's going to be a spicy series. Like, I love casting Quanta. Big Quanta fan, and I hope he does well. Hope we can catch him down the line. Hope we can catch him. Till then, we're getting ready for game 2. Getting ready for that second game. Likewise, I believe Quanta versus Classic is going to be covered over on ByuN's channel and some of the other language casters as well. As we are focusing on our ZVP. How do you hold this as Brood War toss? If this had been seen earlier, then we most likely would have seen earlier shield batteries to help defend, help support. Likewise, maybe an earlier gateway. It was a 2-gate setup here, 2-gate into Robo. I'm not too convinced that that's what you want to defend against this. The reasoning why I say this is because unlike SC2 Protoss, Immortals aren't a thing, right? Like Immortals, they aren't available to you. So your Reaver production is so late. It comes online much later here. Because of that, I'm not entirely convinced that that would be the response to an all-in like this. In my mind, you would need earlier shield batteries, of course, and an extra gateway to defend with a gateway-based army instead. At least that's in my mind. I could be mistaken, could be wrong. It's possible that if earlier shield batteries were in time, then that might be enough to actually hold, defend, and survive until you get your Reaver. There's maybe a chance that happens, but I'm not experienced enough myself to like say that with confidence. To say like, oh, like if we had seen earlier, then maybe you can get the shield batteries up and defend, and then get your Reaver out. That I'm less certain of. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Citadel, we have our red Zerg player. We have our red Zerg, our SC2 Zerg player. Leading the series 1-0, it is Dark. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brood War Protoss player. The Brood War Protoss representing Team Liquid down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is SKillous. Wikipedia doesn't show Roach Ravager as a unit on the unit structure page. It doesn't because it shouldn't. As a reminder, this is SC2 versus Brood War. And SC2 is just like it is in vanilla StarCraft 2. Like, there's no balancing, there's no touching of the SC2 race. It's just as it is in the base game. So Dark is playing SC2 Zerg, and SKillous is playing Brood War Protoss. It's not Brood War versus Brood War. Just as a heads up. For now, we do have cross spawn. Here on Citadel, this is a 4-player spawn map, so both players are in the dark as to where the other is. Let's go. I love this center cannon. It's just a visual, but I appreciate it. Dark, he's checking bottom right, and he's also scouting horizontally. So he does scout vertically, horizontally, and Dark will confirm the location of SKillous. You have a choice between SC2 or Brood War? Yes. It is loser's pick, and this game mode is not balanced for Brood War versus Brood War, so we never see Brood War versus Brood War or SC2 versus SC2. It is always Brood War versus SC2. And it's loser's pick. And SKillous did choose to commit to Brood War Protoss. He chose not to play SC2 Protoss. So SKillous, he made that choice. From here, opening up 2 gates. So gate expand into second gateway, Overlord does confirm, and SKillous, he sees the Overlord. That's important here. And, I mean, he scouted anyway. So SKillous, he scouted, he is aware. He is aware of where Dark is. Likewise, Dark knows as well. And we have cross spawns, or I should say we have horizontal spawn locations close by ground and close by air. So aggression is going to be favored. There we go, Roach Horns on the way. Dark, he's going for an all-in. Once again, though, this is a little bit different. He's droning up a little bit harder. Last time he cut workers at 22. This is going to be a later Roach Rush for Dark. So this is going to hit later. We do have a safety shield battery on the way from SKillous. So safety shield battery this time. Robo is halfway done. This time SKillous should be able to make Reavers in time for the Roaches. So this time this is a later timing. Because of that, SKillous, he will get there. So the shield battery is done. We have 6 Roaches in production. Robo is completing, and we need that bay. We need that bay as quickly as possible here. There it is. Bay is on the way. And now it's all about SKillous buying time for the Reaver. Shuttle first. Shuttle, then into the Reaver. Again, the Reaver is locked behind the Bay tech-wise, so he has to wait for the Bay to finish. Roaches are moving out. Again, close rush distance by ground. So the all-in is committing. And SKillous, he has not scouted this. Now, if SKillous was aware, we would see a second shield battery. But right now, he doesn't know. He doesn't know what's happening. He has no vision. He has no scouting. But he's about to find out. SKillous is taking into a forge. SKillous is getting caught with his pants down here. Reaver production has begun. Roach is revealed. Now he knows. Now SKillous knows. There we go. Instantly 2 more shield batteries. But again, these are delayed shield battery production. These are more reactive. SKillous did not know. And whilst they open up the natural lings, they're looking to flood in. More shield batteries on the way. And SKillous needs more time. Needs a little bit more time here. As things, they flood into the main. And the natural's being broken. That's Nartos' pylon under fire. Lings, they bust into the mineral line. And SKillous, he is trading against the roaches. But what about the probes? What about the economy? Yeah, probes are going down. Boys are being pulled. Oh, does walk past the Lings. Not bad. That's been no walking. And SKillous, he's holding on. He's holding on. Even without the Reapers, he shuts down those Lings. He shuts down the Lings. Cleans up the roaches. And SKillous holds. SKillous, he does hold on. He still needs that one Reaver, though. Where is it? Oh, no. Where's that Reaver? As things are flooding forward, Reaver now waddling in. Shield batteries out of energy. And alas, without that Reaver, Dark, he is pushing through. Oh my god. File connects. Boys are being pulled. These roaches are so low. Oh, the bile. Oh my god. Bile doesn't quite pop off. The Reaver, get in here. The Reaver, he's so slow. We need you, Pappy. We need you. Reaver's on the way. He's like, I'll get there. God damn it. There we go. Shuttle does pick it up. Aye, aye, aye. It took like 10 minutes to walk down from the main. Shot goes off. Up, up, up. Oh my god. Barely does not connect. But with that, Dark, he's forced back. He's forced all the way back. Dark, he has to drone up. He's taking his gases. 2-base layer into what? Into 2-base muta. Mutas are on the way for Dark. And alas, SKillous doesn't know. There's layers to this. There's layers to the aggression from Dark. And SKillous, he needs to counterattack sooner rather than later. Does need a counterattack. He's moving out with that Reaver. Does push towards the main. SKillous setting up. He should be secure back at home. But he needs to scout more importantly. He checks, confirms no third base. He sees the lair. Sees lair, sees gases. Gets behind the mineral line. Oof. Takes on 2 drones. But the Queens are zoning. Yeah, the Queens will zone away. Oh my god, that the Skype shot doesn't quite connect. And the Spire is not scouted. That's what's terrifying here. The Spire has not been scouted. Mutas are in production. SKillous is going for a safety Stargate, thankfully. But I'm worried for how well these mutas are going to perform. This limited anti-air. Sure, there's a couple of Dragoons. Still quite limited. I mean, seeing the lack of expansion and seeing the earlier gases and lair, I mean, there's a limited amount of possibilities here, right? It could be like fast swarm host, 2-base swarm host, 2-base muta, 2-base Hydra into Lurker. There we go. Corsair's on the way. And mutas are revealed. They are revealed. 6 mutas so far. There's a safety cannon and shield battery. Dragoon does respond. So far, so good. Oh. So far, we are holding on. Mutas, they rotate between the bases. Head towards the natural. Corsair has arrived, supported by the shield batteries. Mutas, they do get 1 Dragoon. Nice pickup. So far, no major economic damage. Another Dragoon is down. Aye, aye, aye. The ground army is struggling here. Gateways are still not ready. Another Dragoon falls. Barely out of range. Oh, the Corsair! Corsair goes down as well. It's getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. Getting out of control. Dark, he's shutting SKillous down at every turn. Corsair taking a lot of hits. Does take a little down. Oh, the Prism! Shuttle's on a fire. Shuttle is going to fall. Ooh, massive pickup. Reavers are saved just in time. But still a brutal loss. And behind this Dark, he double expands. Takes a third base and takes a fourth. Does double expand. Still getting out of hand here with these mutas. Still containing skills on 2 bases. And he's just pulling skills apart. And remember, Dark behind this, he's droning. He's droning up, he's saturating. He's not focusing on his ground army as well. Speaking of, Lynx, they try to flood in. The Reaver shot, the Scarab shot. It's stuck. It's trapped. Oh no. Yeah, Scarab shots they do with. They don't quite connect. As we do see, this time the mutas are punished a little bit harder. SKillous, he is defending. He's holding his own. We're still waiting for that further tech. Like, I was expecting this to lead into a Hive and lead into Ultras for Muta Ultra. But so far, still just Ling Muta here from Dark. Still staying on their tech. Is now on the 3-base economy. Still getting there. Still in a low drone count, actually. Dark, he's not been droning. Still only 50 workers. Barely a 2-base economy here. SKillous is moving out. Dark's army suffers as a result. It's a very small army here of Ling Muta. Dragoons, they commit. Reavers are dropped off. Yeah, shots going off on the Lings. And with the Corsairs, yeah, the Mutas, they pop up here against those Dragoons. Dragoons are going down one after the other. And not enough anti-air. The Lings are falling, but the Corsairs were delayed. Where were they? Yeah, they're a little bit too late. SKillous, he will lose everything. Dragoons get surrounded. Reavers getting picked up. And again, the Corsairs, they were late to the party. We needed everything. SKillous, he is barely breaking through, but doesn't really have much of an army. He has 3 Dragoons left. 3 Dragoons, 3 Zealots. Still reinforcing. Still trying to kite, but last Dragoons get surrounded. And next would be those Reavers. SKillous getting forced further back. Somehow the Reavers, they survive. Let's go. They do survive. Making their way into the mineral line. There's not much to kill here. There's only a handful of drones. That's why the game is so scrappy. As Dark is only on 48 drones. Like, oh my god. He could have been droning, but hasn't been. Still a very low economic game state. Reavers are going to fall. Yeah, there's no surviving this. As I'll say, Drew break the expansion. Chasing down some of the workers. Things they threaten us around. SKillous, he can still pull this up. Mutas, they do collapse in. They get us around. The Dragoons are getting picked up one after the other. Too many Lings, too many Mutas. And still just a battle of the air. Just have 14 Mutas here for Dark, and that should be enough. The Mass Muta, he's popping up. Barely. Barely popping up, cleans up all those Dragoons. The base, it does fall. Cells, they are getting some damage. And this is a relatively cheap army here for SKillous. Taking down 9 drones. Still just rallying across the map. Still on 2 bases, by the way. Still just on a 2-base setup, but SKillous, he's still in this. It's one of the things with SKillous, he isn't killing Dark, but he's trading well enough. Just barely. To make this close. The muta count is still concerning, don't get me wrong. There's now 19 mutas, getting up to 22. Getting up to 22 mutas. Drone count is still struggling. As more Zelsa bust into the main. more workers. Getting up to 15 drones. And finally the aggression has subsided. Finally, the mutas, they gain map control. SKillous attempts to expand. Do we have any Archons? Still no. Oh, actually, never mind. High Templar on the way. Finally, Archons are on the horizon. Needs a little bit more time for that Archon tech. If we had a couple of Archons here and now, then SKillous, he can take a fight. But until then, mutas, they shut down the Cybercore. Archons now morphing in. Oh! Yeah, Archons are on the way. Muta's going to be forced back. They will deny the expansion. Oh, going for the Corsairs. Corsairs are getting picked up. Yeah, workers as well. At the same time, SKillous, he does move out with their Zealots. Expansion falls. But Archons have arrived. And that means SKillous, he can't commit to a 2-base all-in. With these Archons, they do well against, I mean, all things Zerg right now. Oh my god, the Archon shots are brutal. They shut down Lings and Mutas. Zealots, they catch some of these transferring workers. Racing over. Cybercore goes down. Brutal pickup. SKillous, he cannot expand. That's a kill, not a cancel. Up to how many mutas? 32. Oh my god, 32 mutas. And the reality here is that SKillous, if he moves that, he's going to force a base trade. He's just going to force a base trade. And the mutas, they will win that. Oh, catching another Corsair. Zell's still trying to wreak havoc. The Archons, they cannot keep up. They're trying. It's just awkward rotating between the bases. And Dark, he should have this. There is a chance if SKillous sends everything across the map that a fight could go his way. That is true. But that's only if Dark gives him that fight. Again, in my mind, if SKillous goes for an all-in, if he sends everything across the map, Dark is just going to counterattack and trade bases. Catch out the production. Prism goes, shuttle goes down. I keep calling it a war prism every time. God damn it. Shuttle does fall. Magic box here on top of the Archons. He gets one, he gets two. Yeah, the Archons are falling. Gets a third Archon as well. Brutal pickups. And Dark, at this point, he has enough mutas. He has enough. He's got 34. GG gets called as SKillous cannot break out. He cannot keep up. And Dark will claim the series 2-0. Whew. GG. GG. Well played. Dark, he does claim the series, does advance on into the next round. And with that, we'll see who will face off against him, as I believe we have the lower bracket setting up, and Classic versus Quanta is still ongoing. Oh. Is it? As with Classic and Quanta, the still mid-series, still ongoing, but Dark does advance on into the upper semifinals. And he has quite an amount of waiting to do. He has a lot of downtime. Unfortunately, it does look like one portion of the bracket was slower than the others, so there's going to be a lot of downtime here, a lot of waiting for these players for the bracket to update with certain matches. So we're all waiting on Classic and Quanta. All waiting for Classic versus Quanta to wrap up. Again, I believe that is being casted by Bomyoja. Quickly checking. They are in game 2. Classic is up 1-0. He's up 1-0 against Quanta. And if there's an ace match, we'll be there for it. Otherwise, we're going to be following Classic into Wayne. That'll be the plan. RSC1 Archon's AoE, yes. Go. Here we go. I do like the Scorched Earth creep look. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. It's very different. Very different. I'm new here. Why do I see Dragoons? Ah, it's StarCraft Evolution. Need to buff Protoss, to be honest. Even with Archon mode, they can't win. True. What is it then? Are you referring to Maelstrom? I don't know if Maelstrom is the answer. I do think that if Storm was researched, that would have been enough. But like, it's a little bit more complicated than that. Just because if you remember, SKillous, he never saw the mutas, right? He never saw the Spire, so it was a really late kind of response to those mutas, which is why the initial mutas did do a lot of damage. It's why they were able to get a lot of probe kills early on and contain and kind of force over the awkward game state. As a reminder, for those who weren't here for the start of the game, it did begin with a Ling Roach Ravager all-in, followed by 2 base muta. Or by 2 base muta, and because of all the chaos, because of all the havoc, SKillous was working with incomplete information, so he wasn't exactly fully set up for that kind of defense. Likewise, Maelstrom is a spell. I believe it's a Dark Archon spell, but I'll be honest, I've never seen it used. I've never seen it used, so I'd be excited to ever see its kind of have its place in StarCraft Evolution. I'd be curious to see it. In general, Dark Archons, I feel like, are a rare sight in SC Evo, at least from the matches that we've seen. I think I've seen a Dark Archon once. I think only once. In our history of casting at StarCraft Evolution. But I do still stand by, like, a lot of that game state just coming down to just some limited information that SKillous had available to him. And likewise, of course, being under the pressure of all the aggression of Dark. Where Dark was in the driver's seats, more or less, for the majority, if not all, of that game. Which is also why it was very impressive to see SKillous being able to, likewise, get some counter damage done, was able to catch out mineral lines and workers, and was dealing an economic blow to Dark. Likewise, was almost able to reset the muta count as well. If you remember, I bring it back to that one big fight that SKillous had on Dark's side of the map, where he fought without his Corsairs. Remember, his Corsairs, they came after the Dragoons got surrounded, after they went down. So there are certain moments in this game where I feel like potentially SKillous could have won, where he could have broken the main muta army and gone through if the Corsairs were with the main force. And if you remember that was like halfway through the game, where he did take the fight without those Corsairs. So there's a lot that came out of that kind of game state, outside of just like, you know, like muta imba or something silly like that. StarCraft is more nuanced than that, as our players are getting ready. And it looks like Classic versus Wayne vetoes are underway, and we will soon jump in. Let's go. When it comes to the bracket, let us quickly catch up as well. ByuN takes down Milky Cow 2-1. Bratok versus Quanta is about to begin. That's going to be a spicy TVT. Look forward to it. SKillous, he's waiting for the winner of Quanta and Bratok. So he's waiting in the next round for his next opponent. Again, ByuN waiting for the loser of Classic and Wayne. And again, as I mentioned, we have our series. It's going to be Classic versus Wayne into Dark in the upper bracket. That is up next. That is what we are jumping into. Dark Archons didn't show up much in Brutal either. Yeah, I mean, they have potential as a spellcaster, but they are quite rare. One day we'll see them. The one time we saw Dark Archons was we casted a TVP last month. Who was it? I think we casted Classic versus Spirit, and Classic did go Dark Archon to counter BC, to counter Mech. And well, actually, am I thinking of was it Classic or was it Rebellion? It might have been Rebellion. But he was playing against Mech, and he researched mind control on the Dark Archons, and his goal there was to try to go in and mind control the BCs. And he was able to mind control some, but he was still overrun. He was overrun in the end, I believe, by Spirit. if I'm not mistaken. I think that's the only time I've seen Dark Archons in StarCraft Evolution. Was to mind control mech units. In a way similar to Neural in ZVT, where you neural the Thors. So we might see more stuff like Queens on late game, Dark Archons. Queens are very common. We haven't really gotten into late game Zerg matchups yet. I'll be honest, a lot of our Zerg games here tonight have been very fast and really all in. But Queens are more common, Defilers are more common. So we see a lot of Queens, Defilers, Guardians, Devourers as well. Like we do get to embrace some late game ZVT, especially up against Spirit, but Spirit's not here. I don't know if Dark is really one to embrace the late game though. I don't know if he's willing to embrace it too much. But if you want to tune into some late game like StarCraft Evolution, then we do have a playlist on YouTube. We've casted a lot of games over the past like couple of months, and it is always lovely to see. Unfortunately, in the latest patch of StarCraft Evolution, I believe the Ghost was nerfed a little bit. Lockdown was addressed. It's one of my favorite things about Brood War Terran is seeing Lockdown like come into play. Like Lockdowns are so exciting, they're so cool. But there was a change recently. I want to say that they decreased the Lockdown duration, which to be fair, it did last a long time. like Lockdowns were brutal, which is what made them exciting. Did make them exciting. For now, though, we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have Classic versus Wayne. We'll get there. We will get there. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to something you're not ready for. I'm ready. I'm excited. For the first time tonight, we are loading into Neo Isles of Siren. Of course, welcome everyone to the upper bracket semi-finals. Welcome to our PvZ, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Neo Isles of Siren, we have our Brood War Zerg player, the Red Zerg. It is Wayne. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, as this is a 4-player spawn map, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. It is Classic. The StarCraft 2 Protoss. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Oh, actually, my apologies. I will fix up those predictions. But coming into this, Classic, he is the #1 rated Protoss player in StarCraft Evolution. He is the one to beat. He's the one to take down. So this is not going to be an easy one here for Wayne. Likewise, it's a rare side. It is a rare side here to feature Neo Isles of Siren because this is a true island map. Let's go. So just paying out the previous predictions and now setting up our new ones. Beautiful. Beautiful. They are set up. But for those that are curious, it's a 4-player spawn map, and what do we have here? We have our main base, we have our natural, we have our 3rd base, and we have our 4th base here off towards the edge. You have to skirt around the edge of your own island, but this is all on one island. You can see here we have these small rivers, we have these small crevices that do actually cut the bases, cut the map into quadrants, into 4 quadrants. We have bottom right, we have bottom left, we have top left, and we have top right. We have we have 4 corner island bases, and we have 1 center island as well that can in a way connect them all. So a very greedy, very impactful center base that can and has been taken in the past. For now, Overlords are moving out. Wayne, he scouts bottom left, checks bottom left, finds that Classic is not there, checks top right, and he will come across Classic. Behind this, Wayne is rushing into a fast lair. Jesus, 2-minute lair out of Wayne. Double expanding as well. Remember, you can cut corners. You can be as greedy as possible on this map, rushing into all these bases, rushing into a fast lair. It is going to be a Hydra Den opener. And are we getting ready for Hydra drop? That's what I'm leaning towards here. Lair into potentially Dropper Lords is what I'm leaning towards, or maybe even Nidus play from Wayne. We could see Nidus play as a very fast Hydra Den. Likewise, we do have our Stargate open at a Classic, and upon seeing the Overlord, he knows. He saw the Overlord, he saw the trajectory, so he knows what's coming, and he knows where exactly his opponent is. Double Stargate open at a Classic makes plenty of sense here on an island map, going into either Mass Oracle or even Mass Phoenix. There it is, Mass Phoenix on the way. So Mass Phoenix out of Classic. Meanwhile, do you see what I see? Ooh, that is going to be the Hydra upgrades here from Wayne. Again, for now, droning up, saturating his bases. And so far, it's taking a more defensive stance here. Pulling back, +1 air attack on the way. So we'll see if Wayne can keep up with the Mass Phoenix. Hydras, of course, they will help, they will assist. We can, of course, morph in Spore or Sunken Colonies as well. Spore Colonies to help defend. Wayne, he hasn't scattered the tech, but against SE2 Protoss, you can assume it's going to be Stargate play. Like 100%. Like, this is the go-to. Either a Skytoss Rush or Mass Phoenix, maybe Mass Void Ray is expected. Phoenix is revealed. And you can see the colonies are on the way. So for those of you that are maybe unfamiliar with Brood War, these creep colonies, you morph in a creep colony first, and then you have the option to morph in a sunken colony or a spore colony. One shoots down, the other shoots up, but the difference here between SE2 and Brood War, they are stationary. They cannot be moved. So they don't have the ability to uproot. Drones are going down. Where's that spore colony, by the way? And drones are pulling left and right. Wayne trying to set up, so far losing 3 workers. Massing up Hydras. Now, the reason why you need Hydras early on here, no queens. Remember, there's no queens to defend. There's no queens for Brood War Zerg. I mean, technically there are queens, but they're very different units, right? Queens are spellcasters, almost like the Viper. They're like Vipers in Brood War. Or in SE2. Hydras does step forward. They do step forward, they zone away. Spore has still not been morphed in. And there it is. There are the Dropper Lords, which is what we assumed. It was either going to be a Nidus all-in or a Dropper Lord all-in, and it looks like Wayne, he's building up towards those Dropper Lords. Overlord speed is still on the way, and here they come. Now, again, in Brood War, sorry, I should say in SE2, you have to morph in individual Dropper Lords. In Brood War, it's kind of like Burrow. You research it, and he scouts. Does see all the Overlords. Phoenix is there on the hunt. They get one. One Overlord goes down. But the upgrade does impact and does affect every Overlord, which actually used to be the case in SE2, if you recall. Like back in Heart of the Swarm, it was a more recent change in Legacy where they made it where you have to morph them in individually. There we go. Wayne, he does load up. Phoenixes, they're out of position. They do hit the main though. Drones are going down. Wayne is all in. He's completely all in at this point. Does he have enough Hydras? That's what I'm concerned by. Phoenix, they notice. Classic, he responds. He recalls back home. And we do try to unload. Boys are being pulled. I don't think there are enough Hydras here. As they're being lifted one after the other. Oh, we're out of energy. Oh no, we're out of energy. They cannot lift. But there's only a handful of Hydras left. 8 Hydras. 8 Hydras in total. Wayne is supply blocked. He lost all the Overlords. Hydras, they get picked up one after the other. Does take down the mineral line. 17 drones go down. Here come the reinforcements. More Hydras coming in. More Hydras get dropped off. Classic trying to catch reinforcements. Hydras, they once again start to step in. They shut down, they depower one of the Stargates. There's still 2 more. Still 2 more Stargates. Oh my god. Oh no! Still not enough Hydras. Forced to unload. Yeah, and they're being cleaned up. They're being cleaned up. The Mass Phoenix is just too much here. GG gets called. Classic overwhelms, and Classic takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Classic does take the game. Again, I appreciate the Hydra drop all in out of Wayne. Unfortunately, Classic he saw it ahead of time. By going Mass Phoenix, he was able to slow it down, able to catch it, able to force the unload earlier than expected, even able to catch reinforcements. So really good positional play there by Classic, really good awareness, and Wayne unfortunately was unable to really execute the all in as well as he would have liked. He was slowed down, was shut down. And with that, we're now getting into game number 2. Jumping into game 2 here. And it looks like we're going to be loading into a map that you should be familiar with, an SE2 map. We're going to be loading into Whispers of Gold. That is a rush map. And it is going to be Wayne's choice. Wayne, as the loser, he has the option. Does he play Brood War Zerg or SE2 Zerg? What does he play? What does he embrace? So it is Wayne's decision. And it looks like Wayne, he has chosen... He has chosen his race. It is going to be SE2. Okay. So we're mixing it up. Wayne is playing SE2 Zerg, and Classic is playing Brood War Protoss. Let's go. Okay. Go. As we have our lobby, we have our players, we're loading in. StarCraft 3 released. Co-opium. True. If only. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have our StarCraft 2 Zerg player, our red Zerg, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Brood War Protoss, leading the series 1-0. It is Classic. And I'll be honest, on a map as small as Whispers of Gold, I expect aggression out of Wayne. The drone is moving out, and we are going for a hatch block. What's important here, this is not an aggressive build. This is trying to force some inefficiencies out of Classic. He's going for the hatch block here at the natural, and Wayne is droning. He did not throw down the spawning pool. So there is no pool, there is no aggression here. Coming into delay, it's going to be a 2-gate opener regardless from Classic. And the hatchery has been thrown down. Now, the goal here is to, again, delay the expansion and force out Zealots. The problem, I would say, is that this 2-gate opener out of Classic was already underway, and he was already going to be opening up double Zealot. So, the build doesn't really change too much. I mean, Classic still would have enjoyed a faster expansion, but the Zealots will deal with this. Back at home, it's going to be a hatchery into gas, into pool, into another hatchery here from Wayne. So, Wayne, he's trying to drone up, trying to transition into a regular game state. Here come the initial Zealots. And we'll see if Wayne can survive the counterattack, as Zealots are on the way. What I mean by that, these Zealots, they will force a cancel. That is true. And afterwards, they're going to counterattack. They're going to move out across the map. They're going to try to punish Wayne. And Wayne, it's not going to be the easiest of holds. I'll say that. Especially this early on. Bearing in mind that Wayne's gases were later than normal, so his link speed is also going to be delayed. Ooh, Wayne, he lets it finish. Okay. Does let the hatchery finish. Is going to delay this a little bit longer. We have some links on the way. They could try to dive on some probes. Jeez, that's going to be 4 Zealots, though. It's going to be 4 Zealots here for Classic. Lings, they slip in for a scout. There's going to be that robo follow-up, so it's going to be into Dragoon, into Reavers. Hatchery goes down. Zealots are being kept busy. But eventually, Classic will counterattack. And you can see Zealots just lost interest. Like, you know what? You can keep your Lings. I'm going to push. It's going to move out across the map. Dragoon comes in, cleans up the Lings. And here comes Classic. That was it. Walking across the map with purpose. Let's go. Power walking. Likewise, here comes the Bay, the Shuttle, and the Reaver drop. So it's going to be initially Zealot Dragoon aggression into Reaver drop from Classic. Will eventually expand. And Wayne back at home. He cuts workers at 18, and he's massing up Lings. He's going for a Bane Bust. Oh my god. He's going for an all-in. He did drone somewhat. But he's getting ready for more aggression. Zealots, they rotate, they check, they confirm the expansion. Lings are coming for a surround. And Zealots are going to be locked down. Going to be cleaned up. Oh. They trade somewhat well against the Lings. That's going to be 4 Zealots for 12 Lings. As Wayne moves out, Bailey Nest is... Oh, Bailey Nest is cancelled. Never mind. Does cancel the Nest. Wayne is droning. Okay, Wayne is droning. He's not going for the all-in. Back at home, Dragoon does hold. Nice control. Saving the Dragoons. Does save them, does shut them down. And now is holding. We have a delayed Bailey-ness here for Wayne, so he's going back into Bailings. But more importantly, here come the Reaver. Here comes the Reaver. You can see here there are 3 Scarab shots. 3 Scarabs available. Classic sees the one drone. Goes off. Headed towards the natural. Queen is in position. Despite that, going for the Queen. He can 2-shot. He gets 1 shot off. He gets a second. The Queen goes down. No anti-air. Second Queen does come down from the low ground. Lings, oh, they can't. Oh my god, the Reaver shot is crazy. Lings get punished. And so far, Classic is trading well. Is trading well. Oh, going for the eggs. 2-shot, 3-shot. 3 shots the eggs. Takes down all 3. Not bad. That I wasn't sure of, but yeah, takes 3 Scarabs. And without getting so much value, Lings, they stack up. No, Lings do stack. Classic getting out of hand, getting out of control. Going for the 3rd. And Wayne, he's in trouble here. All we need is 1 more Scarab shot on those Lings. Shows the shot. Ooh. Doesn't quite connect. Going for the Queen instead. Going for the Queen, shuts down the Lings. Nice control, saving some of these Dragoons. There's 3 Dragoons left. And barely any Lings. Ooh, as he does clean them up. Well, there's 1 Ling remaining, down to 0. Classic, he outtrades Wayne, and Classic is still rallying. He's still rallying across them. Now we have 2 Reavers. The second Reaver. Mate, he's been going on a trek, mate. He waddled across the map. He made it. Second Reaver has arrived. And with 2 Reavers, the Lings, they do nothing. They do nothing to the main army. They knock down the expansion. They knock down the 3rd. Link trying to catch reinforcements, but Classic, he was aware. Oh, he denies the eggs. And Ling Queen is not going to be good enough here. Not after those connections. Actually going for the mineral line. Classic. Getting a little bit frisky here. Shuts down some of the Lings. Pulls away. Wayne getting ready for his own Bane Bust counterattack, but he gets spotted. He gets seen. Classic is aware. Classic, he is aware. Bailing's waddling forward. But Dragoons are ready for this. Yeah, the Bailings, they do nothing. They take down 1 pylon. GG gets called as Classic snowballs out of control. And Classic will take the series 2-0. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. Classic, he does claim it. Wayne did open up with a more non-standard start, of course, trying to delay the economy of his opponents, but for the most part, Classic was able to get comfortable in that series, was able to settle in. It did feel like Wayne was very indecisive. Remember, Wayne, initially, he was going for a Bane bust, and then he canceled the Bailey Nest, and then he remade it like 20 seconds later. Like, he was like, again, trying to figure out what he wanted. He was stumbling his way into the mid game, eventually got into Ling Bane. He wasn't quite able to punish the Reavers, he wasn't quite able to catch any reinforcements, and in the end he was torn apart. GG, well played. We do have our top 2 players here in the upper bracket. Up next, we have the upper bracket finals. Let's go. Here we go. We have them. We have Dark and Classic. They're in the upper bracket finals. And the winner will advance on to the grand finals. It is going to be that best of 3 ZVP. And I'll be honest, I imagine this is going to be a shorter series as well. I'll be honest. We'll see. As both players have been quite aggressive, quite assertive. We'll see how they approach each other. Oh, also, I'm assuming this is a best of 3. Best of 3. We have confirmation. Meanwhile, we do see Wayne gets knocked down, and Wayne is going to be going up against ByuN in the lower brackets. Best of luck. I'm sure it's going to be a spicy one. Likewise, SKillous is still waiting for the winner of Quanta and Bratok. Still facing off, still mid-series. Still in their match. The model of the Reaver is messed up. I think it's fine. I think the mouthpiece, the mouthpiece of the Reaver is a little bit, it looks a little bit off. But I think that's only because of how the Reaver moves, which is meant, it's meant to, you know, look like that. Is there friendly fire from Reavers? There is not. There is not. No friendly fire. The pilot was dealing at those Banes. They were too green. Had to be taught a lesson. Oh no. Again, it's difficult to Bane bust a Protoss just because whether it's Pylons, Stalkers, Dragoons, they tank a lot of Baneling shots. It takes a lot to bust down a wall. So with that, we do have a Classic advancing on. Again, Dark versus Classic, vetoes are underway, and we will soon jump in. And then after that series, we'll be going down to the lower bracket. And honestly, there's some really good matches there. I have yet to cast Quanta tonight. I'm a big Quanta fan, so I'm hoping to catch some of Quanta's matches. Likewise, I've never casted Bratok's StarCraft Evolution. I've never seen him in this mod. Love to see some Bratok. Likewise, Wayne versus ByuN, gonna be a spicy one. SKillous still waiting for his opponent. Still some good matches. Still plenty more StarCraft to come. Plenty more. Excellent commentary. Oh, thank you. Thank you, puppy. Thank you. I do notice that I do misspeak every now and then. Like, I think I've called Dragoon a Stalker once already, or once or twice, in the SKillous versus Dark series. Every now and then I still call the shuttle a War Prism, or Prism, as happened more times here tonight. It happens, it happens. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. For the most part, I'm usually on top of it though, like referring to Dragoons or dropships instead of medevacs. Sometimes I actually get the opposite. Like sometimes I in my mind I mix it up and I get the opposite. What I mean by that is sometimes I refer to medevacs as medics. I've done that before, just because it like covering TVT. I think those are usually the ones that that my mind kind of like gets ahead of me on. Is medics, prisms, and sometimes stalkers. Here we go, we're settling in. I think I have called a fire bat a hell bat before. I think. They're all bats. It's fine. They're all the same. Cap. As here we go, we are getting into our fresh series, our fresh best of 3, and spawning in the top center of Sylphid. We have our South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Brutal Protoss player, we have the blue Protoss. It is Classic. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this series. Out of all the matches so far, this is going to be a hard one to call. Dark, he is I would say, the #1 ranked Zerg player in StarCraft Evolution. Classic is the #1 ranked Protoss in StarCraft Evolution. Don't get better than this. In SE Evo, you know, herO, he doesn't really compete in this. MaxPax doesn't really compete in this. You know, there's no Bisu, there's no Stork. We have Classic, we have Dark. They are the top of their respective races, at least currently in StarCraft Evolution. We'll see who will take down the other. Let's go. Now, I will say that Classic, he's more active. He is more active. Dark, I think this is his first time competing in SCL this year. He is the reigning champion of last year's championship, but that was back in December. It's back in December. I don't think I've actually casted Dark's SC Evolution in January, and just now coming into March, we see him again. So I actually haven't casted his Brutal Zerg in quite some time. We'll see how he compares. So far, we do have our 2-gate opener. Dark, he scouts bottom left, bearing in mind, 3-player spawn map. So Dark, he's checking for the location. He confirms Classic is not bottom left. He now confirms that Classic is bottom right instead. Classic, once again, opening up 2-gate. 2-gate into Zealot. The goal here is to try to pick away at the mineral line. Zealots are moving out. So 2-gate opener into a delayed expansion for Classic. This typically leads into Dragoon production, into Dragoon, then into Reaver drops. That is the go-to for Classic. So Zealot opener into Dragoon, into Reaver. From the side of Dark, we have seen a lot of all-ins. We've seen a lot of all-ins from Dark. Does he go for a Roach Ravager all-in again here in Game 1? It's possible. But now he's droning. Now he's droning up. Zealots, we see Classic checks. He does check bottom left. He scouts, he confirms, he wants to make sure, going further into the main, before committing onto the right-hand side. Yo, that dreadlock is massive. It's touching the ground. Gee, was it always that big? Oh my god. It's like a Super Saiyan 3 Zealot. Jesus. The dreads are huge. Does move out. Lings are amassing, and do you see what I see? Roach Warren. It's a Roach Rush. It's going to be a Roach Ravager all-in here from Dark. It has been one of his more favored builds against Brutal Protoss. It was like 1 or 2 pixels off the ground in Brutal. I see, I see. Hey, look at that. Jesus. Makes sense if you're in those 20 years. It will drag on the floor. Oh no. As again, Dark, he hasn't droned. He hasn't been droning. We can see the robot on the way here for Classic. We've seen this dynamic before against Dark and SKillous, of course. Link Speed kicks in, gets us around. It takes down 1 Zealot. 1 Zealot does fall. Classic racing back home. Shield batteries on the way. Dragoons as well. And we'll see if he can hold. I believe the roaches have not been scattered. They've not been seen. But Classic might be familiar with this build. As there's that Bay on the way for that Reaver. He needs to buy a little bit more time. He has that for a shield battery. Oh no! Takes down the bird. Not like this. Classic, calm down. Critter does fall. Dark moving forward. Army is revealed. More shield batteries on the way. Throws in a second shield battery. So far, Classic, he does hold the line. First Zealot does fall. And there's going to be an opening. Boys are being pulled. Lings, they try to flood in. SimCity solid here for Classic. It is sold for a moment, but the Dragoon gets surrounded. Massive pickoff. Dragoon goes down. Shield battery out of energy. Workers are falling. And Dark, he's done it. He has done it. He breaks through the defensive line. Reaver's on the way, but it's too little too late. Dark, he busts in. 14 probe kills. Oh my god. Clutch micro. Saves the Dragoon for a little bit longer. More boys being pulled, but for the most part, when it came to the production, we'll go for the pylon. Oh no, the answer is pylon. Pylon goes down, Reaver gets denied. That means there's no defense. There is no defense, not without the Reaver. The Reaver is necessary here. And without it, GG. Without it, GG. Dark, he busts in, he breaks through, and Dark will take a lead. GG. Dark does take lead again. Unfortunately, Classic, he barely wasn't able to hold the line. Likewise, it was a later scout for Classic. We have noticed, especially on these smaller maps and even multi-spawn location maps, Dark, he has been more than happy to just commit to these all-ins. SKillous did defend against this on Citadel, if you remember, but it was also a later all-in on Citadel as well, because it was a later scout from Dark. So with that, Dark, he does claim the first game, and now we are getting ready for game number 2. Oh my god, as we load into another small map, it's going to be, again, it's going to be a short series. We're going to be loading into Whispers of Gold. Whispers of Gold, of course, that is the rush map. Very small map, very short rushes by ground. Aggression is favored here. Aggression is favored on Whispers of Gold. And I would not be surprised if Dark goes for another all-in. The question becomes, oh, actually, okay, let's go. I was getting ahead of myself. Classic, he has chosen to play StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2 Protoss instead. So, for the first time tonight, we're going to be featuring Dark's Brood War Zerg. Let's go. And there are certain rushes, there are certain all-ins you can go for. We'll get into it. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the Brood War Zerg player, the Red Zerg, leading the series 1-0. It is Dark. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as well, we have the StarCraft 2 Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss. It is Classic. Here we go. And Brood War Zerg is so very different here. As you can imagine, of course, there's no access to Roaches, no Ravagers either. For now, we're just joining up, soon to take our bases. Macro hatches are a lot more commonplace here for the side of Brood War. The reason for this, no queens. Or, I say, you know what I mean when I say no queens. There's no early game queen production, so there's no injects. Queens are a very different unit in Brood War. As Dark does move out for a hatch block. Okay. I see. It's going to be a hatch first here out of Dark, and I would imagine his goal here is to disrupt the opener of his opponent and go for his own hatchery on the low ground. Now, Classic, he does move down ahead of time. We did see the scouting drone. There you can see he's in position. Classic is in position to block, and he will be able to do so. Yes, yep, there we go. Oh. Shout out to the other casters, Kanoya casting in French and the SC casting in Korean. There we go, the Nexus has been thrown down. Nexus has been placed. Likewise is that macro hatch from Dark. Oh, gas is going to be delayed even further. There we go, now being taken. So it's going to be a hatch opener into gas pool. Gas steal out of Dark, you love to see it. Being as annoying as possible. And we're settling in. Now, a couple of different things here when it comes to Brood War Zerg is, one, obviously there's no Roach Ravager, of course, but on top of that, Hydras are hatch tech. Hydras, I mean, they have to be. If you have no Roaches, Hydras, they need to be on a lower tier, on a lower tech structure, so they are hatch tech, so we should be seeing Ling Hydra out of Dark, but what is lair tech is Lurkers. So if we want to get into Lurkers, that's where the lair is going to be required. So now Dark taking another expansion. Again, macro hatcheries are a lot more commonplace here for Brood War Zerg. Without those injects, without those queens, we will need more hatcheries to keep that production going. Likewise, that gas cut does complete. I always do appreciate the new skins as well. Like, the spawning pool has like tiers. There's like the upper pool, middle pool, and lower pool. Beautiful. As things are building up, meanwhile, it's going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Classic. Interesting. So Twilight Council opener, this is going to be more aggressive, more assertive. This is a Twilight Council before expansion. We have options. This could be a DT based opener. which I wouldn't really expect because Overlords are detectors. But it could be DT-based opener into Archons, it could be Glaive Adepts, could be early charge. Our eyes are on Classic here. Let's see how he does embrace this. There it is, charge is on the way. Meanwhile, Dark is investing into those Hydras. Again, Ling Hydra is the go-to. Technically, you can go into Ling Muta, but that is very risky in this matchup. Very risky to open in such a way. Lings are keeping up. Dark, he does confirm the tech. He's aware of the Twilight Council, does see charge, but I mean, I should say he does see it researching, but again, it could be a multitude of different things here. It could be glaives, could be charge, could be something else. Even an early blink. Gateway explosion here from Classic. Dark, he doesn't see the gateways. Getting up to 5 gates. And getting ready for a 2-base all-in. So 2-base all-in from Classic. Adept shades in, gets 1 drone. Lings are keeping up. That's going to be 2 drones going down. Decent damage. And I believe this Temple Archives is lined up in such a way to morph in those Archons as the push arrives. As the push does hit. Dark is building up his Hydras. Zealots are revealed. That's a massive tell. There should not be Zealots in this kind of game state. Now Dark knows. Dark, he's now aware of charge. Yeah, colonies are on the way immediately. This is going to be for sunken colonies to defend. He might need another here at this 3rd to hold on to it. Building a Morling Hydra. He's not droning. Again, he's aware that he's being all in. He confirms no expansion, no 3rd yet. Ling does rotate. I also appreciate that the Lings are visually different as well. The bipedal Lings. Like raptors. Look at him. Jeez. Del Scout, there is the 3rd base, but here comes the push. Here comes Classic. As he rallies across the map. Storm is on the way. Gee, fast Storm here at a Classic. I assumed it was going to be for Archons. My apologies. But he has Storm on the way. The High Templar, they're coming. And they have plenty of NG. I mean, NG overcharged. True. Does have that Storm. We'll see if Dark can hold. As Dark, again, he has not been droning. He's been massing out more and more Hydras. Does spot the army. Likewise, pre-spreads those Hydras. Does spread. Storm does not connect. First zoning Storm. Hydras they engage. High Templar, they get forced back, and Darky's holding. He's shutting this down. Better second Storm. There's the 3rd. There's 1 Storm left. Is 1 Storm remaining, but the Storms have not been good enough. Oh my god. So he does run through that Storm. Oh, High Templar being targeted down one after the other. Oh no! Gets both. Takes out both High Templar. And with that, no Storms remaining. Classic going to be forced back. He's going to lose everything. High Templar falling one after the other. And Dark, he's snowballing out of control. What is it to defend? Okay, there's another Storm. Oh my god. Massive Storm connects. And another. And that's it. That's what we have. Just 2. Just 2 Storms. Oh, never mind. There's 1 more available. Zones away. Nice split here by Dark. He does avoid. And he pushes through. He does push through. Forces the Archon. Hiding back against the Zealots. At least trying to. Chargers, they trade well though. They do trade well. Dark is kiting back. Does spread. Cleans up the Zealots. Going for the Archon. Up. Does barely get it. Archon goes down. And he's broken the back. He's broken the back with Classic. Yeah, Dark flexing his skill both in SC2 and in Brood War. As Hydras do overwhelm. Head over towards the expansion. Classic has to pull away. And Darky just rallies across the map. He's got +2 on the way. He has not drawn up his 3rd base at all. Just a 2-base all in out of Dark. Mass Hydra. Workers will survive. But at the cost of the expansion. From here, there is a Storm. Soon to be 2. Storms are available. We can see Darky just pre-splits. He respects the Storm. Oh. Pulls away a little bit too far with those Hydras, though. Let's pull away. Likewise, he finds other probes. Does find them. Workers go down, so does the Cyber Core. First storm mainly zones. And zoning storms here. That's going to be the final storm. Archons are morphing in. There's not enough support. And Dark, he overwhelms. He overwhelms the army, the Archons, the Zealots. GG gets called, and Dark, he will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Classic, he was going for his own aggression. He was going for his own 2-base all-in with a storm timing, but he ran into Dark, also going for an all-in with Mass Hydra. With that Dark, he was able to spread, he was able to avoid those storms for the most part, able to overwhelm, and then Classic got caught with his pants down. Both players investing into 2-base play, but alas, Classic got caught out in the center of the map. They lost everything. Lost all the High Templar, lost momentum, and lost the third base as a result. GG. GG, well played. If Classic was playing more defensively, I do think he would have been able to hold that third base. He had so many High Templar, so many storms available. Pushing into 4 storms is that much more difficult, but again, Classic was being aggressive instead. He got caught with his pants down. The pants were down. GG, well played. And with that, we have our first finalist, but we are still to determine the second finalist of the night. Let's have a look. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us catch up. We have no major updates. ByuN takes down Milky Cow 2-1, went to the ace match. Shout out to Milky Cow for forcing the ace match there, but ByuN, he's up against Wayne. They're currently mid-series. They are 4 minutes into their game. And they're being casted by Enki. So shout out to Enki. Enki is covering ByuN versus Wayne. Let's have a look here. They are in game number 2. So ByuN is up 1-0. ByuN is up 1-0 against Wayne. And ByuN proxy racks? No. We have a proxy hatchery out of Wayne. We have some crazy builds going on. Wayne, he went proxy hatch into a Ravager all in. And ByuN is on 1 base, 3 racks, I want to say. Playing Brood War Terran. So they're currently mid-series. If there's an ace match, then we will jump onto that. Find out. Wayne versus ByuN. ByuN is up 1-0. Bam. And Wayne might be able to break him. Likewise, Quanta Swap against Quanta Swap against Blatok. Still mid-series. I'll try to keep an eye out for that. Do my best. Ooh, and we do have an update here. We have a result. ByuN takes down Wayne 2-0. ByuN, he survives the all-in. And that means that everyone is waiting for Quanta and Blatok. Oh no. Everyone is locked in. You can see here, Dark is waiting in the grand finals. Who is Dark waiting for? Dark is waiting for Classic Series. Classic waiting for ByuN. ByuN waiting for SKillous. SKillous waiting for Quanta and Blatok. There you go. there you go. So, looks like we have a bit of downtime. A little bit. As Quanta and Blatok are currently facing off. I believe Blatok is streaming his POV. So let's have a look here. I believe Blatok is online, right? Let's have a look. Yeah. And he is... I don't know what game he's in, but he's on Citadel. And it looks like we're getting to a longer TVT. Beautiful. That's what we want. So Blatok and Quanta, my apologies. They're mid-series. They're currently facing off. and we have to wait for them to wrap up this game. I don't know if they're in game 1, game 2, or game 3. I imagine they're in the ace match. It looks like Mech versus ByuN. Oh my god. Here's Mech versus ByuN. Yo, Quanta's popping off. Oh my god. But if you want to check out Ducklings POV, I got you covered. Link is in the chat. Baratok is streaming his POV. I don't think anyone is casting them, unfortunately. I don't think anyone is covering that series. But they're currently facing off. And that means we have some downtime. We are going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we will have some more StarCraft Evolution. We'll either be jumping in mid-series into Baratok versus Quanta, or we'll be following the winner into SKillous. One or the other. Until then, take this time to drain your disruptors, massage your marines, hydrate all of your hydras, get some snacks, get some food, get some rest, and get ready for plenty more matches to come. Gee, there's still so much. Oh my god. It's already a 4-hour cast, Bappy. 1, 2, 3. There's at least 4 series left. At least 4. Maybe more. So more to come. For now, though, we're going to be going on that break. We'll see you guys soon after the break. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC. I apologize for the extended break, the extended downtime, but of course, ByuN, he was locked in series against Quanta. He had a 35-minute game ace match, I should say, between himself and Quanta. Did go the distance, split map scenario. We had Mech, we had BC, we had lockdowns, we had Raven, we had Viking. It was a crazy back and forth, and it barely did go the way of ByuN. And now we are jumping into our next series. Now the tournament continues. As spawning in the bottom left hand corner of ley lines, we have the red Protoss player. We have the Team Liquid, the SC2 Protoss. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is ByuN. Here we go. We are jumping into our TVP, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we dive into our lower bracket quarterfinals. Here we go. As a reminder, there are players waiting for these series to wrap up. We have ByuN waiting for this series, and we have Classic waiting for the winner of that series, and then we have Dark in the grand finals as well. We have players lying in wait, and we are now embracing our best of threes. Here we go. Here we go. Initially, we do have our economic opener here out of SKillous, just going for a gate expand into Cybercore, standard opener out of SKillous. Meanwhile, ByuN opening up with his own rank expand as well. Single gas opener, so economic builds all around. Economic openers here from our two players. From here, we're settling in. Now, when it comes to TVP, we did mention previously that we expect certain styles out of our players here. ByuN, he is one to embrace Mech, and Mech is viable, very much so, against Protoss from the Brood War Terran side. If you haven't seen it before, mate, vultures, tanks, spider mines as well. Goliaths, Goliaths, they're so good they got nerfed. Goliaths were nerfed recently when it came to just how powerful they were as an all-around unit. So Goliaths, they have taken a bit of a blow to try to help alleviate with that. But my eyes are on ByuN. I'm expecting Mech. We'll see. But now Machine Shop is on the way. Machine Shop on that factory, and do you see what I see? Speaking of mech, second factory is on the way. ByuN, he is meching it up. Let's go. Now, I would imagine we're going to be opening up with spider mines into vulture production. There we go. Vultures are a great way to gain map control, to gain momentum. Vultures, they are speedy boys, and we have ion thrusters on the way. That is to help out with that vulture speed, to gain map control, to keep SKillous pinned back at home, followed by spider mine play. Let's go. As the vultures are going to be amassing. For the time being, Adept does poke in. Adept does barely not see the initial unit of choice, as Marines do hold the line. Yo, I love the sound effects. Not gonna lie, this is the first time we're actually going to be featuring Brood War Terran. I believe ByuN didn't even get a chance to play Brood War Terran when he was competing. I guess he did. He went for an all-in. He went for a proxy Rax. But I do love the look of the Marines, the bio, the sound effects. Beautiful. As we have vultures massing, and there we go, spider mines also being researched. Ion thrusters, of course, when it comes to vulture speed, so vultures are going to be even faster. They're building up, they're massing up to eventually move out. Meanwhile, SKillous going for his own Twilight Council opener into Blink. How many gates? So far, two gate Blink out of SKillous. Did I say two gateways? Going for a third gateway, so very safe play, going 3-gate Blink into a third. We'll see if SKillous goes for his tech first, or if he does go for the faster expansion. Gas is on the way. Getting into his third gas geyser tells us that most likely is going to go for, the robo into potentially Bay before expanding. Vultures, they bust out. They have speed, and they have Spider-Mine in a couple of seconds. They're trying to bust their way through. They are trying to. Spider-Mine is now done. It's now ready. Spider-Mine's get thrown down. When they zone away. Oh my god, massive connection in the mineral line. 3 probes going down. Now, bearing in mind, boys are being pulled. Spider mines do not get triggered on workers, but they do get triggered on units, on army units. Oh no! And they're about to bubble. No, no! Oh my god, massive connections. 16 probes going down, and just like that, SKillous is in trouble. Oh my, SKillous is in too much. Losing far too much here. Stalkers are getting completely shut down. And this was a brutal timing from ByuN. He's snowballing out of control, takes down the middle line, 24 probes going down, and alas, SKillous, he cannot maintain these losses. Not like this, he will clean up these vultures, but the damage has been done. One vulture escapes, not even. is going to be cleaned up. That's still 25 workers. Again, as a reminder, spider mines, they do not target workers. Workers, they count as floating units, but they were being targeted on the stalkers. The stalkers were in the mineral line, so rough positioning there by SKillous. He was in the mineral lines himself, so that's why friendly fire was, or I should say splash damage was caused, and the mineral line evaporated. 25 workers for 6 vultures. And this wasn't an all-in. That's what's important here. Back at home, we have siege mode being researched, already done. Tanks are amassing, vultures, third TCs on the way. ByuN is in a beautiful position. And right now, SKillous needs to get some kind of damage done. He needs to move out. He needs to get something done across the map. Ooh, spider mine's nice control. Does blink away, avoids the spider mine. Shuts them both down. Stalkers moving out, they can blink into the main. Tanks are out of position. ByuN, we're not ready for this. Yeah, now repositioning. Does spot the army. First tank is going to go down, gets caught unsieged. And Stalkers, they will delay this. They attempt to delay the CC. Spider mines being thrown down. Spider mines are on the way. So, oh no! They blink in! Oh, they take a spider mine to the face! SKillous not like this. He loses everything. Again, he blinked on the tank. There was a spider mine next to the tank. The punish was real. And with that, ByuN, he holds. He does hold on. Building on more vultures, more tanks. SKillous in a rough position. He gets punished for his blinks. Still moving out. More factories on the way. Oh. Oh my god, it doesn't blink in time. Takes a shot to the face. Only one. Takes one Spider-Man shot to the face. Vulture's going for a counterattack. Alas, behind this, what do we have to work with? We have a charge on the way. Still only 3 gateways. No expansion, no third. Spider-Man's in position to deny. Not an easy one here for SKillous. Does move in. Does move in. Chime boosters are done. Get our vultures into the main. Those are curious, that was a Goliath upgrade, so we should be working towards Goliaths at some point here to help support. So the upgrade is ready for them. Vultures, they move out. No, the opening is open. Yeah, the wall is open. Wall is wide open. There it is. GG gets called as vultures, they bust into the mineral line, and ByuN, he pulls SKillous apart. He takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Very nicely done here by ByuN. Does take lead in the series, and SKillous is now up against the wall. This is the best of 3. Best of 3 series here, but alas, SKillous, he is struggling a little bit. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he chooses to play Brood War Protoss or SC2 Protoss. What does he go for? What does he go for? What happened to Spirit? Spirit, he got knocked out early. I agree. I was very shocked to see Spirit knocked out early on in the tournament. Exclamation mark B in the chat. You'll get a link to the Wikipedia page. Spirit, he got 2-0'd by Wayne early on, like around round 16, maybe round 32. But earlier in the tournament, Spirit got knocked out. I didn't get to see the games. I'll be honest, I just assumed that he would have a deeper run. I was hoping to catch some Spirit action later, but didn't happen. Did not happen in the end. And yeah, with that, Spirit, he got knocked out earlier by Wayne. Curious as to how. Wayne is typically an aggressive player, so I would imagine all-ins were involved in some way. But hard to say. Hard to say. This is the second time I've seen the exact same strat against Protoss. Yeah, I mean, it's brutal, right? It's brutal. When it comes to your early game defense, whether it's your Blink Stalker control, whether it's your positioning, whether it's with even going for a Sentry-based opener into Force Field, I'm curious to see how our players do open up, as it looks like SKillous, he has made his decision. He is sticking with SC2 Protoss. Okay. And we're loading into Game 2. Game 2, we're going to be loading into a much larger map. We're going to be loading into Citadel. Oh boy. If you remember, what map is Citadel? Citadel is the 4-player map. Very large, has the big cannon in the center, 4-player spawn map. I'm hoping for a longer, later game between these two, but the pressure is now on SKillous. Pressure is on. Let's go. I don't support gambling. Oh no, you're lacking out on, you're missing out on your channel points, Bappy. Oh no. It's all good. As we are getting to our next game and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Citadel, we have our yellow Terran player, the Brood War Terran, once again leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the SC2 Protoss, once again the red Protoss. For Team Liquid, it is SKillous. Here we go. Our players are settling in, and once again, as a reminder, this is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom right, top left, bottom left. You can spawn in any of these locations. There are Xel'Naga towers available. They're covered by rocks, so you have to open up the Xel'Nagas by knocking down these rocks. There are towers likewise in every quadrant of the map as well. Plenty of Xel'Naga towers, and we'll see how our players do open up, and we'll see how long it takes to scout, as we see SKillous is checking top left. So SKillous is scouting towards top left hand corner of the map. Yo, shout out to John X Cruz in the chat for the tier 1 sub for 2 months. God, baby God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much for the support. Let's go. SKillous force the ace match. True. That's all I ever want as a caster. Give us an ace match. Give us a back and forth. Give us a game 3. Give us a game 5. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, SKillous checks top left. Now he's going top right. So he's checking all the locations. Behind this, he'd go for a gate expand. Relatively equitable. Standard opener here by SKillous. Likewise, we have ByuN going for a Rax expand into his own factory. So standard openers. ByuN, he scouts bottom left first, and he rolls the dice. He rolls well. He gambas, and ByuN, he does confirm the location of SKillous. Does confirm. SKillous, likewise, now he knows through the power of deduction. Scouts top left, scouts top right. Now his opponent must be bottom right. So SKillous is now aware, coming with a probe scout. Alas, back at home, there's already a marine, already a wall, and SKillous, he will not scout the opener. He will not scout the production. So SKillous, at least he's aware of what's going on, but he is denied entry into the main, so he's in the dark as to what's happening. It could be mech once again, but do you see what I see? That is not a second factory. It's going to be a 1-1-1. It's going to be a 1-1-1. He's saying it, but I asked him how to pronounce it, and he did confirm you pronounce it like one word, not like two. So you can say it how you wish. I'll say it how the player wishes. As we do have our 1-1-1 here. And with this, we can set up for a drop play. Likewise, Stargate opener out of SKillous. And with this, we can attempt to harass Oracle base opener, maybe even Phoenix. We'll keep an eye on our Protoss player. Meanwhile, ooh, okay, interesting setup here. We have a control tower on the way. So Spider Mines, yes, so we are playing mech, but this build into the 1-1-1, are we going into Wraiths? Are we going into Cloak? Show us what you got. Ooh, Hallucination does confirm. Hallucination does see everything here within the bases. So nice scout up by SKillous. Likewise, dropship is on the way. And the Hallucination is on patrol. What's important, we confirm that there's nothing we researched here by the control tower. Second factory, so still mech, of course, into what looks to be a Vulture drop. Hallucination runs out. Here comes that dropship. Now, for those that are curious how this works out, as the initial Vultures are scouting for the third, and they do confirm, dropships do not have boost. Like medevacs, they don't have boost. Likewise, they cannot heal, so dropships are a lot more limited in what they can bring to the table. They can drop their ships. And that's what they got. That's all they got back. Meanwhile, Spider Mines, they take down a sentry. Nice pick off without the sentry, limited scouting. Dropship is getting ready, and we're loading up. We're loading up for the drop. Oh, as a last piece, they will shut this down. Yeah, dropship does fall. The drop is denied. And so far, so good here for SKillous. We have some Spider Mine set up, but alas, the drop is shut down. As it's building up even more Phoenixes. Feels like Jamek, yeah. Job mech. Braddock means tough guy. Ah, thank you. Thank you so much for the translation. Do appreciate it. Thanks so much for the context. As vultures are trying to force their way through. But alas, so far, SKillous, he is a brick wall. This time he's ready. This time he defends. This time he is gaining map control and shutting down the vultures. Now, as the Phoenix count gets higher, I would expect to be seeing Goliaths here. Yep, there we go. Goliaths are on the way. Goliaths are coming online. Again, if you're unfamiliar with Brood War, Goliaths, they're like mini Thors. They are cheaper, they're more mobile, they're less clunky than Thors. I mean, for a long time, I feel like there's been a petition from a lot of Terran players to like bring the Goliath to SC2 instead of the Thor. Very different units, but likewise pretty well rounded. Can attack up, can attack down, has some pretty solid anti-air. And is the go-to anti-air option here for mech, at least without starports. Once we get into starports, we can get into, of course, Valkyrie production. We can head in that direction. But now though, Goliaths. We do have our range upgrade on the way. I believe that's called Charon Boosters, or Karen Boosters. Basically, that is range upgrade for anti-air. It does increase the anti-air range of the Goliaths. So Braddock keeps setting up. Likewise, SKillous will take another expansion, going for the fourth. Going for the fourth base. Can they be lifted? They can be. They're not as thick as Thor's, so they can be lifted. They can be raised. Goliaths, they do hold their own. Phoenix is looking for another way in. Turrets in position. And so far, 0 economic damage. We even have a Valkyrie as well. Valkyrie has arrived. Third base now on the way here for Braddock. So Braddock is expanding. Likewise, so is SKillous. We're building up towards the mid-game, which is a rare sight. For those of you that have been watching the stream so far tonight, we've been seeing a lot of all-ins. I'll be honest, a lot of all-ins, a lot of aggression from players like Dark, from players like GG Machine, from players like ByuN as well. ByuN, he was proxy maxing. But now we can actually get into a proper game state. Now, as we do see Braddock setting up, this area is very wide open. It's very wide open here, so it's going to be an exposed third base location for Braddock. SKillous is knocking down those rocks, he's gearing up, he's getting to charge, getting to double rubber, getting to disruptor production. Interesting. Disruptors on the way for the Protoss. So going charge into disruptor. Phoenixes, they still look for a way in, but they are denied. They respect the Goliaths. Turrets being thrown down. And so far, what's important here is that SKillous, he's able to maintain his economy. Early on, he was under threat, and so far, these vultures have been used defensively thanks to the Phoenixes. Phoenixes, they have gained map control. Vultures now try to move out. Nice shot. Shot goes off. They do zoom across the map. SKillous is keeping up, and so far, his economy has been untouched. Braddock making his way into the mineral line, does get in. Barely does, but there's a cannon in position. He can two-shot probes. Cannon will shut this down. And Phoenixes, they will clean up the rest of the Goliath. So the rest of the vultures. Vultures are cleaned up. Skills defense. What's important though is that was distracting SKillous, allowing Braddock to build up. So more tanks, more siege lines, widow mines, or I should say spider mines. Turrets as well. He's securing himself. We have our science facility on the way. We can gain access into our spellcasters, into the science vessel. So Braddock is building up. Meanwhile, do you see what I see? Double Stargate into Sky Toss. Sky Toss on the way for SKillous. We are getting ready for a longer, later game. SKillous taking a fifth. And I'll be honest, I haven't really seen how Sky Toss interacts with Brood War Terran. I haven't really seen that too much. I mean, I have seen it against, like, Bio against Ghosts. Like, Ghosts, mate, they pop off with their lockdowns. Like, yo, it's crazy. Drop is denied. But against Mech, I'm a little bit less familiar. We have our Valkyrie in position to deny that prism. Tempest production has begun. And what is going to be the best answer here to those Tempests? So against SE2 Terran, typically it's Viking, going into Ghost for support. Likewise, I would imagine that Valkyries would be a little bit more ideal. More so than Goliath. Goliath, sure, they have extended range, but I'm sure it's going to be difficult to really get under the Tempest. Vultures do pull away. Gee, the chat, Tempest should have gone Carrier. I mean, Carriers have their place, but I think because the Goliath count is already decently high, I don't think Carriers would be as useful. Tempest will outrange the Goliath, though. Like, maybe if there wasn't Goliath, then totally, you could rush into Carrier and try to overwhelm this army. But because there's already a semblance of anti-air, I'm not too certain how effective that would be. What's important is that Bratok hasn't seen this, though. He doesn't know. Doesn't know what's happening, doesn't know what's going on. Bratok is in the dark. He's still incorporating a couple of Goliaths here and there. Oh. So I'll say catch out the Vultures. Spider-Mines pop up. And here comes SKillous. Here comes his main army. He is close to maxing out. He's got his Disruptors. He's got his Tempest. He's moving in. Likewise, Bratok not fully set up. He now does scout. He now confirms. He sees the Tempest for the first time. Now does spot them. But again, closing that gap is not going to be easy. He's got so many tanks. Too many tanks. Oh my god, the tank shots are going to be going off. They shut down the Disruptors. Tank line is doing well. But again, Bratok, he needs more time for anti-air. Making more Goliaths. Does scan. Oh my god! No! The Disruptors! They get left alone. Yeah, they're left alone, left idle. Disruptors, they're going down one after the other. Novas go off. Ooh, big connections. They do connect, but we're going to lose every single Disruptor. Yeah, massive pickoff. SKillous, he was distracted. Left his army idle. Goliath, they start to step forward. They catch out one of the Tempest. One Tempest goes down. Yeah, we're going for lifts. Zalsei coming from behind. Tanks, they get caught unsieged. Yeah, a bit of a messy fight here. Some tanks do fall. Goliath, they breaking through, and there's only one Tempest left. Very nice target firing here out of Bratok. More Tempest massing up. Tanks are getting within range. The Bay goes down. No more Disruptors. And the Goliath. So there's no kiting. Yeah, there's no kiting with the Tempest. Tempest are falling one after the other. Goliath range. It's cracked. It's crazy. Oh my god. Goliath, they chase down the Tempest. They're crazy. At the same time, SKillous going for a massive counterattack. He avoids the main army, but here comes that mech. As I believe Goliaths have 8 range. So have 8 range. Likewise popping up. Breaking through that defensive line. Disruptor is still building up. Meanwhile, nice counterattack. Base is going to be going down, trading a base for a base. But Bratok, he's so close to busting into the main, to getting some of the production. Rovers are depowered. No more Disruptors. What you see is what you get. Oh. There it goes up. There's 3 Tempests remaining. 3 Tempests remaining. We have more on the way. Bratok, he's closing that distance, so he's getting closer. Likewise, SKillous getting into the natural. Not bad. Catching reinforcements. Goliath is trying to hold their own. The mass Goliath. Trying to hold on. Likewise, this choke point is brutal. Bratok slowly pushing in. Making his way to the main. Nova goes off. Sees connection. Tank's trying to siege. Oh, I mean, it's brutal. He can't get in. The tank. It's too thick. Get the tank out of there. Does choke up the ramp. It's an awkward assault. Likewise, Zelsa cleaned up. And it's getting some of the production. Stargates are falling. And we need those reinforcements. There's not that many Goliaths left. Not that many. Barely gets one more Tempest. Tanks are going down, and Bratok, his army gets cleaned up. He will lose everything here. And again, his reinforcements were so delayed. He was stuck at home. He was stuck at home with reinforcements. SKillous, he still has center left and top left-hand bases, still has expansion, still has an economy, which means he can still afford Tempest. He's getting up to how many? He's got 7 Tempest. Motherships on the way. Getting up to critical mass of Tempest. Bratok trying to hold on, retaking top right. Getting the CC on location. Let's get that CC. Vultures, they do deny mining. Deny mining. More Spider-Mans being set up. Scan reveals the main army. And ByuN, he needs that base. He needs that expansion. Does need it. Oh my god, he punches so hard. Does punish those Stalkers. Stalkers, they cannot touch these tanks. The Tempest can though. And again, because of the range disparity, Tempest, they do outrange the Goliaths, but yet they have to be so careful here with their kiting. As Goliaths are more nimble, so they can close that gap. Base is going to go down. Okay, the expansion is denied. ByuN stuck on a 3-base economy. Still stuck on 3 bases. Goliaths, they try to bust in. There is a mothership back at home to defend. Still a very tense game state. Looking for some more value here. Vulture's moving out. So does the main army. Tempest are exposed. There's no support. Yeah, there's no support for the Tempest. They're exposed. They're going to be going down. They need support here. Disruptors, Stalkers, they need something. Oh my god. And SKillous is being chased down. The Goliaths are still stepping in. Takes down another Tempest. Nice slow zone. Slow zone does pin this back. Whew. SKillous, he does pull away. Gets out of there. Oh my god. Spider-Man's moving up. And yeah, the Masked Goliath is going to chase him down. Oh my god. Almost getting another Tempest, taking a lot of damage, a lot of hits. Science Vessel has arrived. We got some more consistent detection at least. Likewise, can go for the EMP. ByuN pulling back. He just wants an expansion. Now getting his 4th. 4th base on the way. Does pull back home. Doesn't want to lose that base. Delarame is coming in, but this time ByuN is ready for it. He is ready. We'll bleed out a couple of Goliaths in the process, but we'll hold. Likewise, Vultures, they try to bust into the mineral lines. Oh my god! Spider-Mans, they punish! They shut down the Warping and Zealots. You get shut down. SKillous, he rotates towards the 3rd base. Towards the 3rd location. ByuN is keeping up. He's in position. There's a cloak. Slows down on the main army. Ooh, Science Vessel goes down. Nice pickup. ByuN did overextend. And what's scary to me here in this kind of game state is SKillous' main army is just getting bigger and bigger here. What I'm referring to, the economy. Like, the economies up here towards the top left are untouched. ByuN is trying to do something, but the cannons, they shut down the Vultures time and time again. Not good enough. The economy is booming here for SKillous. And he has been able to max out. He's remaxed with a massive army. ByuN can take a fight. With a mech-based army, even though his army's smaller, it is more efficient. True. It's very... Oh no! Not like this. It's not efficient like this. There is away the Vultures. Oh god. Try to hold on. Send Tempest pushing forward. Vultures setting up traps. Speaking of... Oh! Oh my god. One mine does connect. One mine denies mining. Oof. It does cripple the economy. And SKillous, he's maxed. He's maxed out. He has a massive Stalker Zealot Tempest army. No disruptors this time. No splash damage. So more of a gateway composition, but the goal is to get on top of his tanks. Pause. We'll lose the vessel. Tanks are siege. This is a choke point. Valkyrie goes down. Tanks, they get a couple of volleys off. Not bad. A couple of volleys. Another slow zone. Disruptor production back underway. We have more disruptors. Oh, here comes the first Nova. Ooh, brutal connection. First Nova pops off. Here comes the second. Yeah, and ByuN is getting caught out. With that SKillous, he will take the fight, shuts down the main army, cleans up every single Goliath. GG gets called, and SKillous, he ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. GG, well played. We are going all the way to game 3. Very intense game. Honestly, there were some really nice moments for ByuN, especially when he was pushing into the main. But if you remember, that push into the main base was delayed. We saw ByuN just taking his time with his tanks. He also got stuck at the ramp as well. Every second did count in that moment, as he was almost on top of the production, but didn't quite get there in time. Likewise, his reinforcements were also kept busy by those Zealot run-bys. And once ByuN didn't kill SKillous in that moment, then SKillous, he was able to overwhelm. Then he was able to take advantage of his greater economy, and of course his production was still somewhat left untouched, was maintained, and GG. GG well played. SKillous did snowball from there. ByuN was pretty all in when it came to that push. He was doing well, but not enough. Not enough in the end. And with that, GG well played. We're going to the ace match. Catching up with the chat, doesn't look like Tempest outranged those Goliaths. They do. They do outrange. As we did mention, Goliaths, they get up to 8 range with the upgrade, and as we saw, SKillous, he was not kiting. So, especially early on. Later he was, but early on, it did seem like SKillous, he wasn't expecting the Goliaths to be able to get close enough to actually attack. So, SKillous, in the first engagement with the Tempest, he did leave his Tempest more idle. He left them alone, and that's why they got shut down, as he wasn't as attentive with them when it came to kiting, when it came to preserving his Tempest. But again, that was more so the beginning of the game, less so later on. This is SE2 on SE1 mode. This is StarCraft Evolution. StarCraft Evolution is it's kind of a new game mode. I say new game mode, it's been around for almost a year, I want to say, but there's been a lot of support behind it. We've been casting it quite a lot on the channel. It is a game mode that, or a game mod, and game mode I guess, that does incorporate Brood War and SE2 together, and it makes them face off against each other. Honestly, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It is quite refreshing, especially, you know, if you're us, if like we cast StarCraft 2 on a daily basis, multiple times a day, and it is quite refreshing to dive into StarCraft Evolution. It's a lot of fun. Is a lot of fun. Is of course being actively patched on a regular basis. Is being updated. It's being patched. The map pool is being updated as well. There's a lot of support behind it. A lot of support. If you want to help support the StarCraft Evolution, I should say, I believe there is a Patreon. I believe there is a way to support it monetarily. Exclamation mark SC Evo. Yeah, there we go. Exclamation mark SE Evo in the chat. You'll get a link to the Patreon page to support the development of this mod. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Wisdoms of Gold, we have the red Protoss player. We have the Brood War Protoss representing Team Liquid. Whew. Forcing the ace match. We'll see if he can close this out. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player, the SE2 Terran. It is ByuN. We go. Is it ever Brood War versus Brood War? No. We, in this tournament, in these events, in the StarCraft Evolution events, we never host SE2 versus SE2, and we never host Brood War versus Brood War. This game mode is not balanced for Brood War versus Brood War. It is only balanced for SE2 versus Brood War. Just as a heads up. And again, this is not a carbon copy patch of Brood War because the game mode is being updated and balanced quite regularly. I was mentioning some balance changes earlier, but the Goliath, for example, was nerfed. The Goliath was, especially, I believe its ground attack was nerfed. It was doing a little bit too well, was trading too well, and I think it was maybe a month ago the Goliath was nerfed. What else did occur recently? There were changes to the Scout. There were a lot of changes to the Brood War BC. The BC was made to be more tankier. As you can imagine, just quickly a little bit, I guess, of a side tangent, the Brood War Battlecruiser is very different to SC2 Battlecruiser. The Brood War Battlecruiser is more tanky. It's less mobile, is what I should start with, because it has no teleport. Remember, there's no teleportation on the Brood War BC, so the SC2 one is just so much more mobile, and to balance that out, the Brood War BC became more tanky. They increased its armor values, they made it more robust to help compensate for its lack of mobility. For example, like little changes like that, ways to emphasize or support certain units and certain races where they can. Another recent change was the lockdown duration was reduced. Lockdown is pretty good. We haven't seen it yet tonight, but lockdown is insane. I love it. But arguably a little bit too good, so the lockdown duration was reduced a little bit in a recent patch. But now though, going to be settling in. We do have our initial opener, double gas into a faster factory, delayed TC out of Bratok, so a much more aggressive build from our Terran player. Meanwhile, SKillous back at home does go for a standard opener himself, opening up Dragoon, and this should lead into Reaver drops. Do you see what I see? I see a Robo. Robo typically in this game mode leads into a Bay, leads into Reavers, leads into Reaver drop play. Bratok coming in for the Scouts. Does dive in, does confirm. God damn it, Diva. But Bratok does confirm the Robos, so he can piece 2 and 2 together. Reaper is going to be cleaned up, and we open up with the Shuttle. Shuttle is on the way to move out with drop play. But are we only opening up with the Shuttle? Ah, there it is. Shuttle into the Bay, into Reaver drop. Let's go. And again, this is quite common in TVP. It's quite a common opener, quite a common build. It allows the Protoss player to maintain map control, to harass, to try to keep pressure on the Terran. We can see Bratok, because he saw the Robo, he knows, more or less. He knows what's going on. He's preparing back at home. We have the Cyclone defensively. Instead of going Viking, is going for a Liberator first. Interesting. Liberator is going to be harassing. Viking would have been to shut down the Prism, or I keep saying Prism. Shuttle. You know what I mean. To shut down the Shuttle, but is going for aggression instead. Dragoons, they do kite back. Gonna be kiting back. The Reaver is on the way. And so far, SKillous trading well. Kiting back, picking off and picking away at the Marines. Cyclone gets a lock on. Is gonna be broken. SKillous trading well. The tank, though, has arrived. And with the help of this tank, the Dragoons are gonna be forced back. Oof. Yeah, massive tank shot goes off. Oh my god. Second tank volley as well. With that, Bratok holds. But here comes the second wave. Here comes the Dragoon. The Reaver, I should say. So we have Reaver, we have shuttle speed also being researched. Now when it comes to the Reaver itself, you might be curious, especially if you haven't seen Brood War. The Reaver is almost like a mix between the Immortal and the Disruptor. Because there's no Immortals or Disruptors. Again, it's kind of like a blending of the two in a way. It does do a lot of splash damage, but kind of like a carrier, you have to actually make the ammunition. You have to make the Scarabs one at a time. As you can see here, there's one Scarab, shot goes off. So you have to pay for each shot. Unlike the Disruptor shots, you don't have as much control when it comes to where the Purification ever lands. Here we have the Scarab shot that just targets. Does target, does chase. What's interesting about the Scarab shot is that it is impacted by terrain, by units. Can be blocked. But here we go, we're going for the mineral line. Tanks are in position. Has to be very careful. Remember, there is a delay. When you drop the Reaver, there's a delay between the drop and the Scarab shot. So it is vulnerable to these tanks, and in the end, gets the hell out of there. Oh! Observer gets caught. SKillous sharking around, waiting for that shot. Behind this does expand. And again, this is the reason why you want to, or why this opener is so common and so popular. Right now, he's not getting any damage. True. But what's happening? ByuN is defensive. He's staying back at home, ready for the Reaver drop. Because of that, SKillous is allowed to expand. He's taking a third base, he's saturating his third. Right now, ByuN is defending back at home, but actually getting ready for a move out. Observer does spot this. It's going to be on SKillous to try to slow this down. But the Vikings are zoning. Oh, let's go. Look at it. It's like a giant caterpillar. Oh! Vikings do zone. Here comes the push. Dragoon's coming in. Does force a siege. And again, it's on SKillous to slow this down as much as possible. Just slow down the push. Oh! Has to be careful. As that shuttle is so low. No, the shuttle! Oh god, get out of here. No. One shot away. Shuttle falls. And without a shuttle, those Reavers are so slow. They're so vulnerable. They're powerful, but again, as you can see here, they're not very nimble. So rebuilding the shuttle. We have a Zealot on the way to reinforce. Charge almost done. I should say Zealot legs. As speed on those Zealots is a little bit different than the SE2 variant. Likewise, bunkers being thrown down. SKillous has to be so careful with that Reaver. It's going to make or break this fight. Tanks are moving in. They're slow pushing towards that third. As the shuttle is rebuilt. Zealots are getting ready for a surround for a flank. Let's go. Zealot legs are done. Zealots are preparing. The observers over the army. And he does see the unsiege. He's going for it. Oh, not quite. Trying to catch reinforcements, if not, just go for a counterattack. This is a 2-base all-in. Bear that in mind. No third CC. 2-base all-in out of ByuN. One way or another. Either he kills SKillous or he dies trying. And Zealots, they bust in across the map. They get into the natural. Marines are falling. Scarab Shell doesn't quite go up. ByuN, he respects it. He backs off. But across the map, these Zealots are wreaking havoc. They bust through the mineral line. SCVs are falling left and right. And ByuN, now he can't sustain himself. He is all in, but now he's stuck on a 1-base economy. As everything falls here at the natural. Oh! Shuttle taking a lot of hits. Once again. ByuN moving forward. Stims in. Does catch one Dragoon. Nice trade. Dragoon, Zealots going down. Reaver comes in. Up! Oh my god, doesn't quite connect. Whew. ByuN does avoid it. But he will lose that natural. Natural has fallen or lifted, depending on how you look at it. SKillous going for another Zealot run by. And true, I mean, there's no rush. Like, SKillous doesn't have to save the space. Doesn't have to save it. Reaver shot goes up. Massive connection. Does connect. Base is going down. Zealots, they get across once again. They shut down the ByuN. And sure, SKillous, he lost an expansion, but he saves the probes. And he's still mining on a 3-base economy. Zealots are coming from behind, collapsing all those tanks. He gets in for the surround. And the tanks are falling. Reaver shots going up. And SKillous, he will clean this up. He will clean this up completely. The tanks, the ByuN, GG gets called. And SKillous, he will take the series 2-1. Whew, GG. Does take the series, but I thought he was completely all in on 2 bases. He had no third TC. Unfortunately, he did miss the Zealot counterattack, and he had nothing at home to defend. He had no Sim City, he had no bunkers, he lost everything. And what that means, even though, sure, he was all in anyway, it means that he could not sustain the all in. It was supposed to be a 2-base all in, knocked down to 1. And with that, he ran out of steam, he ran out of reinforcements. With that, he was overwhelmed, and we do see SKillous advancing on in his stead. GG. GG, well played. SKillous does advance on. Shout out to ByuN though, because we had a great game, especially on Citadel. Like, Citadel was the highlight for me. It was beautiful, it was amazing. We got into like a proper economy, into a proper base count. But alas, the show will go on, and we have our next series getting ready for us. Up next is going to be another TVP. SKillous is up against ByuN in the next round. Let's go. As there it is. Again, ByuN, he got knocked down to the lower brackets by By SKillous, actually. SKillous knocked him down 2-0. And now we have a rematch. ByuN took down Wayne, ByuN took down Milky Cow, and now ByuN is up against SKillous for a second time. For those that are curious, up here, if you can see up here in the upper quarterfinals, SKillous 2-0 ByuN. We did cast this series earlier. Now we have a rematch. Now we have a rematch as we are nearing the end of the broadcast. We have 4 players left. We have SKillous, ByuN, Classic, and Dark. 4 players remain, but there can be only one champion. Oh boy. There can be only one. And we'll see if ByuN can get his revenge. We'll see if he can fight back against SKillous. Catching him. There's a different version of the mod that is as close to Brood War as possible called Legacy. Ah, there you go. There you go. But vetoes are underway as we speak. We're getting to our vetoes, and we will soon be jumping into our final matches. Our final matches, again, 3 series left. Lower bracket semifinals, lower bracket finals, and then the grand finals thereafter. It is going to be a long event. We're 5 hours in. It's probably going to reach up to like 7 hours, I would imagine, around 7-hour cast. So we were going to be covering, we were going to be casting another event after this. You can see here, bam. We were going to be casting the FSL Sunday morning. That's going to be at 9 AM KST. But because this event is lasting as long as it is, by the time we wrap up, it might be like 7 AM in the morning. Most likely we're going to have to reschedule FSL. So most likely we're going to postpone, we're going to reschedule FSL. Those are curious, what is FSL? That is a show match between several and a bunch of diamond players. Basically, it's like 1v2 and 1v3. Like, we got a team of diamonds going up against several. It's going to be amazing, going to be beautiful. It is going to be a replay cast, as these are matches that were played ahead of time. But most likely we're going to be covering that instead, maybe in a couple of days. This event is lasting a long time. it's a bit of a longer SEL this week, or this month. It's a bit of a longer one. So, yeah, it's 4 AM right now, 4 AM in the morning. By the time we wrap up, it's going to be like 7 AM. And with no shot, we're going to make that 9 AM cast. No shot, Pappy, no shot. So we'll most likely reschedule that. Most likely. But regardless, we're all good. We're all here for it. Let's go. SKillous to make it to the finals. It's possible. It is possible. He's looking good. I mean, this is also an endurance test as well. Like, it's been a long tournament, a lot of matches, a lot of games have been played. Has been intense. Good to see the increased SEL participation there. 100%, 100%. It's great to see. Again, this is ByuN's first SEL. ByuN, it's his first time competing in this tournament. And he's done well for himself. Has done well. ByuN is less familiar. Like, coming into this, I do favor SKillous. And one of the reasons why I favor SKillous and why he 2-0'd ByuN earlier is because ByuN is less familiar with Brood War, with this game mode. Like, he's less experienced. SKillous, he's a little more well-versed. But we'll see how that changes. We'll see how much ByuN has learned throughout his experience tonight in this tournament in StarCraft Evolution. Let's find out as the videos are done and we are jumping into game number 1. Let's go. Dark and Classic are playing Pigsty. True. They were playing the Pigsty group stage earlier. The marathon is real. But here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Holy Worlds, we have our Brood War Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the SC2 Terran, the SC2 Terran player from South Korea, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. Is it random for the player? It is not random. It is predetermined. The higher seed gets to pick first, and then it's loser's pick. So higher seed picks first, then loser's pick from there. when it comes to playing Brood War or SE2. But what I'm most curious by is the map. Now, welcome one and all to Holy World. This is a new map that just got ported over into SE2. I believe those are disruption webs, by the way. Let's go. And I've never cast on this map. This is a new, like, we've been casting StarCraft Evolution for like 6+ months, but this is the first time I'm seeing Holy World, and I am curious. Now, where are we going? Okay, 4-player. Okay, 4-player spawn map. 4-player spawn map. Bottom right, bottom left, top right. Makes sense. So 4-player spawn map. We're actually kind of walled in. We have rocks. We have rocks coming into the main. We have a cliff faces surrounding the main base as well, which is crazy, by the way. There is a base bottom right, true. So there's kind of like a pseudo pocket base down here. We can see SKillous expanding on the left. Really interesting map layout here. We have another kind of pocket base here, which can be attacked from the other side, so kind of a usable base on the right. That is a gold mineral that you can mine through to gain access to the other side as well. So really interesting map here. Intriguing. Quickly glossing over any other features. We have the rocks, of course, that we can break down. SKillous, he does scout, does confirm. ByuN opens up to double Reaper, reactor Reaper on one base. Double gas, reactor Reaper Hellion from ByuN. This can turn into a one base all in, otherwise he should expand. Yeah, he's gonna expand. So ByuN is going for a CC, but a very aggressive build out of ByuN, and ByuN has yet to determine the location of SKillous. Meanwhile, when it comes to the center, there's a neutral. Is that a planetary? No. Neutral CC. Okay. And there are also disruption webs as well. I feel like there's more to the center. We need to see. We need to see what happens. ByuN fans out his Reapers. He's looking for it. For those that are curious, disruption web, I believe that is not just a visual effect. I believe that is actually the web itself. Which, when a unit is inside it, cannot... I believe cannot attack up. Or is it attack period? I'd have to double check that. But yeah, you can see he's checking. Checking. Right hand side, left hand side, confirms cross spawn. Yeah, neutral CC. Interesting. Why the neutral CC? I mean, obviously it can become infested, so if Brood War Zerg came in, they could infest the CC. But intriguing. Intriguing that it's there. Meanwhile, back at home, it is going to be a Dragoon-based opener. Dragoon into Reaver, no surprise. Again, as a reminder, for a PvT, for Brood War side of things, a Dragoon Reaver is the go-to. There are some builds where you can open up a little bit differently. You can open up, like, Charge into Archon or something, but for the most part, Dragoon openers into Reaver is the standard. Meanwhile, Pylon going to be focused down. The Pylon does hold on for the time being. It's going to be cancelled, though. Up. Barely is. But last Dragoons, they shut this down. They shut down the first Hellion. They shut down the first Reaper. Likewise, across the map, Dragoons, they do sneak by. And Marines are going down. Boys are being pulled. ByuN getting caught completely out of position. Getting caught with his pants down. He's racing back home. Can he get the tank? Oh, it's going to be close. Can he get it? He can. Tank goes down. Massive pickoff. Tank does fall. Nice kiting here with the Dragoons. Reapers, they race back. And they will shut this down. But again, SKillous, he's not done. And losing one tank early on is brutal. As more Dragoons have arrived. Without any Reapers, yeah, these Marines are going to be kited to death. And are there any tanks left? Are there any tanks left? There's one. There's one tank remaining. Oh. Does siege in time. Punishes one of the Dragoons. Yo, the ragdoll. Does punish. And for now, SKillous, he does retreat. He pulls away, back at home, getting a third base. Remember, you have a free pocket expansion available to you. Third base being taken into Reaver drop. I'm quickly going to look this up. Disruption web. Preventing all units from attacking. Okay. I wasn't certain if it was just anti-air, but it's attacking period. So these disruption webs, they could be a factor coming into this when it comes to engagements in the center of the map. But basically, units that are inside the web, they cannot attack. They can use spells. They can use spells, but they don't have their auto attack ability. So here we go. SKillous does move out. Going for his Reaver drop into the mineral line. Tanks are pre-sieged. Oh, they unsiege. They do unsiege. SKillous, he will spot this. He will slow this down. I say that. Late reaction. A late reaction here by SKillous. Does pull away. Oof. Concussive Shell is brutal, catching a Dragoon. But here comes that flanking Reaver. Ideally, he doesn't really get a shot off here on the Bio, on the Marines. He can one-shot. Speaking of, Reaver coming in. ByuN pre-splits. Oh my god, shot goes off. No major connection. Nice splits there by ByuN. Does split. Another shot. Ooh, better connection though. Takes down some of the Bio, takes down some of the SCVs. Bunkers are on the way. ByuN is committing here on 2 bases, going for a 2-base all-in. Trying to break SKillous. Charge is soon to finish though. Getting into Zealot legs. Now he's up to 2 Reavers. He's dropping in. He's forced to make up though. Yeah, shots they don't connect. But the first tank does fall. Down to 3. 3 tanks. Reaver goes down. SKillous losing far too much here. Pushing into tank fire. Ay, ay, ay. Those tank shots were brutal. And SKillous gets punished. Again, if he waited a little bit longer, he would have had charge. Charge now done, but no, he's barely any zealots. Gateways are going down, and ByuN is forcing his way through. So just rallying across the map. More boys are being pulled. SKillous, he cannot hold on. So into away the Bio with the Reaver. Likewise, tanks moving forward, boys being pulled. You can see SKillous trying to set up a surround, but there are bunkers. Bunkers are already set up. But ByuN is gaining ground. We have more zealots on the way. Oh, decent Reaver shots. Still down to 1 though. Bay is gonna fall. No more Reavers. Yeah, zealots actually go for a counterattack instead. And there is potential. Oh god! Reaver shot goes off. In my mind, I was like, friendly fire? I said, no, that's okay. No friendly fire. Zealots are trying to amass. And there is a chance for SKillous to break out of this. Yes, be so careful with that Reaver. So we have more reinforcements on the way. Again, the problem is that this is just a choke point. There's just one way in. Gonna try to drop on the other side. Unloading here behind the army. But reinforcements are coming. And here he comes. He does surround. Comes in from behind, takes down the tanks. Not bad. Takes down 1, takes down 2, takes down the bunker. All 3 tanks may barely go down, but here come the reinforcements. Yeah, the Bio army does come in, does reinforce just in time. And ByuN, he will knock down the expansion. He will knock down the 3rd. SKillous, he almost broke out. Almost. But barely not. From here, there's no storm. High Templar, they can't really do much. Gotta be targeted down. And ByuN has done it. ByuN at this one, he has done it. He has broken the back of SKillous. Takes down the Prism. Or takes down the shuttle. Is overstimmed. True. Very heavily overstimmed. And SKillous, he's trying to hold on. He is on a 2-base economy. Not wrong. Losing this expansion, not the biggest of deals. But it's the army that's struggling. It's the army that's still trying to amass. I mean, it is a very large map, so it takes a long time to reinforce. But ByuN is now encroaching upon the production. Warping in some Dark Templar, okay. Bearing in mind he has no storm. So the High Templar can't really do much. Cannot storm, then morphing into Archons. DT does waddle in. Oh, there's a scan. There's the scan. Shuts the Dark Templar down. And here we go. He collapses on the army. Once again, getting on top of the tanks. Not bad. First tank goes down. Second tank as well. Decent cleanup here by SKillous. But he's still being kited to death. Still trying to close that distance. Not bad. Can he get that final tank? He can. Gets a final tank. Archon shots going off. Shuts down the ByuN. SKillous, he breaks out. He breaks out. He chases this back home. Running to a tank. That's respected. Again, this pocket base is keeping SKillous in this game. It's keeping him in this. He's been able to maintain himself. ByuN has been on 2 bases the entire time, so is SKillous. SKillous, he holds, he survives. Saves the production, getting to charge Archon, or speed Zealot Archon. Spreads out the army, collapsing on the tank. These cells are so tanky here. They shut the tank down, and ByuN is in trouble. He's been all in the entire time, and SKillous, the comeback is real. Yo, things are looking dire. Things are looking dire for SKillous. Is being pinned back, being choked out. But SKillous, he's re-expanding. ByuN, does he know about the pocket base? I don't think he does. I mentioned this earlier that ByuN here doesn't have as much experience here with this map pool and with this game mode. So I don't know if ByuN knows that there's a base right there that he could have tried to take to maintain himself. We can see SKillous, he's checking for the expansion. He's like, mate, are you really on 2 bases? He doesn't have this third. Doesn't have the fourth. And the longer that SKillous is able to resaturate that third, the better. Oh. As ByuN is still committed, still all in. Storm is on the way. Let's go. And now we just pulled the ByuN, he just pulls the boys. He sends it, Pappy. Boys are being pulled. It's all or nothing for ByuN. Cells are coming in from behind. They catch reinforcements, massive pickups. Marauder's going down, SCVs, more Marines. Very, very efficient trades here. Storm is coming in. He's not ready though. He's barely not ready. 5 more seconds. Templar goes down, massive pickup. Storm is done. Oh, he gets 1, he gets 2. Yeah, brutal. Oh my god, the Storms! They pop up, they shut down the ByuN. GG gets pulled. And SKillous, he takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Hi, Papi. GG, well played. Very intense game there. SKillous, he was pinned against the wall. Things were looking a little bit dire, but as a reminder, SKillous, he was on a 3-base economy. He was on 3 bases. Took a long time for ByuN to break that third. Took a long time for it to be broken down. And throughout all of that, SKillous, he was happily mining from the pocket base. You know, he was still maintaining himself, still barely building up his Zealots, barely building up his Archons. He eventually broke out, and things snowballed out of control from there. ByuN, he refused to expand. He refused to take a third. No, never. Never for ByuN. Not here. Not on Holy World. Here we go. As of course, it is loser's pick. So ByuN, he gets to pick what race he wants. I should say what version of the game. And yeah, we haven't made our decision. ByuN, he is picking SC2, so we're sticking with what he knows. I mentioned this before. Again, ByuN, he's not really as well versed with Brood War as some of these other players, so he's going to try to rely on his SC2, and we'll see if he can bring it back. I'm hoping he can. I'm hoping he can force the ace match, but we'll see. We shall see. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match for Shopify. It is ByuN. Oh, we're going for a proxy. As he sends out one, he sends out both SCVs. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the brutal Protoss representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. He's scouting. It is SKillous. Here we go. Wait, no, Warp Gate. Warp Gate does not exist. Warp Gate does not exist for Brood War. As a heads up, there is no Warp Gate. Oh, we're about to clown it up. We have Proxy 2 racks out of ByuN and Proxy Gates out of SKillous. Let's go. Oh god. As the workers, they pass by each other, and who do we favor? Now, something that's important here is that SKillous does have a gateway at home, so he will have some units at home to catch out this army. True. So there is going to be that advantage. ByuN does not. ByuN has nothing. There's nothing at home, so most likely ByuN will have to lift the CC, picked up and get out of here, depending on how dire things get. It is going to be Zealot first here by SKillous. SKillous, he scouts, he sees no gas. 0 gas, missing racks. He should now know proxy racks. He should know. That's why he has Zealot away. Shield battery, yeah, he knows. Shield battery's in production. Now, this gateway is going to be an awkward move here for SKillous, because again, it's not going to help defensively, but it can help offensively. So it could just make a Zealot and like park himself in between the minerals. Yeah, Zealot's on the way. Zealot's on the way. The bunker rush is coming. More shield batteries here out of SKillous. Beating ByuN with some mode version units. Well, I mean, he's playing Brood War. Playing Brood War back. So now he's zoning away those Marines. First Zealot making his way into the main. Dragoon has arrived. Can he deny the bunkers? Can he deny them? He is trying to take that one Marine, takes that one SCV. There's one SCV left. And it's going to be targeted. Yeah, the bunkers, they do not complete. The bunker rush has failed. Zealot's in the mineral line, gets surrounded. SCVs are falling. No mining here for ByuN. And he cannot break this. Not against 2 shield batteries. Yeah, GG gets caught. Not against 2 shield batteries. SKillous, he will shut ByuN down completely. And SKillous, he will take the series 2-0. GG, well played. SKillous, he will claim the series, will advance on into the next round. My condolences to ByuN. Again, ByuN, congratulations to ByuN for making it this far. ByuN, this is his first time. It's his first time playing. He's not really too familiar with this mod, with StarCraft Evolution, but to make it this far in the tournament is still very impressive. Still very impressive here for ByuN. So really well done, really well played. Does get knocked out, but again, SKillous was the favorite player coming into this, and with that, we are getting into our next series. We are going to be loading into our PvP. Let's go. Looking forward to it here. Up next is going to be the lower bracket finals. We have 3 players remaining. 3 players do remain. It is going to be SKillous versus Classic. Into Dark. Do any Brood War players play StarCraft Evolution? Unfortunately not. That's the big downside, I would say, when it comes to the player base of StarCraft Evolution, is that it is pooling from the SC2 player base and not pooling from the Brood War player base. I think there was some show matches or some like invitationals that were held, but for the most part, Brood War players, it feels like they're not too interested. They're not too interested in trying out StarCraft Evolution. They're content playing Brood War, so they're sticking with it. For the most part, StarCraft Evolution is again pooling from SC2 players. Dewalt played earlier, who's a well-known Brood War foreign player. There you go. So we do have Dewalt at least. There's Dewalt. I want to say that Ateshi may have been a little bit more prominent in Brood War. Maybe. I'm uncertain about Ateshi. So there's like an exception here or there. So shout out to Dewalt. But I guess what I was referencing was the Korean players, like the Korean Brood War players. Like they haven't really touched this. We have seen MC, true. MC was playing StarCraft Evolution. We did feature a show match featuring MC at the start of the year. but he's mainly focusing on Brood War right now. Like, I think MC, he's actually doing quite well in Brood War, if I'm not mistaken. Doing quite well. MC making a big Brood War comeback? Yeah, for sure, for sure. Have seen. Here we go. Just catching up. Basically 6 races to choose from? Yes, yes. Basically 6 races. 6 races to choose from. But it looks like we have some downtime. Looks like we have a little bit of downtime here. If you have not seen the brackets yet, again, we still have 2 matches remaining here. We have 2 matches left. We have Classic versus SKillous into Dark, who is patiently waiting in the grand finals for the winner of these 2 players. Regardless, it is going to be a Protoss versus Zerg in the finals. It is going to be PvZ. And we will be going on a short break. Going to be going on a short break. It looks like Classic is MIA. Looks like Classic is a little bit AFK here. I'm sure he was, you know, patiently waiting for the previous series to wrap up. And the last game was really fast, so Classic, we do need him to come back to us. Once he does, though, we'll be jumping in. We'll be jumping into our next series. So for now, we're going to be going on a short break. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and we'll be back soon with that PvP. And there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to get into. This is not your typical PvP. I feel like saying it's PvP is deceptive because the reality is the brutal races are very different to the SC2 counterparts. So it's a completely different matchup. Completely different. We'll get into it. We'll get into it once we have our players ready. See you soon. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OST. Very fitting considering the event that we're casting. And welcome back to the StarCraft Evolution League number 8, your monthly dose of StarCraft Evolution content. And we are now jumping into our lower bracket finals. We have 3 players left. We have 2 matches remaining, and we are jumping into our PvP. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the red Protoss player, the Brutal Protoss. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the SE2 Protoss player, the blue Protoss. From South Korea, it is Classic. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as you have a couple of minutes to place those predictions and place your grapes on the line. Meanwhile, before I get ahead of myself, a big shout out to BGE Stara Zagora. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast. I do know that you are hosting your own events, your own regional tournaments, I believe bi-weekly, if not weekly, but I hope you had a great time. Usually, I mean, we have raided Stars Zagora in the past, and we were planning to, but this event has gone on for quite some time. It's been a long cast, it's been a long tournament, but thank you so much for the raid. Hope you guys had a great time. Gracias, as we are jumping into our PvP quote-unquote mirror matchup. I don't think mirror matchup is really the correct term. SE2 Protoss and Brutal Protoss are very different, as are all the races and their own counterparts between Brood War and SE2, and we do have SKillous opening up with a proxy. My eyes are on our red Protoss player. Let's go. Let us go. So SKillous opening up 2 gates, 2 gate opener to Cybercore, likewise 2 gate expand into gate cyber into expansion. Very greedy build here by Classic. Actually, I believe that was a Nexus before Cybercore. The greed is real. The greed is real. Classic, he's being so greedy, cutting corners. He's asking to be all in, and SKillous is going for the all in. Now, if you were watching earlier today, SKillous versus herO, SKillous did this exact same build against herO. It's going to be double gateway Dragoon into proxy Reaver. Proxy Reaver's on the way, and that ideally does overwhelm a player being too greedy. What do we have to defend? 1 gate. We have 1 gateway to defend. Shield battery is on the way. May Reavers, they don't care about your shield battery. They don't care about units. They will shut them down. They will blow them up. They will blow them to pieces. And Classic doesn't know. Classic, he's in the dark. He saw the initial opener. Nothing looked crazy. Nothing looked too out of the norm. Did see that a pylon was missing at least. But is that enough? Back at home, Robo. Good call. Robo opener out of Classic. Safety Immortals. Immortal production going to be on the horizon here for the blue Protoss. Is it going to be enough though? Here comes the Prism. Here comes the Reaver. It's on the way. It's going to be on the way. SKillous poking forward. Ideally with that Reaver, he needs to break this defensive line. Break the Sentry, break the Stalkers. Hallucinations moving out. We see SKillous trying to intercept. Does attempt to, but won't be able to. Doesn't quite catch that Hallucination. And Classic, does he confirm? As he does miss the shuttle, but he will scout the proxy. There we go. He knows what's going on. Shuttle into the main. Reaver's on the way. And Dragoons, they're going for the mineral line. They're going for the mineral line. Probes are under fire. Gets 1 so far. Shuttle is getting focused down. Oh, takes a lot of hits. Takes a lot of damage. Takes a lot of hull damage even, but does survive. Does survive. We have shuttle speed on the way. First Reaver has arrived. And again, at least Classic is aware. He knows. And I love this choice. It's going to be Immortal into, not a second Immortal, into a War Prism. War Prism is on the way. Likewise, Classic focusing down those Dragoons. He gets 1, almost 2. Reaver's coming in. Oh, has the 1 Scarab available. Waddling forward. He's got like a little hand. Look at him go. He's like dragging himself forward. Oh my god. Oh, shot goes off. Does connect. Wasn't able to pick up in time. Oh, another shot goes off. Decent connection so far. Takes down the Sentry. But is it going to be enough? Nice avoid there on that Scarab shot. SKillous pulls away. Does pull back. The shuttle on the fire. Shuttle goes down. Oh my god. Massive pickoff. Shuttle goes down. Reaver as well. And with that Classic, he holds. He does hold. He shuts down the army forces. SKillous back, GG gets called, there's nothing left, and Classic, he will survive, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Classic with a solid response. Remember, he scouted the missing pylon and he reacted with safety shield battery into Robo into immortal production. Very safe play there by Classic. With that SKillous, alas, he wasn't quite able to get that damage he was hoping for. I love that Classic went for the War Prism just because that's a good way to actually have some counter micro to avoid those Reaver shots, to avoid the Scarab shots, and to preserve his army. To preserve, to micro back, to avoid those explosions, and to overwhelm. GG. GG, well played. Very nice control there by Classic. Very nice decision, of course, as well, to go for that earlier Prism. And that leads us into game number 2. Let's go. Jumping into game 2. And we'll see if SKillous can force the ace match, as game 2 is going to be on Citadel. Oh, interesting. I'm hoping for an ace match. I just realized game 2 is on Citadel, game 3 is on Neo Isles of Siren. I want to get there so bad. I want to get there, Pappy. Can we do it? Can we pull it off? We've castled on Neo Isles once so far tonight. Just once. Can we get there? Citadel, of course, is a 4-player spawn map. Is 4 players, and we'll see how we spawn in and what builds we go for as well. Let's go. Alright, gonna be setting up. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Just setting up our map. And it looks like SKillous, he has chosen to play, again, loser's pick. It is loser's pick. SKillous, he has chosen to commit and to play SE2. So now the roles have been reversed. Roles are reversed. And my eyes are going to be on Classic, definitely, coming into Citadel. See if we do open up Dragoon, or if we go for some cheeky builds and some hidden proxies. There's potential. There's potential on this map. It's going to be potential. So we are loading into game number 2, potentially the final game of the series. I hope not. I hope we're able to embrace an ace match again. Game 3 is on the island map. I want to get there. We'll see if we can. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Citadel, we have the SE2 Protoss player, the red Protoss for Team Liquid. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Brood War Protoss player, the teal Protoss. It is Classic. Beautiful. And again, welcome one and all to Citadel. This is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in top right, bottom left, and top left as well. Multiple spawn locations. It's up to our players to determine how greedily they want to open up, knowing that there's a high chance that, I mean, you might be spawning further away from your opponents. If it's a vertical spawn or a cross spawn, a diagonal spawn if you will, then rush distance by ground is going to be longer. But the horizontal spawn, rush distance by ground is shorter, and more aggressive builds and aggressive styles are most likely on the horizon. SKillous, he scouts up bottom left, confirms there is no Protoss, there is no Classic, and he's still searching. Likewise, looks like we're going for an economic build. We have a gateway into a Nexus. Very greedy build here by SKillous. So gate expand into delayed cybercore. Very greedy. Ooh, and Classic will confirm. Classic, he moves in. Likewise, Classic also going for a gate into expansion. Gate cyber expand. Probe Scout comes in and does confirm the Nexus timing. Does confirm. Likewise, SKillous is now aware where his opponent has spawned in. We'll check top right. And so far, we're just getting to our openers. So far, economic builds from our two players, economic starts, and we can embrace the longer game. Can embrace the longer game state. Now, typically, we should be seeing Dragoon into Reaver. That is the go-to mid-game composition in this matchup from the side of Brood War. Likewise, you should be seeing Stalker Immortal out of SKillous. That's at least how typically this plays out. We'll see if either player deviates from the norm. We see like a Stargate or a Twilight Council into Dark Shrine. There's that Robo initially from SKillous for those Immortals. Likewise, Dragoons are amassing for Classic. Looking to move out. Getting into Dragoon range. So far, just really careful movement. Doesn't want to overcommit. Shield batteries on the way here for SKillous to maintain himself. And SKillous does hold on to the high ground. Now again, the high ground is an even bigger advantage here in StarCraft Evolution. There is a high chance to miss if you shoot up a ramp. I believe it is 53% chance to miss, like just over 50%. But SKillous does pull away, does back up. Yeah, spots all the Dragoons, he retreats back to the shield battery. SKillous does hold. He's holding on. Classic going for his own Robo. Robo into Bay, into Reavers. Should be the go-to. Dragoons poking in. Mortal production has begun. Does try to dive on in. Doing a lot of burst damage. SKillous being stoned away from his own natural. Only for a moment though, takes down one of the trades 1-to-1. Does trade, doesn't quite lock down that Dragoon. Oh, he's trying to, gets punished though. This is not worth it. Not worth it here for SKillous. Will bleed out another Stalker. Has to get the hell out of here. Does pull away. Behind this, Bay is done. The Bay has completed. Reaver production has begun here for Classic. He's setting up for his Reaver drop. Likewise, just like the previous game, SKillous, it's going to be a role of reversal. He will have his own War Prism. He will have his own potential to micro into control. Oh, but he does overextend. No shot. No, the Immortal's going to go down. Massive pickoff. Immortal does fall. That is a big loss here for SKillous. And that was meant to be his advantage here. Things are looking a little bit rough for our red Protoss player. Out with his own Prism to harass, to counterattack. Likewise, here comes that Reaver, making his way towards the main base, towards the mineral line, towards the economy. Classic moving in. SKillous takes his third base. Classic is a little bit faster. Place setting up to dive into the main. Dragoons ideally they distract. Oh! Shuttle gets spotted. Shot does go off, takes out a Stalker, gets one. Just the one. Just the one Stalker. Stalker's out of position though. Dragoons, they dive in. Take down the shield battery. Catch a Stalker as well. Up! Reaver shots going off, more Stalkers falling. So my Classic controlling this very well. Depowers the Robo. Does the power, picking away at more Stalkers, and Classic is just overwhelming. Just overwhelming with the army. Scarab shot going off, massive connection. Reaver does finally go down. But he's forced to pull the boys. Boys are being pulled. Classic trading well. I'm afraid to look. He takes down 10 Stalkers and an Immortal for 3 Dragoons and 1 Reaver. So very efficient pickoffs here, very efficient trades from Classic. Thread in the shade. SKillous trying to keep up. Trying to do some counter damage here. He's moving out. Dipping into the main. Classic not ready for this. Nice damage. He gets 2, he gets 3. He gets up to 4 probe kills. 4 workers go down. Shades into the natural. More probes falling. Not bad. Yeah, pulling Classic apart, but he doesn't get he's committing. Classic, he commits. Does head towards the 3rd. SKillous not quite in position. I think he does move in. Oh, scratch what's going up. Brutal shots. They do connect. Oh my god, they do connect here. Stalkers are falling left and right. They dive on top of the Scarabs, on top of the Reavers. They get 1. But Dragoons, they hold their own. Yeah, they punish those Stalkers. Scarab shots are too brutal here. They shut everything down. Boys are being pulled. Warpins are denied, and GG gets called. Classic, he overwhelms. He just shuts SKillous down, both in Game 1 and in Game 2, and Classic will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Just a really rough start there for SKillous, losing the first Immortal, losing the first Stalker as well, just bleeding out units early on. That did lead it, and it did overwhelm when it came to the follow-up move out here, when they came to the committed push towards that natural with Dragoons, with the Reavers. Last Classic, it was just completely out-trading SKillous, and in the end, Classic does advance on to the Grand Finals for a rematch against Dark. GG. GG, well played. Again, Classic, we did dub him as the best Protoss in StarCraft Evolution. Dark is the best Zerg in StarCraft Evolution. They are the top 2 of their respective races, and now they face off once again. Now, this is going to be a rematch, scrolling on over here, and also a big shout out to SKillous, of course. It's been a long event, a very long event, and I'm sure SKillous is very fatigued, but did fight so well, making it this far. Does fall in the lower brackets, but made it to top 3. Made it all the way to top 3. It's a very impressive run here from SKillous, taking down players like ByuN, like herO, and many others. Bratok as well, very close match. So very nice performance here. Is knocked out. Now we have our Grand Finals. It's going to be a best of 5. Oh, sorry, my apologies. I assumed it was a best of 5. But it's actually supposed to be best of 7. Considering how long the event has gone on for, though, it looks like our players are agreeing upon a best of 5 instead. Okay. Players are preparing. Here we go. Yes, we are setting up. But again, it's going to be a best of 5. Best of 5 with a 1-point advantage for Dark. Again, Dark is coming in from the upper bracket. Dark has not lost a single series, so he is going to be opening up with a 1-0 lead. Meanwhile, Classic is going to have to try to overcome that. Best of luck. Vetoes are underway as we speak. Vetoes are underway. And they are clearing up. Classic is letting us know that he's so tired. He's so tired. And Dark is he's telling him, he's like, mate, you played all day today. Again, remember, Classic, he did compete in the Pigsty event previously. Dark is giving Classic praise for playing all day. But for now, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break. Vetoes, they're going to take a while to wrap up. Once we have our initial maps, we will be jumping on in. Give us a couple of moments here to set up. Otherwise, take this time, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and get ready for that best of 5 Grand Finals. Coming up next, coming soon in a couple of minutes. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of the StarCraft Evolution League number 8, your monthly dose of StarCraft Evolution content. Here we go. We are jumping to the grand finals. Welcome one and all to a best of 5. As a reminder, true. Welcome to our best of 5. And again, our Zerg player has a 1-0 lead as he comes in from the upper bracket. But now we are jumping in and spawning in the bottom right hand corner. We have our brutal Protoss player, our red Protoss. It is Classic from South Korea. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg. It is Dark. And yes, for those that are curious, Purity in Industry, this is the map we're loading into. This is an old Legacy of the Void map from 2020. And as they're mentioning, Classic was saying how he never played on it because Classic was in the military at the time. Dark was not. Also, if you're in the chat, predictions. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. As a reminder, there's a prediction for the entirety of the best of 5. Best of luck in the chat. Best of luck. As for now, we're going to be settling in. True. Rocks were eliminated. I believe there used to be rocks here. I believe there used to be rocks protecting this Zelnaga tower. Rocks have since been removed. Not all of them, but some of them. Likewise, we have these slow zones in between the bases, and we have an island here in the center of the map as well. In general, though, short rush distance. Rush distance by air and by ground is very short on this map. There's a reason why this map was often vetoed as well. It's been a while. Has been a while. Good to be back. Go. I remember watching when Cheese fails on this map. This map is ancient. No, as I did mention, this map is from 2020. As I did mention, this map is from the beginning of COVID, basically like March of 2020-ish era of StarCraft. March into June, if I remember correctly. Was around for 3 months. Not too long. Not too long. Now we have our gate into row opener here. We have our expansion set up here on the low ground. Likewise, Dark is going to be droning up. At least somewhat here. Now, we have seen a lot of aggressive builds from Dark. We've seen a lot of all-ins from our Zerg player. He does pull out of gas. He's moving out with his Lings, but we'll see if he drones up behind this. As he does invest on his Ling, but he's going for it. He's going for the all-in. 20 drones all he has. He has Queens for injects, and he's flooding across the map. Back at home, Classic, he does have a wall, thankfully. He has 2 pylons, he has a wall, but Classic, he sees nothing, he knows nothing. The all-in is moving out. Oh boy. It's all or nothing for Dark. We'll see if he can break Classic. So far, the wall is looking somewhat solid, but these Lings, they can get on top of the production. Shuttles on the way. Reaver behind this as well. Can Dark break Classic before Reavers pop? Still banking, still building. Oh, the boys are here. Let's go. The boys have arrived. They hit a drone drill. They hit a drone drill past that Zealots. Yeah, the boys, they are here. They're leading the charge. They're getting onto the other side. And with that, Classic is going to be broken. Oh, the wall off is denied. Yeah, drones, they block off that location. Zelda is going to be targeted down. Boys are being pulled. And Lings, they bust in. Oh, there's a cannon. Sorry, there are Dragoons though. Dragoons, they're holding the line. Nice hold position, Micro. Does hold position. Lings, they're slowly breaking in. Up. They get us around. And Dragoon is going to fall. Pop big up here with the shuttle. Reaver's halfway done. And Dark, he's barely squeezing in. Barely does break past though. Yeah, at least they flood through. They flood through. The floodgates are open. Nice Micro though. How big a Micro here? How big a Micro on those Dragoons? Rover gets surrounded. Reaver will pop. Up. Oh no, the Reaver. No, the Reaver doesn't spawn in. 1 second away. So close. And without that Reaver, alas, Lings, they will clean this up. They will shut down all these Dragoons. The Micro is good, but it's not that good. Yeah, 1 Dragoon left. Zelts are on the way. But Lings, they surround immediately. They get a full surround. And that's going to be game. That's going to be game here and now. GG gets called as Dark. His Ling flood is successful. And with that, Dark will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Dark does take a lead. And now we're getting to game number 2. Or game number 3, depending on how you look at it. Again, Dark, he's up 2-0. He needs 1 more game to be our champion. Oh boy, and we've seen a lot of all-in so far out of Dark. That's been his go-to to end these games, to wrap up these matches. I'm hoping we can get an extended series here, but the pressure is now on Classic. Pressure is on. Just catching up. 1 second reroll. Like once, maybe even like half a second. It was so close. That reroll would have shut that down completely. But alas, needed a little bit more time, a couple more seconds. Unfortunately, again, Classic, he did not see the all-in. He did not know what was coming. If he was aware, he would have walled off ahead of time. He would have fully walled off with an extra pylon, with an extra gateway. But alas, he didn't know what was coming. Didn't see until it was too late. Until it was too late. We go. CranKy likes discussing SC2 all day. Ah, always, papi, always. Let's go. As our next game is going to be on Citadel. Let's go. Meanwhile, it looks like Classic has chosen to commit into Brood War. So Classic is sticking with Brood War Protoss. Dark is switching to SE2. We're loading into a larger map. On this larger map, all-ins are a little bit more difficult to pull off, depending on the spawn location, right? It's a 4-player spawn map. If we get close spawns, then all-ins can overwhelm. Otherwise, cross spawns or diagonal spawn locations, less effective. We'll see. We shall see. Speaking of, we have cross spawn. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the SE2 Zerg player. We have the red Zerg leading the series 2-0. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the Brood War Protoss from South Korea. It is Classic. As this map is a 4-player map, but we have spawned in as far away as possible. And we have long spawns or fast spawns here between Classic and Dark, bottom right and top left. And Classic is scouting across the map, checking the vertical spawn location, going for a cannon rush. Oh my, he's crazy. This is so risky here. He opens up with a cannon rush. He does not find the initial base. He's checking, he is searching. He needs to find that expansion while he can to pull this off. Here we go. The cannon rush is upon us. Classic, he does check bottom left, confirms there is no expansion. Now he knows. Now he is aware. Forge about to finish. But because there's no setup for these pylons, I mean, we just expand? Are we going Forge, fast, expand? It feels late to cannon rush now. He's going for it. Yeah, he's going for it. Regardless. There we go. It's going to be a late cannon rush out of Classic because it was a late scout. He's only got 1 probe. And he does expand. Okay. So, does expand behind this. Boys have arrived. And Classic from here, this should just be a fake out. Yeah, it should just be a fake out. He is probing up. A very awkward start for Classic. And he doubles back. Oh my god. Does double back. Going for the cannon, at least tries to. It's going to be zoned away. Here we go. He gets 1, he gets 2, but these are late cannons. 3 cannons in production. Lings are already in production, though. We have queens on the way as well. Boys are being pulled. I'll be honest, I don't really see this working. I'll be honest here. Drones are going to surround. The first cannon's going to be denied. And Lings are on the way. Yeah, they pop out just in time. They're going for those cannons. They're being cancelled one after the other. This is not gonna be successful. And he gets all 3. Gets all 3. Back at home, Classic trying to transition out of this. Was a failed cannon rush. Did deny mining time, but he lost cannons. He lost 2. That was a big investment. They were killed, not cancelled. Now Dark is moving out. Now, thankfully, because the rush distance by ground is very long, it means that Classic should be okay. The cannon will finish up and he will survive, but it's still going to be an awkward game state. Still going to be awkward. Darky moves in, checks bottom left, checks bottom right, confirms, and Darky's going for a roach rush. He's going for a roach all in. One way or another. I mean, I'm not too fond of going for a roach all in on this map, I'll be honest, especially on these spawn locations. But Ravagers, they can have their way with these cannons and with the pylon. Not wrong. echo. His cannons are being thrown down. Roaches are amassing. And because of the late Cyber Core, there's only a Zealot. There's no Dragoons. No Dragoons to defend. Roaches are whirling across the map. They are soon to morph into Ravagers. Oh boy. And they have a couple of targets. They can go for the cannons, they can go for the pylons. We'll see what Dark does target as he scouts. Classic, he confirms. Classic, he confirms the all-in. Now he's aware. Throws down more cannons. It's gonna be a tough hold. Can't he Void Ray? No, Void Rays are not existent in Brood War Protoss. Void Rays do not exist. Forge is gonna fall. Biles here on the cannon. On the pylon as well. Oh! Dark does overextend. Overextends for a moment. Grazing the army, grazing the Dragoon. The wall is open. Lings, they try to flood in, and they flood past. They just run past the main army. They bust into the main. Workers are going to be under fire. Dark keeping the army busy. But alas, there's plenty of side defense. Cannons and shield batteries. Classic, he can hold on. He can hold here. Lings looking for surround. Ravagers, they shut down the cannon. Uh-oh. First cannon does fall. Lings, they collapse here on the Dragoons. Boys are being pulled. Lings are going to be cleaned up. They get 6 rope kills. Another cannon falls. But the Reaver's on the way, and the Reaver is going to be enough to shut this down. Now, my concern here is going to be a Reaver without a shuttle. True. No shuttle. Oh. One Ravager falls. Still does get the Cyber Core. Lings, they flood in once again. And this is okay damage, but Dark needs more. And he's not going to get it. Dark is being cleaned up. Classic defense. Classic, he holds on. He does defend back at home. Dark, he's droning. He's droning up. He's looking to go for a lair. This looks like a Ling Roach all-in into 2-base Muta. If you were watching Dark versus SKillous earlier today, you would know that's what Dark went for. So 2-base Muta should be the follow-up. As gases are being taken. Classic trying to punish. Chasing this down. Oh! Spiles don't connect. Spiles don't quite connect. Classic moving in. Dark, he is in trouble here. Forced to make Lings. He wants to drone, but he can't. Cannot drone up. Reaver has arrived. Nice around here on those Dragoons, but they still shut down the Ravagers. Ravagers do fall. And with good enough control here, oh my god. Barely does micro, barely does pull away. Saves the Reaper. There's that 2-base Muta that we did mention, 2-base Spire. This is Dark's go-to follow-up. And so far, unscouted. So far is unscouted. Classic has yet to confirm. Still rotating into the bases. Going for the Queen. And he will get, oh, barely not one. Clutch transfuse. And nice split there with those Lings. Dark handling himself well. Does defend well. Again, Spire is almost done. Classic, he didn't scout the gases, didn't see the gases, didn't see the lair, didn't see the tech. Classic doesn't know. And back at home, what does he have? He will have Dragoons at least, but the main base is very vulnerable, very exposed. Likewise, Mutas, they can just go for the Prism, or the shuttle, you know what I mean. They can just go for the shuttle. Meanwhile, going for the eggs. Going for the Queen. First Queen does fall. As they try to trade, second Queen goes down. Mutas have arrived. They will clean this up. They will shut this down. Yeah, the Reavers and the shuttle. Extensive losses here for Classic, but at least he knows. And back at home, we need side defense. Need that site defense. Stargate's on the way. Into Corsair. Mute as they commit in. And Dragoons are somewhat keeping up. But it's all about containing. All about containing the Protoss. Takes down a Dragoon. Goes to the mineral line. Getting 3 probes. Nothing major. Oh. Hasn't lost a single muta. Dips in, dips out. To the mineral line. 7 workers in total. I mean, Classic, he does have a pretty robust Dragoon army. And ideally, he wants to start building up towards Archons, towards more Corsairs. Corsair production has begun. Dark getting a third, droning. Going in and committing into mass muta. Now, again, we've been in this position before. If we were here... Oh my god! Oh my god! We do have a massive shot going up. 3 drone kills. Just 3. 3 drones go down. Kills potential. But if you were here for Dark versus SKillous, you'll know that SKillous, he also did opt to go for Dragoon Corsair into Archon. And he had potential. Was very close. Very close on this very map, actually, against Dark. But Dark, he barely did overwhelm. Barely was able to take some better fights. And catch SKillous out without his Corsairs. Here, looking similar. Uh-oh. Dragoon range is not done, and it's not going to finish. Massive pickup. Dragoons are stuck with that range. Not contained. Second Stargate's on the way, going mass Corsair. Corsairs are building up. Muta's looking for a way in. Ideally, Dark, he wants to slow down that Corsair count before it gets out of hand. Ideally. Bring around the edge. Classic will attempt to take a third. Dark shouldn't allow this to happen. He's checking, he's looking, and he will shut it down. Oh, it does get a kill, not a cancel. Oh, the Corsairs overextend. Oh my god, the splash damage! Jesus! Corsairs, they're crazy! The mutas, they stack. GG gets called. Classic, he shuts down the mutas. And Classic, he does put a point on the board. Whew, GG. Dark, he stacked up at the wrong moment. And the mutas, they evaporated. That was insane. In one volley, in one fell swoop, the mutas, they go completely shut down. And with that, Classic fights back. Let's go. Let us go. Corsair, good unit, mate. That was crazy. That was, oh my god. Mate, you thought that Archons were good with their Archon volleys? No. Corsair, papi. Crazy, crazy. And with that, Darky gets shut down. Now we are getting ready here for our next game. We have a series, we have it back and forth. That's all we wanted. And Classic, he is one step closer to the ace match. Una más. One more step is all he needs. One more game as we load into Sylphid. Here we go. I mean, again, the Corsairs, they are kind of like the hard counter of Muta. They do very well for themselves. And looks like we have our next map. We're going to be loading into Monty Hall. It's been too long. It's been far too long since we have gotten into Monty Hall. I'm sure Classic can pull it off. I mean, I hope so. I hope so. All I want is an ace match. That's all I want, regardless of how this goes. Give us a game 5. Dark has been hyper aggressive so far in this series. I mean, I'll be honest, it was a rough start with the initial failed cannon rush. Like, it was crazy for Classic to open up cannon rush of all things. It was a really rough way to open up, but hey, he survived, he persevered. Here we go. We are loading into our next map. Again, for those that remember, Monty Hall is almost like a pseudo island map. I say pseudo island map just because your main base is fully walled in with minerals. You're fully walled in into your main. You have to pick and choose how to expand, what kind of path to go down. We'll see how we open up. We shall see. Jumping in. What is Phoenix beside Corsair? I mean, Corsairs do splash damage, Phoenixes do not. That's why the mutas, they melted so quickly, as there was some brutal splash damage dealt to them. Which is, I would say, why Corsairs are in some aspects superior to Phoenixes, specifically against muta. Specifically. But here we go, we're getting to our next game, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Monty Hall, we have our SC2 Protoss player. Our StarCraft 2 Protoss fighting back, putting a point on the board, and we'll see if he can force the ace match. It is a classic. Ooh, opening up towards the left-hand side. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our Brood War Zerg player. The blue Zerg leading the series 2-1 is one game away from claiming the series. It is Dark. Here we go, and welcome one and all to Monty Hall. As you can see here, we are fully walled in with these mineral patches into the main base. Dark, he does open up the southern path, and so does Classic. They expand towards each other. Oh boy. So both players, they do take the southern expansions. The way this works here is that it does take multiple trips to open up this main path, but this gold mineral patch is only one mineral, so you can mine through that patch to gain access, so you can actually expand, bearing in mind that that one mineral patch, that gold patch, only a worker can fit through it. A Ling, a Marine, a Zealot cannot fit through this, only workers. You have to mine through the rest to allow for an army to advance on. But workers can slip by. Meanwhile, Darky takes the southern and the center expansion, does double expand. Likewise, Classic does confirm. Gets eyes on all the bases. When it comes to these lanes, something that isn't immediately clear, but these lanes, they are fully walled off from each other. You can see here, there's a full cliff face that does wall off the southern lane. Then you have the central lane, then you have the northern lane as well. All fully walled off by these cliff faces. Very similar to like a MOBA, I guess, where you have like 3 different lanes, like top, bot, and mid. As Dark, oh Jesus, my God, he's crazy. He just triple expanded before spawning pool. Well, technically, he went hatch, then pool, then hatchery. 0 gas. Dark. He is being so greedy. And part of it is because of the map. Remember, this is a pseudo-island map, and what I mean by that, of course, is that it takes a little bit more effort to be aggressive, to move out with your army. And greed is favored on this map, and Dark, he is being so greedy into double gas as well. Just purely droning 0 army units, 0 Lings, of course no Queens. Queens, they're a different kind of unit here in Brood War, so the greed is real for Dark. That's a lot of greed. Oh my God. Well, it was hatch, pool hatch, double gas. As the adept has arrived, Dark, he just abandoned. Look, he just walk away. Like, the adept can't do anything. He's like, you know what? Adept arrived, so we can just go to another base. We can just go to another base. This adept cannot get through those minerals. The adept is stuck. The adept is... You can't shade either. Nothing. Yeah. Smoge. That's a Smoge adept if I've ever seen one. He's like, oh, I just want to kill some drones. Nah, mate. I'll just go to another base. I'll just transfer. Second adept does arrive. Likewise, we can at least camp these the production. But Lings are on the way. And they're cancelled. Darky cancels the Lings, as they would have been trapped. Still droning, still taking gases, going into a Hydra Tech. As a reminder, Hydra Tech is hatch-based here in Brood War. It's only lurkers that are lair tech. Oracle does arrive, Hydra's in position. It will zone away. This is also why it is standard to open up Hydra, because you have no queens, you have no anti-air. Hydras, they will protect you against those oracles. Hydra gets caught out. Nice pick off here by Classic. Does pick off one Hydra. How many minerals in this patch? I believe it's 20. 30. Sorry, 30 minerals. 30 minerals in each patch. Adepts, they are wreaking havoc. But again, Dark is freely mining from these other bases. Oracle's a zone back. So it was a Stargate opener into Oracle, into a Robo follow-up. Interesting. From here, we can go into splash damage, into Colossus. As Classic does warp in onto the other side. True. Pylon does allow that warp in. Classic is moving out through the center. Link speed has just begun. Remember, late link speed, late tech. Adepts a shade. Well, they threaten to shade that I have on the army. He commits. He commits on the Hydras. Hydras are falling one after the other. Classic is breaking through. And Dark, the greed is being punished. Drones are going down. There just weren't enough Hydras there. Not quite. Likewise, Oracles, they still commit. They support. More Hydras falling. And Dark, he won't be broken here and now, but this is getting out of hand. It's becoming critical damage. 6 drone kills. Hatchery's gonna fall. Dark being knocked down to 3 bases. And being knocked down to 38 drones. He barely has an economy. And what's he going for? It looks like he's going for the all-in. Yeah, he's going for an all-in here. Dark, intentionally, he's not droning. He's not droning up. He's all-in completely. Gases are being prioritized. He's massing up Hydras and Lings to reinforce. At the same time, going to lose some more drones. Classic back at home. He does have an Immortal. No splash damage yet. Base is denied. Expansion is denied. Likewise, 3 more drone kills. And Dark, he is re-droning. He is trying to resaturate. He has Overlord seeing there's no other expansions. But Dark, he invested so heavily into this army. And he's not able to make use of it. He's not making use of it. He's droning. Lair is on the way. Lair means access to Lurker tech, of course. So Dark, he can work towards Lurkers. Classic, finally expanding. Taking his 3rd. Colossus production has begun. Oh, we're getting a little bit stuck here. Have to be careful. That's too much. It was 5 or 10. You can bring a couple of workers. It's intentionally so to avoid that. Like there are 30 patches just because just to avoid any kind of rushes in such a way. Yeah, I think we all noticed the Colossus. All did notice. Shout out to the other casters, of course. Okay, here we go. Classic moving forward. Oh! You see Dark going for a split push. Elastic Colossus, they will shut down these Hydras. And Dark, I assume, was going Lair for Lurker Tech, but he's going Lair for Muta Tech instead. That's a little bit concerning. I mean, Mutas have potential, but we saw what happens if Classic has a heads up, right? Last game, he completely shut the Mutas down with Corsair. But I guess this time he has no Corsair. True. He has Phoenixes instead. So he can respond with Phoenixes. He has Blink, of course. But really, Dark, he's hoping that Classic stays back home, and he's not staying home. He's not staying home. He's pushing instead with a terrifying army. He's got force fields, and there's nothing to deal with them. There are no Ravagers. Force fields, they are king. They can slice up an army. Speaking of, yeah, they lock down some of these Hydras. Hydras are going to be melting. Hydras getting picked off one after the other. Classic moving in. Dark at the same time going for a counterattack. Does get into the mineral line, but Classic, he does not turn around. He shouldn't. as he can end the game here and now. Oh, we have Scourge. Let's go. The Scourge. Scourge on the way. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, no. The Scourge are being denied. Does break through. Scourge are coming from behind. They want those Colossus. Oh, my God. He gets one. Gets one Colossus. It was in the prism. There's one left. The Bailings of the Sky. Let's go. Scourge are coming in. Yeah, they got the final Colossus as well. But is it enough? Doesn't matter. Can Hydras hold their own? I was thinking Mira. No. Scourge, baby. True. As they are an answer to the Colossus. That was great. As Darky holds, forces back Classic. Does force him back. Oh, that never goes off. Decent splits. Decent splits here by Dark. Starter stepping forward. Not able to quite break through. Lurker tech is on the way. Researching Lurkers. Now their Classic does hold. Dark is still pretty committed. He's down to 45 workers. Again, his economy is still very lackluster. Dark, he can't afford a longer game. He has to end it. Oh no! Oh my god, brutal connection. Ah, the Novas are brutal. I mean, Scourge are good, but hey, they can only shoot up. They cannot deal with anything else here. Soup didn't lie. The Soup does often lie. Soup does lie. Less so here, though. Like, I do still favor Classic's position. As it's still maintaining a greater economy. Ah, but here come the Lunkers. They're coming. Lunkers are morphing in. Getting within range. Oh, never goes up. Decent split. Splits. Lurkers are spotted so far, doing no damage. Bearing in mind, these Lurkers, they have a smaller range or shorter range than their S2 counterparts. When it comes to those high range upgrades. Oh. The Lurkers, they can hold their own. They hold the line. Queen's Nest here for Dark, getting into Queen production. Oh my god. Stalkers are being punished. But again, Queens, they allow for ensnares. They can slow down the army. They can allow for dives. Assuming, oh no! That's the direction we head in. Stark's still rallying, gonna be flooding with Lings. The wall is still solid. Stalkers are going down there. Lings are rushing forward. Classic pushing into Lurkers. Yeah, Lurkers shots are brutal. More Lurkers morphing in. Nice splits once again there by Dark. He avoids the Novas. Oh, I spoke too soon. One Nova goes off, and Lings, they break on in. They break down that front door. Oh, does dive in. Oh my god, into Lurker range. Yeah, Lurkers, they pop up. They shut down the Stalkers. Nice Novas there. Lurkers do fall. But at the same time, the base has fallen. The base has been crippled. Expansion goes down. 22 Lings, 22 probes, I should say. And Classic is being torn apart. Has to rotate back into the main. Nexus falls. And Darky's gaining ground. He has brought himself back into this. It was a crazy start to the game. I mean, Dark, he's had a really hard time droning and getting to an economy. Even now, still on 54 workers. Barely an economy. But he takes out another expansion. And Classic is on one base. He's on a one base economy. Lurkers moving in. Breaking through those probes. 31 worker kills. And Classic, he can't really hold his own here. Hive is on the way behind this as well. And GG gets called. Dark, he will claim the series 3-1, becoming this month's SEL champion. GG. GG, well played. A crazy comeback here from Dark. Dark was in a dire position. He was losing base after base, mineral line after mineral line. Dark, he was very all in, very committed. And he had some really nice moments when it came to the Scourge, when it came to the Lurker time, when it came to the counterattack as well, knocking down that southern base. He was just pulling Classic apart. In a head-on fight, I favored Classic. I was favoring Classic in a head-on engagement, but Dark wasn't giving him what he wanted. He was counterattacking, he was poking in, he was just picking away at the army. GG. GG, well played. Dark will claim it. And Dark is our champion. Congratulations. Congratulations here to Dark. Well played. Shout out to Classic, of course, for making a series out of this. And I'll be honest, even here on Monty Hall, I was favoring Classic after he was achieving so much. But alas, did fumble towards the end. It was torn apart. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Oh my god, and with that, we wrap up just as we hit 7 hours. A 7-hour cast, papi. 7. Aye. It was brutal, papi. It was brutal. GG, well played. Dark does claim it, catching up with the bracket. Shout out to all the other competitors. Who did we have tonight? We had ByuN, we had SKillous, we had Wayne, Bratok, alongside Milky Cow, Quanta. Many players here facing off here throughout the upper echelons throughout the round of 8. Again, we had a full round of 32. We even had some extra players as well. Amazing lineup. herO, of course, how could I forget herO? He also played in tonight's tournament. Spirit as well, and many others. Do check out the Wikipedia page. Otherwise, thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great time here for the event. I do apologize for a little bit maybe less energetic casting towards the end, but at the 7-hour mark, I'm running out of energy a little bit, you know. I'm running out of steam a little bit, papi. I'm running out of steam. But regardless, GG, well played. Hope you all had a great time. This was our second broadcast of the day. We were live with KSL earlier, just wrapped up with SEL. And coming into our weekly schedule, we have our weekly schedule. Again, we're live every single day, multiple times a day. Our next broadcast was going to be FSL at 9 a.m. KST. It is currently almost 6 a.m. in the morning. I don't trust myself to sleep and to wake up in time for FSL. I don't trust myself. Like, I feel like if I'm not going to pull off an all-nighter. That's not going to happen. that's not going to happen. But I'm a little bit concerned here that I'll either won't be able to wake up, or if I do wake up, I'm going to be very groggy and just very I just won't be able to be present for the cast. So because of that, we are going to be rescheduling. Because of that, we will reschedule FSL. I would love to cast it. I think I could, but I think I'd also be half asleep as well. So I don't want to do a disservice to the players or do a disservice for the event. So we'll be rescheduling and we'll be catching up with the FSL in a couple of days instead, going for a replay cast. I mean, it was a replay cast to begin with. For those that are curious, what is FSL? FSL is the Family Star League, and specifically the FSL organizers, Slicestorm Gaming, they are hosting some fun kind of show match tournaments or show match events featuring pro players and amateur players. Specifically, what this FSL cast is going to be is SKillous. SKillous, he's playing against a legion of diamond players. Basically, we're going to be setting up a bunch of 1v2s and 1v3s between SKillous and other diamond competitors, or even some platinum players as well. And yeah, we're just gonna be having some fun with some show matches, basically amateurs up against SKillous. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be amazing, I'm sure. We already have done something similar here when it comes to the MC show match. We had like 2v1s and 3v1s with MC and with Honmono and with Dark and with ByuN. So here with SKillous as well. So look forward to it. Look forward to it. It was going to be, again, in a couple of hours time, but no shot. So we're going to reschedule to sometime next week. Going to be rescheduling it. But something that we will be casting tomorrow is the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Sparkling Tuna Cup, that's going to be at 7 p.m. KST. That's going to be in like 15 hours, something like that, like around like 15 hours time. We're going to be live at Sparkling Tuna Cup. If you're curious, what is the Sparkling Tuna Cup? That is our weekly tournament, weekly open cup here on the CranKy Ducklings. You can tune in, you can support if you wish as well via Patreon. You can see actually our Patreon just under our schedule. Actually, hold on, I believe that isn't fully updated. Well, I got you. Yeah, beautiful. So we have our Patreon if you want to help support our tournaments. If you want to help support Sparkling Tuna Cup, Sea Duckling Open, and Master Swan Open as well, you can do so via Patreon. 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards our tournaments, so you can help us fund and help us grow our events on a monthly basis. Again, our events or Sparkling Tuna Cup is going to be later on tonight. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. I'm gonna go and get some food first. I'm gonna go get some food, and then I'm gonna go get some rest, and I'm gonna go try and get as much sleep as possible and get ready for the Tuna Cup. That's the plan. That's the goal. So thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. When it comes to supporting StarCraft Evolution, this is a monthly tournament. Every month there is an SCL, but if you want some more StarCraft Evolution, then check out our YouTube and check out our channel, because we do often cast StarCraft Evolution show matches or other events from time to time, not just the StarCraft Evolution League, but other events as well. So we do kind of sprinkle them in throughout our regular casts. You can check them out there. Otherwise, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for watching. Hope you guys had a great time. Again, if you see something that you like here that you can't watch live, then check out our VODs and follow us on all the social medias. We have a Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. We are live on a daily basis, usually twice a day, but again, not on Sunday. Well, I guess only once. Only once on Sunday, at least this week. Only once. Gonna get some rest. Gonna get some veg. Get some bitch. Thank you for the cast of the event. It was really entertaining. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed. I'm glad you enjoyed, I should say. Glad you enjoyed it. Hope you enjoyed your time here. Again, consider following. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time for some more casting. Again, we'll see you guys in like 15 or so hours for Sparkling Tuna Cup or for other events. We cast Water TV Monday, Pegasaur Monday, OSC, Today's Digital Tussle, Amantes, KSL, SEL, just podcast. Plenty of content on the channel. Otherwise, thank you for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. See you next time.